Disclaimer, I was not the hugest fan of The Rings of Power Season 1, but I like Lord of the Rings and the Tolkien books, and I will cover Season 2 on this channel again, though I know the show is not really a faithful adaptation of what Tolkien actually wrote, so here's my summary. It might include traces of sarcasm. The show takes place in Middle-earth during the Second Age, an age or 3,000 to 5,000 years before Lord of the Rings, and starts with a prologue about the First Age. The prologue impressively shows that Amazon actually does not have the rights to what Tolkien wrote about the First Age, so everything is very vague and mostly irrelevant for the season. So forget about it, except that Galadriel had a brother named Finrod. Actually, she has 3 brothers in the books, and he was killed by Sauron in the books by a werewolf of Sauron. The show starts with Galadriel searching for traces of the mentioned Sauron in the far north to avenge her brother. Contrary to the books, pretty much all the elves in the show, including Gil-galad, High King of the Noldor elves, believe Sauron the most powerful and immortal servant of the first Dark Lord Morgoth, second in command, responsible for the deaths of countless elves, men and dwarves, just retired after the First Age ended, even though he was not caught and put to justice, and even though he appears in songs of these tragic ancient battles. No, for sure, he's no danger anymore and died of old age or something. To be fair, the elves maybe first noticed Sauron 800 years into the Second Age, but when Gil-galad did, he was very concerned. The 3 rings are forged 1590 years into the Second Age for comparison. In the show, Galadriel is the only one who believes otherwise. The other elves, including the king, think she is absolutely crazy. Ironically, she is absolutely crazy, but also kind of right. So High King Gil-galad wants to get rid of her and sends her to the west by ship. In most book versions, Galadriel is actually banned from going west until she, quote, passes the test with the One Ring, and Gil-galad would not have the authority to lift that ban. Does not matter, the show has no place for Galadriel anyway for now, though in the books she founds Eregion with her husband Celeborn and Celebrimbor and lives there with her family, including a 1,300-year-old daughter when the 3 rings are forged, but the daughter is not in the show yet. The writers have to give Galadriel something to do, which is mostly summarized by moving her around a lot. So she, one of the wisest of the elves, is put on a ship to the west, sees the west continent Aman, remembers some stupid line her brother said to her millennia ago, and jumps off the ship to swim back those over 2,000 miles. Not because of small details like plausibility, or introducing mythological aspects of the world of Tolkien, or development of the plot and characters she will be saved. No. She will be saved because it was written in the screenplay by the writers who had no idea what to do with this character early on. And how is she saved? By letting a raft appear in the middle of the ocean. I assume they bought this massive water tank for filming and they are gonna use it if we like it or not. On the raft, she meets a new main character called Halbrand. What a lucky incident. Now 2 main characters on hold. They are also attacked by a sea monster to get conveniently rid of all the unimportant characters on the raft as well. Halbrand even saves Galadriel from drowning. Meanwhile, Elrond is sent to Eregion to help Celebrimbor, Lord of Eregion. Later, Galadriel and Halbrand are found by a ship on which Elendil, father of Isildur, is captain, and brought to the island nation of Numenor. There we learn a bit about the Numenorian culture and main characters, and get our first book reader hints that Halbrand is Sauron. Back in the day I thought this is too obvious, he can't be Sauron. Well, I was wrong. We also learn that Numenorians don't like elves because they fear that Galadriel, the only elf in Numenor, will single-handedly take their jobs away. Here Galadriel also finds out that the Sauron symbol she found in that old ice fortress of Sauron depicts a place, the Southlands. Now all she needs to do is convince Queen Miriel to give her an army and sail to the Southlands to check for Sauron and his evil orc creatures, to take revenge. in which she somehow succeeds, and they also think that Halbrand is the rightful king of the Southlands. They also use a palantir to see a vision of the future, which shows the destruction of Numenor, though Tolkien specifically stated that a seeing stone can only see at most the past. But as an old saying goes, plot device is gonna plot device. Meanwhile, in the Southlands, a village consisting of 4 to 6 houses, guarded by about 4 Sylvan elves, has trouble with orcs. Of these elves, one is named Arondir. And despite elves having really good eyes, I mean really good eyes, they don't see this massive 130 to 200 miles long trench some orcs with men slaves secretly dig for an old elf dude named Adar. Don't ask me what they did with these 4.5 to 7 million tons of earth they had to secretly move for this. Maybe they threw it into the lava pit of the volcano or something. The orcs, besides getting slaves from the villages to dig this trench all day and night, also search for a mysterious sword hilt with magic powers that a boy named Theo finds in a barn. Long story short, of the elves, only Arondir survives, and Adar, the elven orc leader, allows him, the most dangerous of them all, to go to the village and deliver a message. Then the orcs attack the village to get the sword, but luckily Galadriel is moved around again. She appears with Miriel and an army, and they defeat the orcs and celebrate in the Southlands. But one old guy got the mysterious sword hilt and reveals what it is for. It's a it's a key to open the dam near the village. I'm not kidding. All this for a key for the dam. I mean, okay, the orcs possess no technology to, let's say, destroy the dam wall. Can't think of anything. The released water then flows into the orc trench, which leads to the volcano and makes it explode. And then the Southlands become Mordor, and the volcano is of course Mount Doom. Miriel loses her eyesight, Elendil and the viewers think Isildur has died, Halbrand is found wounded, and all retreat for Mordor. Numenor goes back to the island, the others go to Pelargir, and Galadriel is moved again, this time to Eregion, where she would actually belong to in this time. Of course, she takes the heavily wounded Halbrand with her on this short 900 to 1000 miles trip by horse, which optimistically should take about a month. Meanwhile, in Eregion, Celebrimbor builds a new powerful forge and Elrond should assist. Elrond suggests that he could ask the dwarves for help. This move, though, was predicted by Gil-galad and Celebrimbor. Secretly, they want to use Elrond to find out if the dwarves found Mithril, this legendary metal they would need to stop what Tolkien called the decay, which would force the elves to leave Middle-earth in a few months. It's extremely over-dramatized compared to the books, where the decay happens over thousands of years and is a problem of the immortal elven nature clashing with the changing nature of Middle-earth. That is why elves at some point have to sail to the west continent Aman. In Khazad-dûm, Elrond reunites with his old friend Durin IV and his wife Disa. The dwarf prince is often in conflict with his father Durin III. In the lore, Durins are reborn, or in one version, their preserved body is repossessed by their spirit again. So calling both of them Durin makes completely no sense. It's also very elegant to have two important characters with the same name as well. And jackpot, they have Mithril, but Durin III does not want to help the elves or mine for it, so all they have is this one little piece of it. In Eregion, Halbrand is healed and teaches Celebrimbor about the existence of alloys, touching the materials in the process. They use Galadriel's dagger she got from her brother, the Mithril piece, and some jewels, all touched by Halbrand to make 3 rings. Meanwhile, Halbrand reveals to Galadriel that he is Sauron and wants to marry her. Fittingly to this idea, Tolkien wrote about Galadriel and Sauron in Eregion. Sauron perceived at once that Galadriel would be his chief adversary and obstacle, and he endeavored therefore to placate her, bearing her scorn with outward patience and courtesy. A bit further, so great became his hold of the Myrdain, Celebrimbor and his Missinggild elves, that at length he persuaded them to revolt against Galadriel and Celeborn and to seize power in Eregion. Further, Galadriel thereupon left Eregion and passed throughout Khazad-dûm to Lorinand. Yes, that is pretty much what Tolkien wrote here. It's basically the same. To be fair, Galadriel also grows suspicious in the show due to something Celebrimbor says, which Galadriel heard from Adar before, while she talked to him after his defeat in the Southlands. It was once said to Adar by Sauron. Then she does some research, and of course Eregion has notes about some obscure line of men in Mordor, and here she learns that the line of kings in the Southlands ended long ago. That is why Galadriel confronts Halbrand, and then he reveals who he truly is and suggests to become a couple. Galadriel declines the offer and Halbrand leaves Eregion. Meanwhile, the 3 elven rings of power, Vilya, Narya and Nenya, are made, Celebrimbor's magnum opus, which are in the books made last, and Sauron does not know of them. In the show, he knows there are at least 2, and also never touched them, and I assume their materials. And also they are still based on the technique and design of the 16 other rings of power, which are not even made yet, nor was their design and technique fully taught to the elves by Sauron yet, I guess. So now in Season 2, Celebrimbor can learn the needed technique and design he already used and focus on making rings that are worse than the ones he already made. It's logical. You start your new invention with mastership and perfection, and then work your way back down to the starting point from there. I assume by that undisputable logic, he makes the lesser rings of power last in the show, which the elves made to learn and master the process. Galadriel, one of the wisest among the elves, tells everyone that they shall never treat with Halbrand again and that he will not return, but not who he was. But Elrond finds a scroll that shows that Halbrand can't be the king of the Southlands because that line ended long ago, so he is suspicious. As the last scene, we see Halbrand/Sauron in Mordor looking in the direction of Mount Doom. And that was the last scene of the last episode of Season 1. And if you think writing this sarcastic script was difficult, no, it writes itself. I like the actors, I like how the show looks for the most part, I like some details they include, how the orcs look, the costumes and so on, but some of the writing and the plot is just mind-boggling, even outside of changes to what Tolkien wrote. But I can imagine things get better in Season 2 and we will find out in a few hours. Thank you for watching. There will be book-focused coverage on this channel here, maybe even some on my German channel for the German-speaking audience. Maybe check it out. Don't forget to like, comment and subscribe. See you next time. Goodbye. Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Now it works. I just wanted, hey, why is my microphone not working? For reasons. Welcome everyone. I'm back, I think. Kind of. And yeah, welcome everybody in chat. As promised, like, I don't know what I said, 10 hours, 9, whatever hours later. I have no idea. But I said I would come back. Here I am. That's basically the thing. James Bond is here. Nice to see you. I feel much safer now. And Christiane is here, and Killswitch 10 hours today, I hope not 10 hours. Well, last time it was 8 hours. Like, I was at least 40-minute break or an hour break I took to eat something. I think that's fair, to be honest. Maybe need to make a marker for this in the other view. I was too lazy. Even had to drink a tea today just to get my voice back to where it once was. Turns out talking for 10 hours straight is not a good idea. Lyanna Stark is also back. Hello, hello. Nice to see you. Tales of the Elder is here. And Devin is here. In the YouTube chat, Schnarke is there as well. Also shoutouts to Schnarke for giving me on Twitch a sub. Much, much appreciated. Thank you for that. Tales of the Elder is an interesting observation. Sauron killing all the messengers from Lindon to Eregion reminds me of the of Children of Húrin when Morgoth blocked the passes into Heathlum to prevent Túrin from communicating with Morwen. Yeah, that's a good comparison, I guess. I'm still surprised that he manages to find all those messengers all the time. I'm wondering what's going on with the chain. Do you think he has help in this regard? Like, they were just, I don't know, there was this chain scene. I have no idea what this could mean. Like, why would Sauron use some chains or so? We don't see him. Maybe it was not him. Maybe it has some servant or so that helps him. Let's make this stream 12 hours. Well, there's a lot to discuss here as well, of course. First Age fan, yeah, for sure. The question is, why would the orcs be so far forward in the Elven realm? That's my question. I mean, from the trailer teaser stuff, we know that there will be other folks. Let's call them elves. Not elves. What are they called? The whites, sparrow whites, something like that. But they would not use chains as well. So we are very curious if we learn something about that exactly. I mean, that would include that Sauron already has an ally. So far, Sauron always seems to work alone. The question is if he has maybe somebody to help him. I mean, close to Eregion. Well, no, it's not close, to be honest, depending on where they go. There's Rhudaur, the troll shores. Maybe they're trolls or something. I don't know. There must be some business that also Damrod has with Sauron. So there's that as well. Also, I hope sound is good, chat. It's something I haven't really checked. Let's maybe see. It seems sound is, for my voice, okay. Maybe Waldrek betrays Adar for Sauron. Well, when Halbrand slash Sauron is there, I think Waldrek is already dead. Maybe he takes a walk, and the walk pulls them with a chain or something. So very interesting, chat. I also have to start with, yeah. I think this episode, I already looked a bit, is more dwarf heavy. I would say we start with the dwarven storyline, chat. That is my suggestion here. Oh, Sam Cook, much appreciated. Thank you for the membership. Very nice of you. Good, the dwarves are also a bit more fun. That is true. And if you think I prepared screenshots or something, no. There's one scene I want to briefly discuss, seeing it here again. We've seen it in the vision of Gandalf, the stranger. We'll also talk about that, I think. What is Lilo Lelo? That's like the name of my YouTube channel here. The Philosopher's Games originally was a gaming channel, and this is a Metal Gear Solid reference. In Metal Gear Solid, there is a secret group, like, I don't know, the Illuminati or something, and they are called the Philosophers in the background. And then there's a subgroup of them. I think they're called the Patriots or whatever. Doesn't matter too much. However, due to the events in Metal Gear and technology stuff happening, soldiers and so on in this world, in this fictional universe, have nanomachines in them. And they are controlled by the Philosophers, the Patriots, whoever. There's some stuff going on there in the background. And those suppress the ability of those with these nanomachines to say the Philosophers. When they want to say the name, they say instead the Lili Lalilu or something like that. That's the kind of idea behind this. So the lowest tier of my it's not the lowest, the first tier of my 3 tiers of membership here on this channel is, of course, those who can't say the name. You know what I mean? I thought that was very clever and fun. You know, clever is maybe an overstatement there, but that's the law of that name and the name for this tier. I had to come up with something. I thought, okay, that's maybe funny. Maybe not. Probably not. Okay, first scene I want to briefly discuss here, though there is not much to discuss, to be honest. I'm just curious, I have to admit, what's going on there. I think it could be just, what do you call it, like a little fluff as a shot, like that you add to give you, I don't know, some idea to fill some space, some time. This shot here. Is this the inside of the volcano, chat? Do you think this is like, let's call it a magma chamber or something? Or do you think that is, I don't know, because it also appears in a vision, that there's something more here to this particular image? I'm very curious about this, I have to admit. Like, I can't fully make something out of this, if I'm honest. First I thought maybe this is melting metal or something, and Sauron melts one ring or so, it's something like that. You see some rocks though to the left and the side, so I really think it is like inside the volcano and some hot lava, magma, whatever comes out of the earth there. So the scene before that, if I remember correctly, is actually also the volcano. No, it's the scene after it. Have Mount Doom, that is, to be precise. Where's the Mount Doom picture I just made? I don't know. Production here is slow on this channel. That is the scene that comes after it. So maybe? Oh, great Gribo's also here. Welcome, nice to see you. You did not miss much, we just started, and I did not went deep into my analysis. We just looked at the first few scenes of the episode, and I always was curious what this year, why we see this several times. Is it just to give us a look into the Markmite chamber that maybe Sauron later uses? Maybe if we would zoom in, we would discover, I don't know, a secret, somebody standing there or whatever. Doesn't really look like it though, chat. I don't know. It can't be that important. So what I found pretty cool is Khazad-dûm. We could maybe speculate what entrance we are seeing here, chat. One moment, have to switch the scene. There it is. So we have this scene, and we go straight to the dwarves in the second episode, which I find very interesting, chat. Any sort of cell division. Yeah, it was in Gandalf's dream, exactly. There was also a very short scene like that. We looked a bit into it yesterday, already at the end of the stream, and I'm just curious. What I like, though, is to see, I like the gate that we see. The camera zooms in a little bit later, we see an aqueduct or a bridge or something on top, so you definitely see the dwarfs hard at work there to the... there to the left, there's also a building. Not sure what this is supposed to be. Maybe an exit, maybe a thing for ventilation, basically, for airflow. Maybe there's some mirrors for the light that the dwarves use. Maybe this is, I don't know, some grave or so, some monument. Who knows? Hard to tell, but there is something. Somebody thought, hey, we place a little thing there. I like that. It's interesting. The spawn of Glaurung, maybe. What is interesting is always interesting topic here is that it's of course the dwarves call it Khazad-dûm, and often it is also known as Khazad-dûm. One thing that is a bit unusual though is that on the text in the Lord of the Rings that we find that on the door of Durin it is called Moria. And Moria, there is somewhere a note, I forgot where it is, maybe somebody remembers, that Moria was more of a mocking name, if that makes sense. For Moria, and that was established after the downfall of Khazad-dûm. Like it was once Khazad-dûm, and then it became the Black Pit. Yeah, exactly. It's a toilet. It's potentially the best idea. So Tolkien was maybe a bit inconsistent here. Let me just look it up. I hate when this happens. This is one thing I will never get used to. They changed how the search works on Tolkien Gateway. I think there is other names. Khazad-dûm, Moria. (22) the Appendix F. There must be a note somewhere. The mention of Durin's name, Appendix A. No, that's not it. I would like to read you from the book, but I need to find the where it's written in the book. Hazodrond is a Sindari name. In that time it was given a new name, Moria Black Pit. Why I said, yeah, exactly, that is the line I'm looking for. But it's not written. What's the source for it? If every sentence they have source except this one. I know it's stated somewhere. There's somebody in chat. Remember which book it is written in? Yeah, you know, maybe it's an interesting detail, I feel. Combination Morn without love. Appendix F is one thing. Westgate, inconsistency. What? The presence of the name in Westgate is inconsistency, but just as explained, the name had not necessarily bad connotations. Reader's Companion. There they mention it. Maybe it's in the Westgate of Moria article. I mean, I could just get my Reader's Companion out. It's always a bit unfortunate if you search for something and forgot where it was written. Guten Abend. Nice to see you, Mark. Maybe somebody in chat knows. Else, I can look in the meantime in Appendix F, because there's a direct quote for an Appendix F. Maybe it's actually in the Lord of the Rings, so that would be a contradiction inside Lord of the Rings, kind of. Okay, it seems like no, it's not helping. Moria, go up. Moria is an elvish name and given without love for elder, though they might at need in their bitter oath with a dark power, and the servants country fortress underground who are not dwellers in such places of choice. But the dwarves themselves, and this name at least was never kept secret, called it Khazad-dûm, the mention of the Khazad, for such is their own name for their own race, and has been since Aule, or Mahal, gave it to them at their making in the deeps of time. It's not here in Lord of the Rings. Man, I can't remember where it is. Chat, I can't remember it. It's always terrible if you're in a life situation, you forgot something so important. Maybe here's a quote. Said to have given by the elves without love, possibly indicating that it was a derogatory description. Furthermore, Silmarillion state, afterwards in the days of its darkness called Moria. There it is. It's a Silmarillion thing. Okay. So let's read the Silmarillion. I found it, chat. We found it. Just took some digging to find. So in the Silmarillion, we have the following line. Greatest of all mentions of the dwarves was Khazad-dûm, the Drevor delve, or Hazodrond, here's the Sindari name in the Elvish tongue, that was afterwards in the days of its darkness called Moria, but it was far off in the mountains of mist beyond the wide leagues of Eriador, and to the Eldar came but as a name and a rumor from the words of the dwarfs of the Blue Mountains. Well, it's maybe an overstatement, but I think this is the chapter the Sindar, so it's very early on in the First Age. They also called the Naugrim, the dwarfs. What is interesting here is that, Tolkien thought about that the name Moria was maybe like a negative connotated name. I mean, it's Black Pit, doesn't sound too positive if I'm honest. That this name came when Moria fell and was destroyed, but when Celebrimbor wrote Moria on the door, that was in the Second Age. It was basically at one of the high points of Moria, if that makes sense. So it's very strange that it's written like this. We also see somewhere in some episode Celebrimbor inventing the Ithildin. Not sure when this happens, these moon runes. And what this shot here that we see is about, it's a bit tough to kind of find a screenshot with a decent enough quality. That the dwarves use like a complex mirror system, which I found a very cool idea, because there needs to be some explanation how they might grow crops without going outside. And we have this here, for example, over this massive entrance gate, we have this little place, and there the light is captured by some mirrors and redirected into the halls of Khazad-dûm. And from there, they use the sunlight that they redirected to grow crops. So a very cool thing, maybe invention of Narvi, who also appears in the show. We will see him later, I think. If, there is an image of what is written on the gates, on the doors of Durin, maybe people wonder, what is he even talking about, this foolish Chris there? But let me just see. Door. Let me see. We take the door from Lord of the Rings, from Peter Jackson. This is like a copy from what you also find in the book. And there's an inscription. And if you apply the Tengwar rules for it, there is actually Moria written on this door, not Khazad-dûm in Elvish. Also nice to see you, Asteroid TV. Nice that you are back and so on. So it's actually written in Tengwar. It's written Moria on this door. So kind of unusual. Maybe an oversight by Tolkien. Who knows? Some would say maybe what Tolkien meant is that the idea became negatively connotated later, Moria, and it was an okayish term back in the day. Who knows? Yeah, Khazad-dûm means delving of the dwarves in Dwarvish. They are very creative with their names. Yeah, sometimes. I mean, it's very pragmatic as a name, right? So, and this is kind of a setup for what is going to happen soon. Well, there's some other images. I think I don't need to go through every image, right? But I kind of find the mechanism interesting. Here we see, I just made another screenshot, so the process here works a bit better, so the light is reflected multiple times and so on in the caves and so on. We actually follow these light beams along, which I think is a pretty cool idea. There's another image here. Always. We see the crops that they grow. Yeah, so as a result, something can grow in Moria. That's a pretty cool idea, in my opinion. I always tell myself it was a term of endearment to begin with. Like, my cousin got a house. We always called it tiny house as a joke. Perhaps Moria is similar. Yeah, maybe. Mine's like foot of iron, iron foot. Oaken branch for a shield, oaken shield. Yeah, the oaken shield name, though, Tolkien borrowed a lot of names he used for the dwarves from the Edda, the Icelandic Edda, and written in Old Norse. And there also the name Oaken Shield appears, just the Old Norse form. I think it's Eiken Skjaldi or something like that. In the Rings of Power chapter, I also read of the dwarves. Few fought upon either side, but the kindred of Durin of Moria fought against Sauron. Yeah, that is, I think, also in the Silmarillion. Or do you mean the Silmarillion chapter of the Rings of Power in the Third Age? I assume you mean that. Yeah. There's a line like that. So some dwarves might have followed not the example of the Longbeards, but maybe have even fought for Sauron. That is possible. There's a mention in the Hobbit of, let's call them, it's not an official term, but wicked dwarf, something like that. It is the same idea like harbor by the sea. Yeah, it's the same idea, to be honest. It was yesterday in the first episode. There's in the prologue with Sauron a little stone where something is written on it in dwarven runes. That is the writing system the elves originally invented, though. So that is possible. And that read harbor by. I assume it's harbor by the sea, but whatever. Whatever the O is doing there. Because I have a Tolkien lore channel and I want to discuss the lore of the show. I don't get what the problem with it is. Like, what should I do? Just leave it uncommented and give other people the opportunity to, or let's not talk about. Like, if something media production comes out, there is always a reception to it. If you want it or not, there will always have very bad films in history, terrible films, and even they got reviews. So it's not unusual. We don't doing a review, we do an analysis and compare stuff to the book. So people who might be interested how Tolkien actually wrote it can find information here. That's what I'm providing. And if you don't like that, I don't know, there are other channels. And then after the Balrog, the name was no longer just a jest between friends, but the truth. Yeah, maybe that's a good explanation. Not bad, Great Rebo. In context to the other post, I kind of understand that. The elves are better with the whole name thing. Círdan, the shipwright. Shipwright, the shipwright. Yeah, that is also kind of funny. Yeah, that is the Sindari name. I mean, Moria is... I would assume Moria is also Sindarin, if I'm honest with you. Yeah, Sindarin, Black Chasm or Black Pit. And the other name that you posted is like the official translation of what Khazad-dû means. Just in Sindarin. Hadodrond. Hadodrond, yeah. I think it's just one syllable. Yeah, it's the middle syllable is the first one. When people say chai tea, it's tea. Yes. It happens. Some people also say lembas bread, which is bread. Okay, Schnake, have a good one. Sleep well. Looks like the Dectus thing. Sorry, I haven't looked at chat and Twitch a bit. Probably already off. On Frankfurt, many people rant. I mean, even online, a lot of people rant about the Rings of Power. It's, I guess, not too unusual. But like I said, I really have to admit the Season 2 so far seems like at least a slight improvement. It's potentially not enough for most people. Did the Balrogs have names? There is only one named Balrog, and this is Gothmog. That is the leader of the Balrogs. And he was also very high in command, comparable to Sauron. And yeah, he had a name. I think of the other Balrogs, there is no name recorded, if I remember correctly. There might be some obscure note in the Book of Lost Tales or something, but to my knowledge, no. Carrock translates to rock. Well, it rocks, I guess, but... But in the subway I found funny. I mean, the show just came out, so there are currently maybe not that many shows out that people want to watch, because the House of the Dragon show is already finished. They had him shave. I mean, why would he not be able to shave? I don't know why he did, though. That's a detail I don't fully understand. I would have preferred if he just kept his beard, to be honest. Gosmog, the name of my black cat's favorite toy. My cat's name is Morgoth. Okay. Do you think we will see the forging of the One Ring in this season? I already speculated a bit about it. In theory, yes, because it is part of the Eregion story. I think, though, maybe not. Or maybe it's implied at the end of the show. I don't know. Because for doing so, I would assume that Halbrand needs to establish himself in Mordor, or Halbrand Sauron has to establish himself in Mordor for a bit. Then he can actually do that. But currently I don't fully see that, if that makes sense, that this happens too soon. We have too much stuff to do. Especially the last 3 episodes are most likely the Battle of Eregion. And I'm not sure if they have enough time to kind of do this in a decent manner, so I don't know. Like in theory, yes, they should. But maybe it's something they do next season. I could imagine that maybe Sauron forging the One Ring is one of the last scenes of this season. If he does, I think it will be pretty late in the show. I would be surprised if it would be otherwise. Because the elves still have to kind of we still have the other rings that has to be used, and it seems, which is different from the books, that Celebrimbor is forging the rings of power for the dwarves and for men. He got convinced that that is a good idea, even though it was not the original idea. So here they definitely change the process quite a bit. So who knows? If that is the case, then we have first to see how the dwarves get the rings. I think there is a scene already in some teasers where we might see this. And then there's also 9 men who have to get rings of power. And for that, I think we have not enough men established, if that makes sense. One moment, chat. Next scene. We should maybe get a bit deeper into this. But yeah, it's an interesting question. The next scene is we see Durin and Disa shopping. It seems like their income and so on suffers a little bit from the fact that the father of Durin the Fourth, Durin the Third, has basically removed Durin the Fourth as his heir. So he's not in the royal line anymore, and now has to work a bit in the mines and so on to get the income for the family. And as a result, they have to kind of look a little bit out for how much they spend and stuff. So there's definitely some influence on that. There's some dialogue here about the mushroom. I don't fully remember that, to be honest. I really like the Mark scene, though. So yeah, they have to. Durin can sell his beard. I'm not sure if he can, or if he should. The fact they have Durin the Third and Durin the Three alive at the same time. Yeah, we discussed this in previous analysis videos. Just as a short reminder that I also mentioned that in the summary video there, but in Tolkien's writings, dwarves believe that every couple of 100,000 years, a dwarf king in the line of Durin is born that is so similar to Durin that they consider him the what you call reincarnation of Durin. So the rebirth, that he gets reborn basically. And in this context, in this context, it makes no sense, as Great Griever already points out in chat, that they live at the same time. That would go against this idea. Like, the Durin can't be a son of a Durin. And there are only 7 Durins total in a couple of thousand years, so, like, in 6,000-7,000 years. So if you just consider this, it's very likely that between one Durin and another, there may be 1,000 years in between or more. Maybe 800 years, something like this. But at least 500 years or so should be between the dwarves, between one Durin and the next one. And they're not around at the same time. So in the books, Durin the Fourth is not the son of Durin the Third. That is not the case. There's even a version Tolkien later wrote. I'm not sure if I will find that so fast, but I remember it's in History of Middle-earth, so Nature of Middle-earth. The problem is finding it. Yeah, that will be a big problem, chat. I can tell you that. Let me just see if I can find it really quick. In my lore notes, I think... Yeah, there are Durin Rebirth. People's Nature of Middle-earth. Let me just try to find the quote here really quick. And with quick, I mean really slow. The matter of the dwarves, whose tradition so far has become known to elves or men, contained beliefs that appeared to allow for rebirth, may have contributed to the false notion above dealt with. But this is another matter which already has been noted in the Silmarillion. Here it may be said, however, that the reappearance at also Tolkien mentions long intervals, of the person of one of the dwarfs' fathers, Durin, in the lines of their kings, for example, especially Durin. So it's not only Durin that gets reborn, but all the 7 dwarven fathers, actually. Especially Durin is not, when examined properly, one of rebirth, because Tolkien didn't like the idea of rebirth, but of the preservation of the body of a former king, Durin, say, to which at intervals his spirit would return. But the relations of the dwarfs to the Valar, and especially to the Valar Aule, are, as it seems, quite different from those of elves and men. So what basically is said here is that, no, in truth, Durin doesn't get reborn. Durin actually is the original Durin. So Durin gets possessed by his old spirit, and his body is, when he dies, basically is preserved by some matters, whatever. And then he just comes back. That's another idea Tolkien had for this here, because it seems there was some other ideas, like, for example, if an elf dies, they get re-embodied. But in earlier versions, they also got reborn. Tolkien didn't like the idea of rebirth too much, so he removed it and changed it. This we only know since the Nature of Middle-earth, I think. I should keep this note thing here open. It could be handy. So yeah, it makes no sense that we have 2 Durins at the same time, alive at the same time. What are the odds that they called all their boy children Durin too? Well, that would be a good trick. Tolkien resurrected a lot of people. That is also true. But yeah, resurrection is different from rebirth, I think. That's the element that Tolkien didn't like, it seems. Oh, and yeah, next scene. Um, so it's kind of interesting. I should have maybe used the other scene if I'm completely honest with you people. Let me just do something quick because Windows is sometimes too stupid to do this. Durin, Disa notices the earthquake first and says basically that everybody should get down or cover themselves because something's going to happen. She's a stone singer, Disa. As a result, she has like a special connection to the stones and how stuff happens, and she can it's kind of established here, especially in this season, that something of this here might happen. Yeah, Glorfindel, Gandalf, Beren, and Luthien would be an example. But to be fair, it's quite rare that people get resurrected. Let me just think. Is there another one? I mean, in some versions you could say Turin for the final battle and stuff. Not sure if it's a resurrection though, but I guess. Yes, technically, if we talk about resurrection, there is the elven spirit goes to the halls of Mandos, and then the body is recreated for the elf, and then his spirit can go to the body, and he's kind of resurrection. It's not a classical resurrection, but it kind of is as well. So, yeah, Finrod you could also count, and some of the others who got re-embodied later. I mean, Sfeanor and his sons were not re-embodied, I think, for the most part. Why do the Balrogs only die when they fall down? I don't know. Because they can't fly. Maybe they have wings. I don't think so, personally, but they can't fly. The son of Durin who fell to the Balrog is 9. Yeah, that is true. So the question is, where's the Disa screenshot? Yeah, here's the scene. Skipping here ahead a bit. I like the dwarven parts because I also like that there's a little market. They show basically what happens there. Disa notices, as mentioned, this earthquake. Then it starts, the ground starts shaking and so on. They take cover and get up and notice that terrible things have happened. Potentially people are injured and so on. A quake like this usually has, for sure, if you are a miner, basically, terrible consequences. I'm not a miner, so I can't tell you too much about this, but I imagine it be like being in under a mountain while the earth is shaking. Something has happened. That's kind of unfortunate. I like the idea what the explanation for the quake is that we come to in a moment. Yeah, resurrection is same body, re-embodiment is new body, exactly. The market scene was amazing. Yeah, maybe I can show you the market again. Also, Disa has a beard, by the way. So it's not that she does not have a beard. She does not have a massive beard like her husband, but she has also a beard. Just want to point that out. Because it was mentioned in chat. Where's Disa's beard? She has a beard. Dwarven market. Let me just see the dwarven market here. Look pretty cool, I have to admit. Like I like always scenes like this where you get a small feeling for the life, all the stuff, what's happening, and so on down there. But yeah, at the end, earthquake, things crumble. She is, and Durin and Disa are worried. And here you can also see the beard of Disa, just to get this stupid discussion out of the way all the time. There is a beard here. She has a beard. A small one, but she has. Of course, kind of strange to be fair, but that's dwarves in a nutshell. Sideburns, yeah. Let me just try if I can capture this here really quick. Okay, maybe I can capture it. A bit difficult to do, chat. But yeah. Then we see a shot to all these lights, lighting up Khazad-dûm. And then now comes my trick shot. The lights go out. Because some of these tunnels where the light is directed through are collapsing. I can even show you the last screenshot of this. Lights out. Can now activate our lighting up the place a bit again. I feel like, just from the scene's brightness, that the second episode is much better than the first one. The first one was often very dark. So far, I feel like this year is a bit better in context. I'm not sure if there's a shot of these things, but yeah, also in the trailer, wondered what happens there. We wondered what happens there. There's this rock collapsing on the bridge. And so on. We have some of those scenes here. That is, yeah. We wondered what would do this. I speculated maybe it has to do with the Balrog. But yeah, the explanation for all of this is kind of interesting. We will see that in a moment. Let me just see if we see the... No, we don't see it. I'm currently just trying to find the next dwarf scene. That I also didn't notice, chat, but it's interesting, chat. Oh, that's actually a cool scene. So it takes some time till we return to the dwarves. I don't know why I can't spell Khazad-dûm correctly, but I can't. Obviously. So then we go to the elves and to the half-foots, to Stranger and Nori. And what is interesting, we had this scene here at the beginning, chat, and then we got the next scene we get is this one here. Do you actually see a difference between both of them? Because that I didn't notice while watching, actually. Here everything is intact, and on the other shot we see that, yes, the entrance is actually damaged. That was different in the shot before, I would say. There's some cracks in this thing now, and especially the top part where the light gets in. Remember these light beams here, this here, this is now damaged, and as a result, it's dark in Khazad-dûm. And the bridge above is also gone. Interesting. It could be a perspective thing, though. But maybe you're right, or they forgot to edit. It's also a possibility. In all seriousness, it would be scary. Ground is shaking, buildings collapse, and then pitch black. Yeah. I think it is the tunnels. Like if we look there, the mirrors might also have shattered. Now, if we zoom in a little bit, you definitely see that something fall down there. So the mirrors might be destroyed, but I guess they could be replaced. Maybe they have a replacement mirror. They are dwarves. Would not be surprised by that. But I think also these tunnels collapse as well. And that's, I think, a big problem for them. Yeah, the dwarf on the right is headless. That is also true. His upper body part has broken and fell down probably and crumbled. Good observation, Dobry. Nice to see you here as well. Yeah, also they talk about redigging or reestablishing the light tunnels later. Yeah, the other dwarf looks down like, what just happened? Yeah, exactly. Oh, good evening, Too Nice. Nice to see you. Sorry for not looking too much into Twitch chat. It's just always focusing on production, and having multiple chats in my site is always a bit difficult. I'm happy that I can read YouTube chat, where most the action goes on here, chatting-wise. So yeah, that's an interesting scene. And now some time must have passed, because all the plans by the dwarven gardeners Let me see the next screenshot. In the dwarf gardener, here we see him. Yeah, you see the plants just slowly are dying, and as a result, the food supply becomes a problem for the dwarves. We know that from other texts, at least, that the dwarves at some time had contact to the outside world quite a bit, and that helped them getting wood and potentially food and furs from beasts and so on. But and yeah, it's a problem. And now to make those tunnels, they need the aid of the stone singers to know where they go and to safely dig. That's part of the culture here in the show, which I've also find a cool idea, to be honest. And where's my production thing? She meets two other stone singer companions that she sings with. They seem to be like a team doing that, and multiple of those teams, but we only know that one. Let's check something really quick. Okay, she is called in the subtitles Female Stone Singer 1. Every garden has withered since the earthquake, so it has to take some time after. And there are rumors of dark omens across all the dwarven realms. And the stone singers, I just had to, we watched this little scene here. The two stone singers kind of said there are rumors that when Prince Durin let the elf in, that the mountain got cursed or something. So Disa, of course, is a friend of the elf, of Elrond, that is. And she's not happy about these rumors, and also expresses this on her Disa way, so to say. Are we back into the beard discussion again? Like, I don't know. I mean, yes, the beards are not as strong that they could be confused with dwarf men, but this is clearly a beard. I don't know why. What is this? Can we stop this beard discussion, please? They at least made an effort to include beards. We don't have to complain about every little detail. Yes, they are not mistaken. You can't mistake them for male dwarfs, as Tolkien wrote. But at least they put in some effort or find a compromise here, and let's call it compromise, whatever, and made a little beard there. That I appreciate already. But yeah, at least the beard feature is at least there. We're just not complaining. Yeah, I know. No, I don't know. It's somewhat hard to tell. Are you just joking, or because there's sometimes too much mockery around when it comes to the show, and sometimes the show deserves to be mocked. But I feel like here, I can appreciate that they at least put in the effort. Peter Jackson, interestingly, also did something similar with his dwarven female that we see in The Hobbit. They also have like these very thin beards. 50-50 in my case. Okay, chat. So they talk and they have an audience with the king. Here we see good old King Durin III. Let me just get the screenshot. And for that, let me just see, how do I do this? And he greets Disa and so on. So that's an interesting scene that they connect there, because the king needs the help of the stone singers. And of course, he, as a result, has to meet Disa, which is the wife of his son, which he has currently a feud with, or some trouble. Tonight's no. Today we won't play. It's just not enough time. Like I said, it will be a bit difficult. I have to cover these episodes first, and then maybe we play something in the upcoming days. But today will be mostly discussion of the lore stuff here. I just thought it might be smart to also stream the stuff to Twitch, to the German channel. Maybe some people are interested in this as well. Yeah, the costumes here, especially for the dwarves, I also kind of like. I think they did a pretty awesome job. We can maybe brighten this up a little bit, chat. We can see it maybe a bit better. Amending pairs of jeans. Nice. And here, we get an explanation actually by a famous dwarf called Narvi. And I kind of like that he is there. In the book, there's an exceptional friendship between him and Celebrimbor. Let me, where's this scene? Like I said, always it's a bit complicated production-wise. But here we have Narvi. And Narvi, is the one who makes these doors and is like a famous dwarven craftsman, so to say. He made the doors, have some cool inventions in the story here, the mirrors, of course. And he explains what is actually happening. I like how the guards have beards armor. That's kind of cool. Yeah, we discussed the silver look of Gil-galad. Big nose, yeah, the classic big dwarven nose. And he explains the reason for the earthquake is the explosion of. I would like to listen how he phrases this. To be fair. Yeah, it says not long ago a fire mountain awoke. That's how he phrases it. So he doesn't name the mountain. Of course, he means Mount Doom. Mount Doom broke out, this explosion, and this explosion also shook, even though they are far away, the Dwarven realm and caused this quake. Yeah, so let's listen to the exact quote here from the film. And yeah, he says the earth shakes, that the explosion of the volcano produced. So the bones of the earth went all the way to Khazad-dûm, destroyed the sun shaft, so where the light gets through, and then as a result they don't have the ability to grow crops anymore. And yeah, that is the reason for their dilemma. Yeah, Oturin looks pretty cool in my opinion as well. Did he braid his nose hair? Maybe he did. I'm not sure. I don't. That's a territory I don't want to explore, chat. And yeah, next we have then Disa. Like all the stone singers tried to kind of help out there in this regard, and they all failed. And Disa believes because she's the best stone singer, she can maybe help out there. And they start singing, which is a pretty cool scene in my opinion. Like I like the sound of it, I like the idea behind it. It messed with the plate tectonics, yeah, potentially. And yeah, she sings, and when she does it with her powerful song, also like there's one light shaft that still works, and that then also collapses. I'm not sure how to get a good frame on this to give you. But it's sometimes a bit difficult to get this here. But yeah, the last light shaft also collapses, and they, well, it didn't work. Yeah, I mean, the Balrog already awoke somewhere there. But yeah, I like the idea a bit, to be honest, that Mount Doom breaks out and brings chaos over the world. Mount Doom, we have talked about this volcano at the beginning of the show here, was actually created by Sauron's former master Morgoth. So this is not just some normal construct of the world that exists in the world. This is actually a place that, according to Tolkien, was an object, and a volcano that was created by Morgoth. Could try to find the quote for it. I could swear it's an Unfinished Tales, but I don't know which chapter. Let me see. Yeah, Luthien had this song duel with Sauron. Also, Finrod had it. But yeah, they don't have the rights for that anyway, so it's pointless, I think. Created in the First Age. No, it's in Peoples of Middle-earth. Last Writings, note 14. Now, let me see if I can find that really quick. We can read the passage and then I'm happy. Okay, I found the note. No doubt because Gil-galad had by then discovered that Sauron was busy in Eregion, but had secretly begun the making of a stronghold in Mordor, maybe already an elvish name for that region because of its volcano Orodruin and its eruptions, which were not made by Sauron, but were a relic of the devastating works of Melkor in the long First Age. Melkor is the original name of Morgoth. See note 15. What does note 15? This passage concerning Gil-galad and Sauron in the year 1200 of the Second Age, with the express statement that Sauron came in person to Lindon, seems to conflict what is said in Of the Rings of Power, the Silmarillion, page 287, that only to Lindon he did not come, for Gil-galad and Elrond doubted him, and his fair seeming would not admit him to the land. Peoples of Middle-earth, this quote is from. According to Tolkien Gateway, it's page 390. I have you on speaker. When you said Morgoth, my cat came running in from the other room. That's funny. It's hard to tell if Melkor made, or Morgoth made Mordor as a whole, but he at least made Mount Doom. So he had some foothold on this land long ago, I would say. As a result, this might explain the more darker tendency of this place. But still, I like the idea that this devastating mountain in Mordor has such a wide impact on the world and even on the dwarves. I think that is actually kind of a cool idea of the showrunners here, to be fair, or the writers, that this might also affect and bring doom over the world in a way. Yeah, it's in case you want, it's note 14 of the last writings. Yeah, note 14. Okay, chat. Slowly making our way through this. Let me just see. Excuse me, just had to sneeze. yeah, here we Durin, after this singing and unfortunately not working like all the other singers, Durin asks Disa to stay a moment and wants to talk to her, and yeah, he tries to discuss, and she kind of tries to politely explain to him that his son is as stubborn as he is. And he says sometimes the stubbornness is also considered strength. Maybe. But sometimes stubbornness is also not wise. If that makes sense. And yeah, I don't know. Both of them are... You notice in this dialogue, what I kind of like, what I think this is a really good dialogue, is you notice in these lines how incredibly similar Durin the 14, the Prince Durin and King Durin are. How many minutes into the episodes? We are almost at half. So let's say 20, 25 or so. Well, it is caused... The doom is caused by the mountain, not necessarily by Ada. Ada just uses this old, or Waldrick uses this old key to bring the water. And in the notes it's maybe a sword that what's his name, Adar has that was forged by Morgoth or something. Whatever, doesn't matter too much. It seems to be an old device of Morgoth or whatever. I don't fully get what the idea behind this is. But yeah, they put the water into the volcano to make it erupt, but the power of doing so is always within the volcano. It's not the power of Adar that erupts the earth. It's the power of the volcano made by Morgoth. Like the potential to do that was always in Mount Doom. It's just, it needed a little Kickstarter to unfold this power, if that makes sense. And that is also not done by Adar, but by some weird old device or something. I mean, we had like an hour of discussion about the Fana of the Ainur in the last episode. I'm kind of expecting that this stream here is a bit shorter in direct comparison, to be honest. We will have a longer discussion, maybe. Okay, then just notice the detail. I'm very curious about that. Not gonna lie. Let me just see. Yeah, and then we cut back a bit to the daily life now of Prince Durin, who has now to work also in the mines. And of course, Prince Durin is not used to work that hard in the mines. So he has a little bit of trouble with that, and the other dwarves make a fun of him for that. And what happens then, we don't exactly know, but later Prince Durin comments when he talks to his father again, that they also punch hard or something like this. He gets bullied by the co-workers. Yeah, it's a classic, I guess. What is interesting, though, I never noticed that But I find it, now that I see it, I can't unsee it. The dwarf here in the background, he looks remarkably like this one dwarf from The Hobbit. I think it's the guy with the X in his head, you know what I mean? I'm not sure if it's a coincidence or if some of the actors are also on the Amazon show. So one of them has not a name. One of the others seems to be a dwarf named Barduk. So he potentially plays some role here. Yeah. I also like how they say, yeah, only 13 hours to go. So the dwarven shifts seem to be kind of long. And the other dwarves kind of blame him for the situation they are in. Also, the fault of him and his father. Also, they blame his father. It's kind of interesting. So yeah, tough work day for Durin. But yeah, I'm not sure if he if they are the same, to be honest. I don't know. Yeah, Bifur. He looks like Bifur. I would agree. I'm not sure if the other looks like Balin. Balin looks a bit different, Chad. Is this another monster dream? I don't know. We are half through the episode already, so maybe it's not as monstrous as the other. But who knows how long we will discuss the thing. Isn't Nori a dwarven name and not a hobbit one? Nori is the short version. Like, yes. No, it's a bit complicated to answer this question. So the dwarven names that are used by the dwarves, the names in The Hobbit, for example, like Thorin, Ori, Nori, Dori, and all the names, those names Tolkien borrowed from the Poetic Edda. They are not Kuzdul names, because the Kuzdul names the dwarves keep for themselves and don't tell anyone outside of their dwarven culture. The dwarves are a bit secretive about that. And so when the dwarves go outside their mountain and have to deal with men and elves and whoever, they adopt names of the other languages, of the other cultures. That's the explanation of Tolkien for this. I mean, originally, potentially Tolkien didn't think too much why the dwarves have these names. He just found it cool to choose them from the Poetic Edda. And as a result, Tolkien had used them and then had to stick with those names. And he came up with the idea that dwarves, like I said, have their dwarven names in their dwarvish language, but they keep it for themselves, and outside they learn the other languages of others. So dwarves were very, when it comes down to language, very talented of learning other people's languages, it seems. That's potentially also the reason why Peter Jackson decided to have the dwarves having these specific English accents all the time, because that was not their native language anyway, and so they were good at speaking these languages, but had this distinctive way of speaking because it's not their first language, if that makes sense. And so Thorin is not actually the name of Thorin, but the name that in the region the dwarves were wandering around, they adopted the name from these other cultures outside of them. The name Nori now for the half-foot in the show is not her full name. It is, what you call this, a short form of her actual name. What does it mean in English? Nickname, yeah, it's kind of a nickname or whatever you call this. I'm not sure if somebody in the chat can tell me the English or the correct term for it. It's just nickname, okay. And yeah, Nori's actual name is a name that our good old friend Samwise Gamgee later will give to his daughter, Eleanor. That is her name, and yeah. In the show, Eleanor is called as a nickname Nori. That's the idea behind it. Which is not unusual, to be fair, because if you think of Peregrine, it becomes Pippin, Meriadoc becomes Merry. So these nicknames are not Samwise, Sam. So in the Lord of the Rings, it's not too unusual that hobbits have these nicknames, the short forms of their name. I think that's what they are going here as well. Dori, Nori, Ori, Bifur, Bofur, Bombur, Fili, Kili, Balin, Dwalin, Thorin, Oin, Gloin. I remember 13. Just thinking, did you forget a dwarf? Balin, Dwalin, Sons of Fundin, Oin, Gloin, Fili, Kili, Nori, Ori, Bifur, Bofur, Bombur. Yeah, that's all of them, right? And Thorin. 13, yeah. Then Bilbo is number 14. Gandalf is number 15, right? I'm not sure if I have an image, by the way, of Bifur. Maybe I have an image of him. Can't fully promise that, though. No, that is not Bifur. What is the other name? Or do I always confuse Before and Bofur? Yeah, you're right, it's Before. I always confuse him with Bofur. I'm not sure why I always confuse those two. No, I don't have a screenshot, I think. At least none I could find that easily. Okay, I found one where I seen at least in the background. It's behind Bilbo. That is Before. I wouldn't say they look too similar. I mean, they can't. Dwarves only get like the very like the royal line gets 250 years old or something. Maybe 300. It can't be the same dwarf, to be honest, but I just thought maybe it's an ancestor or something. I don't know. This is also, I'm not sure if it's. This could also be the second Hobbit, by the way. It could not be Unexpected Journey. I think it's the Desolation of Smaug already. Whatever. Yeah, both was the one singing. I have it wrong in my notes, interestingly. I'm just surprised by that. Yeah, it's a bit, for a half-foot, it's a bit fancy to call a half-foot Eleanor. It's an Elvish name, and it's the name of a flower. That's why Sam Gamgee chose, or Gardener, as he later is called, as he später is called, switched to German suddenly. And yeah, that's the reason why he gives her. Sam likes the elves, and that's why he gives her firstborn daughter an elvish name of a plant. So it's very strange that Nori has this name, to be fair, but I criticized this already in the first season. Okay, so next scene is Prince Durin has like a rough day. That you can say for sure. Actually, that was a wrong scene. He's then at home and still has a rough day. And yeah, we know the home of Durin already a bit from the first season, so this kind of continues. And then I think, yeah, Durin and Disa have always these Durin and Disa dialogues, which are kind of cute. Then we switch back to the elves. Círdan shaves himself. Then we switch to the to Nori and the stranger and Poppy. Then we switch to Celebrimbor. And yeah, the last scene continues here basically after this scene's our friend Durin gets like a visit. It gets a letter, to be precise, from Celebrimbor, interestingly. So we complete the Dwarven section first, then we continue. So somebody knocks at his door, it's one of the guards, and he brings him like this letter here. We even see, I think, how Celebrimbor writes this letter, I think. And here it is. I think we have seen this already previously. So now it is the task to translate the letter or to read the letter, which is like I said, my Kirs is very easy already, and I'm very rusty. This now is in Tengwar, which is a bit unusual in a way. I mean, it makes sense that Celebrimbor can write a letter in Tengwar. I'm not sure if dwarves, I mean, you could argue he's the son of the king, or that the kings of Moria maybe can read also this script. So I would say it's not impossible, but maybe it would have been smarter to write it in Kirs instead. I don't know. No, it seems to be not up. I know what you mean. It looks a bit upside down, but it's not upside down. Just kidding, okay. I'm not sure how long it will take for me to translate this. Rosemary is unfortunately not here. Or Kirdan, my moderator, he's potentially better at reading this stuff than I am. So first of all, we need to define the mode this is written in. That's the most important part. I think there was already half a translation on this letter, because we have seen this letter in a trailer previously already, chat. That's the English mode, which would have been smart to use in this context, but I think they are not using the English mode. The show usually uses, I think, the Beleriand mode for Sindarin. I expected a different letter here, if I'm completely honest. Huh? Why is the second letter an O? Oh, they use it like this. That can be used as an O? I didn't know that. So the first line is Durin. Pretty sure about that. Let me just double check one detail here. Yeah. Is there also a section for numbers here? I'm not sure how the numbers work in this script, to be honest. Let me see if I can find an information on the number. Maybe I have something for that somewhere. Can't remember, chat. Like I said, it's always a bit complicated to read stuff like this. You can't see chat right now, that's not good. Tengwar. Tengwar numbers. How did this work? Numerals. Okay, the Y looking symbol is, yeah, that's a 4, Kanta. So it's actually not addressed to his father, but it is addressed to Durin the Fourth. That's interesting. Let me just see if I can find my language notes here. No, there's no note on the number stuff. That's unfortunate a bit. Whatever, I found a list. Rosemary's here. Sorry to join late. Yeah, we just talked about you and said, hey, it wouldn't be awesome if you were here and we can read the letter. Not sure if your inscription thing. So the first line is Durin the Fourth. Durin 4. Where is my... That is. No, don't do that. Go here. The first is it's written phonetically. So this is not an I, but it is AI as a diphthong I. I, ha, yeah, and then the other thing. Would take forever to read this. I'm not gonna lie, chat. I'm just too bad at reading Quenya. The script is called Tengwar, and it is, I assume, written in the mode of Beleriand, which is unusual, to be honest, but I guess possible. I could swear there was, like, in the Reddit, there was, like, a translation that might accelerate the process a bit. Biggest problem here is, how do I move here my browser in a way that it helps me a lot? What was it? Letter. Gilgalad's letter? No. I swear there was like a translation in some Reddit for it. Bit unfortunate, because I've seen it somewhere. When is this? A year ago, it's too late. I think I found it. Durin 4, I humbly. Ah, okay. That's an M. Okay, now stuff makes sense, chat. I think I found the translation. Not sure which thing here is this, where this here is from exactly. Citizen rings. The plot thickens. How Brimbeat. It's real. Okay, why not put a letter in? Okay, chat. I found it. I can maybe link you the image where the translation is. So just for people wondering. That was already in the trailer. It was translated some time ago. I remember that. But it makes stuff easier. So during the fourth, I humbly. I have the H and the R sound. It's an ambly. Request your attendance in a region. How are we going to do this? I think it's easier to do it like this, right? No. Where's my thing here? So why is this an M sound? Okay, then I'm in the wrong mode when this is an M. And what mode is it then, chat? It's not Sindarin mode, for sure. Maybe it's the English mode, because it's written in English, actually. Hä? Why is Kirda not here? Everything kind of works, except for... the humbly. The B is silent. That makes also sense, but we still need the M sound of that. I also found the numbers. I also found those in the list here. I could swear it's the Beleriand mode. In this mode, the letter would be a B though, not an M. Hubbly. That kind of confused me there. Hubbly. Should be an M as a line above. Which maybe goes in the direction of that. Very strange. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Here it makes the most sense. The horizontal bar adds it to the M sound. Okay, got it. I mean, that would be, I guess, a best explanation for why it's not a B. Let's go into trying to find this information on this bar. Here it is. Okay. The line may be placed above for N. For N, M. The line may be placed above the tengwa as per nasalized consonant rule for double consonants. So you can write a double consonant with a thing. And it depends on the mode if it's M or P, I would assume. But the assumption would be that the M is placed before. So first the line, then first the M, then the B. Okay, so humbly. Yeah, I got this. Complicated stuff, chat. If you're not used to it. Humbly request your attendance. Yeah, it's really tough. Do we see the full letter here? No, we don't really see. In the region that I might present a new offer for the dwarves of Khazad-dûm. Despite your recent misfortunes, I believe your ears are best suited to listen to this proposition. My people are in your debt, and I. Yeah, that is exactly... The letter is cut off. We don't get the rest of the letter. Looks kind of beautiful, I have to admit. Reduce your working hours. Jettisonen. Nice to see you. No, it's... Always read your name wrong. Jettisonen. But yeah, gewonnen. Sorry, I want to drink. Yeah, exactly. He went through to try to read this. The problem with Tengwar is a bit you have to first find out the mode and then you can kind of read it, I think. But it's also phonetic, so you have to kind of, you know, it's not like you have the letters and then, it's this word. But you have to kind of piece it together. It needs a bit of practice, which I don't have. And then it takes forever to read something like this. Your attendance in a region. Yeah, I would say that is definitely fitting now. Checking the text and what I just learned. Must be the T sound then. Yeah, that's a T. Yeah, so that's the translation of the text. It seems like in the I'm not sure if in the show the letter scrolls down a bit further. No, it doesn't really. It just ends here. The last line is unfortunately lost. But yeah, that is kind of what happens there. Then they briefly talk there at the end. Why they would send a letter to them and if they could, what they should do out of this and so on and so forth. I'm not sure what the last lines of dialogue there actually were. Not gonna lie, chat. Invitation. No, he wants the dwarves to come to Eregion. Basically that. Okay, and that was the dwarven line, chat. I know the dwarven parts of the story. Kind of interesting. Things now become more interesting next episode, where we have a bit more dwarf action. Yeah, when phonetic is used, stuff is always a bit difficult. Luckily enough, I remember that somebody translated this and put work into this. Like I said, it's a bit difficult if you're not used to this. Like, I got better at reading Tenghua when we did this last season all the time for the show. And then, you know, it's just a thing of practice. You suddenly start to memorize what everything means. This scene we have could be, you know, from season 1. You remember these seeds here being planted and so on was the beginning part of the first season, if I remember correctly. I'm actually sure which episode it was, to be honest. I could swear there was also a scene in season 1. Aaron, yeah, okay, wait a moment, chat. Found not the. Oh, no, I misspelled it. Mistyped it. Whatever. Remember this scene here when Halbrand in season 1 gets these seeds from Bronwyn? That's kind of a thing. I could also swear there was a similar scene like this where they planted some seeds somewhere. I'm not sure which episode it might have been. Does somebody remember? I could swear we have seen this seed planting scene somewhere. I don't know which episode it was though. In season 2 they are already doing the currently going through all the episodes of season 1, chat, really fast. I have not seen it though. Maybe episode 3? Here it will be more difficult to go through the episode though. I don't know, chat. I can't remember the context of this scene. I could swear though there was a scene in episode 1. Yes, you're right. Episode 6. Yeah. Now that you say it, it's before the orcs go to the tower. You are 100% right. It's episode 6. That's when before the attack starts. So it's either 5 or 6, I think. Yeah, there's a scene. It's actually Adar planting these. I think there's another scene with this. I can't fully remember, but Adar is also using this elvish custom before a battle or something like this. Kind of mirroring this. Here, this is from the other. This is when Adar plants these seeds. I could imagine that there's. Thank you so much for the hint. I would have taken some time to get to episode 6. I'm not sure if something like this happens before episode 6. Say episode 5. Weren't there some? There was an episode with some preparation for the fight. I think I found it. I'm not 100% sure. It's also in episode 6. I'm not sure if they bury it or something. No idea. Whatever, chat. Before we don't get anywhere with this, I remembered it at least somewhat right that there was a scene with seeds planted. I think Arondi explains it and Adar does it. Yeah, I could also swear Arondir and Bronwyn do this. I'm not sure if we actually see them do it, but it's also reflected by by Adar as well. So okay, chat has other discussion in the meantime. Sorry for being so slow here. But yeah, so Galadriel plants these seeds, and we have this scene here where she talks to Celebrimbor, what presumes is the cemetery in Lindon. Before we don't get anywhere. And yeah, plants some seeds in front of the grave of her brother. By the way, that is the context of her planting the seeds. The show skips a bit about that Galadriel also had 2 more brothers. Okay. I guess they are not. Finrod at least is mentioned in Lord of the Rings. The others are not. Brothers, of course, Finrod here. And pays some respect. We have seen the cemetery also in season 1 before. And yeah, then the light changes quite a bit. And she is approached by Celebrimbor. It's kind of interesting. First, when she talks to him, this is kind of a hint that this is, spoiler, a vision for or kind of a dream or something like this of Galadriel. Okay. So here, when she talks to him, it's bright, and then during the same scene, it's not a cut there, it suddenly becomes dark. So that's kind of interesting, I think. Light, dark. And suddenly, some vines or whatever are moving towards Celebrimbor, then suddenly all the stuff here becomes like the color changes again. This time to black. And this scene was already in the trailers before, and I could never. It looked a bit strange, but the quality was not great enough due to the YouTube compression and it only being 1080p. But now in 4K we can actually see what happens, and it's kind of I would call it a vision of the future almost of Celebrimbor's end. Let me just see. So things here become black, and he's pierced by these vines there. Look a bit. CGI doesn't look too great here, to be honest. I think everything being red kind of helps it a bit, but it doesn't look like high quality. That's why it was hard to differentiate this. But he gets pierced, and as we know from the Unfinished Tales, which of course I have not opened. So, yeah, in black anger Sauron turned back to battle, and bearing as a banner Celebrimbor's body hung upon a pole shot through with orc arrows. He turned upon the forces of Elrond. So that is how Celebrimbor dies in one version Tolkien wrote. And I think he's here pierced by these vines, but they could represent the orc arrows that at some point might pierce his body or so. That would be my interpretation of this. And as we learn, the context of this particular scene here is, of course, that of Galadriel having a vision in context of wearing her new ring that she got last episode. Let me see, chat. There's that. She plays with her ring a bit, wakes up and is kind of confused and is not paying really attention to what is going on there. Let me see. There she is. She looks kind of shocked. Yeah, chat is getting a bit out of hand. I'm very sorry to hear this. But also sorry for your loss. That sounds absolutely terrible. But it would be appreciated if we can maybe be a bit nice to each other again, because yeah, this year is mainly about the Tolkien stuff, and I want to like, usually it helps if we focus on that. If we start discuss too many other topics, then I don't know, people get into an argument or whatever about whatever reason. That's usually not nice to attack each other and stuff. So I would appreciate if we at least be respectful with each other. I know that the topic of smoking pipe weed in Tolkien's world is always a big topic, but it's not necessarily a topic in the show yet. It might be at some point. Tolkien also states that, yeah, it's tobacco in the thing, so it's not necessarily weed or whatever. Even though people can think and I don't know, interpret whatever that people want. It's kind of a controversial topic to some degree, simply because yes, there are different laws in different countries all over the world. Here in Germany, it got legalized to some degree just recently, and so on. I think it's different in others in different states of the United States, and so on. Between hell and dark, yeah. Sorry, yeah, I do also welcome people in Twitch chat. No, currently we won't play Elden Ring today, in case people wonder on Twitch. Like I said, one of these English lore streams, they usually go on for quite a few hours, and then I'm usually quite exhausted and it's late. We will play Elden Ring in the future, of course, again. Don't worry about that. But today is, since the Rings of Power show came out, we discussed that here. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, short one, maybe it will be only 6 hours or so. That might be true. What I like, or what I want to point out, is that here in this shot, Gil-galad has some elven advisors, and let me just pull them up, and they're discussing what they should do in regards of Sauron and Mordor, because now that the elves stay in Middle-earth and have a new foundation to stay in Middle-earth, they of course also have to worry a bit about Sauron, because they know he is around. That is what was learned just recently, and as a result, the elves have to do preparation, military forces and stuff, and think and consider what is going on exactly. And if I remember correctly, they even discuss here if they shall and yeah, they're currently, like, the commander of the East is currently speaking. He says, of course, he wants to attack from the East. And yeah, as a result, in this discussion, they kind of say, yeah, if we attack him early on, then we can kind of surprise him. So yeah, in season 1, I often felt like that these rooms and dialogues here were a bit empty. You know, there were not that many. There were some extras, of course, around, but they're often not very involved. As a result, they also had no text passages and so on. As a result, it often felt like, a bit like a theatrical play. I feel here with this, they kind of go into the right direction to establishing, okay, this guy in the middle is the commander of the East. The woman, I'm not 100% sure if there was a name for her. Let me just see what usually they credit everyone. So the dude here, it's not on the screen currently. Maybe I make also the others. Let me just make the screenshot. It's easier, chat. Gil-galad, commander of the West, according to Amazon's description of the of the actors. Let me just check this out. Commander of the East. I assume she's Commander of the South then. Yeah, she's the Commander of the South. Commander of the West is this dude here. And the dude in the middle is the Commander of the North. And of the East, excuse me, too many directions. And Galadriel is the Commander of the North. So here we got all the cardinal directions covered. West would mean that the Commander of the West, like in West is Lindon. So I would assume it's Eriador and potentially maybe also the security of Lindon itself. So it's maybe like more the homeland, if that makes sense. South, I would assume it goes down to the Misty Mountains or so. East, it's a bit hard to tell. Maybe East means his forces are closer to Mordor, maybe beyond the Misty Mountains. It's difficult to tell how big the Elven realm is. The Southlands, yeah. Good reference here. Yeah, Gil-galad is a bit hard to endure, especially in Season 1. I felt like it got better in Season 2 now, but still is a strange character. And he's not golden. Yeah, he also does not wear that much gold. They kind of changed his costume for the first time, which I also kind of appreciate. Looks pretty cool, his robes here, to be honest. Yeah, I also like what they may be doing with the rings, showing that they have some effects on the wearers as well. It's not just, yeah, we are now superpowers and everything as well. Kind of think that's cool. Like in theory, elves all have telepathic powers. Like Tolkien wrote a thing called Osanwe Kenta, and there's also in the book Nature of Middle-earth. It's published originally in Vinya Tengwa in some issue, but it's also in in the book The Nature of Middle-earth. Osanwe Kenta, but there's also something called mind pictures, stuff like that. Knowledge and memory. There are like several things that go into, like at the end of Lord of the Rings, Galadriel, Elrond, and Gandalf communicate using their telepathic abilities, which elves have. They don't necessarily need the ring for that. Maybe the ring makes it more powerful or so, but yeah. And it's also... Let me just see if I can find it in Osanwe Kenta to maybe read this to you. It's a very fascinating text, Osanwe Kenta. And the Osanwe is this way of communicating in this way. Yeah, concerning spirit is another one. There's spirits below. There are multiple texts that kind of belong to So Osanwe means interchange of thought. These causes may strengthen this thought to pass the veils and reach the recipient mind, but that mind must remain open and at the least passive. If being aware that it is addressed, it then closes, no urgency or affinity will enable the sender's thought to enter. And this is kind of what Halbrand/Sauron does a lot in the show. He kind of tries to make people open their mind towards what he has to say, and then he potentially strengthens what he has to say by using this particular ability. That's, I think, what the show kind of wants to portray to some degree. There can be no doubt that here Osanwe is also often taking place, a place for the will to converse in Lambe is a will to communicate thought and lays the minds open. It may be, of course, that the two that converse know already part of the matter and the thought of the other upon it, so that only allusions dark to the stranger need to be made. But this is not always so. He found that the open approach, summer, great, openness. But yeah, it's a very long text. It's a bit difficult to extract everything. There's even a mention here of Manwë and Melkor. Whereas we're looking on and knowing the outcome, see now that Melkor knew well the error of his ways, but was fixed in them by hate and pride beyond return. He could read the mind of Manwë, for the door was open, but his own mind was false, and even if the door seemed open, there were doors of iron within closed forever. So yeah, it's a very interesting thing. It kind of explains why Manwë had always an open mind, because for that helped him to communicate with Eru and with God. Now catching up with chat. Yeah, Galadriel is also a bit bad. I feel like a lot of the character, like we discussed last stream, Galadriel's development has made a lot of development in season 1. Sometimes it's not very plausible, to be fair, but there was definitely character development there. And now we have a much more developed Galadriel way, so she's less annoying, I also find, in this season. Though there's still some stuff to process. It's a little more quiet. Yeah, she's not that impulsive often anymore, it feels. Maybe when the Mithril starts to flow, Gil-galad's motif will switch from gold to silver. Yeah, maybe that's an interesting possibility that you mean there. It has no base in the books, but yeah, you could be right. Elves can grow sideburns. So yeah, if we continue now with the stuff here, you seem to have a lot more respect for Gil-galad than Numenor, which probably makes sense, I guess. Pacing and flow of the series is way better in season 2. Gil-galad is better in season 2. I still have its issues, but it's enjoyable. Yeah, for sure. Chat went from fighting to flirting in 5 minutes. You have to allow a sun witch to happen. Sauron could not force people. Yeah, that is true, but he convinced, like, people don't know that it's Sauron. They just think they talk to a man. And then, by what Halbrand is saying, he opens up the people, and then he can maybe reinforce what he's saying due to his Maya powers. Maya powers, if that makes sense. Yeah, you people rock, that is true. Wasn't the passage, I mean, even in Lord of the Rings, he's described as silver in Sam's song. So Gil-galad was an elven king, of him the harper sadly sing. I can't read. Of him the harper sadly sing. The last whose realm was fair and free, between the mountains and the sea. His sword was long, his lance was keen, his shining helm afar was seen. The countless stars of heaven's field were mirrored in his silver shield. So if a helm is shining and reflecting, it has to be more silver, in my opinion, to be honest. And the other text where it's more where explicitly says that he was silver, but like his name means starlight, so why would he not have the color of the stars is more silver than gold? Okay, actually very strange. The laurel crown, yeah, the laurel crown is also strange. Oh, you also just posted it, Joe. Yeah, nice for you. I mean, that was established in season 1 already. I think that's something we have to live with. What's kind of interesting, Galadriel also starts playing with the ring on her finger. Let us move here to Galadriel. And kind of reminds me a bit of the first episode at the beginning. Let me try to find it. Let me see. Found it. There also, we have here the hands of the other actor that plays Sauron. And it seems kind of he also is very nervous. Maybe he also has a ring or something that he plays with. I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, it's a bit similar to this here. Kind of fascinating. Not sure what the connection there is, but it's noticeable in my opinion. I mean, the laurels have this potential have this weird vibe of the Romans in a way. I mean, the elven rings also had definitely an effect on the wearer. Then he told her of the haven in the south where many of his own people had come along. They are... No, that's wrong. That's wrong. Thought it was right. Here it is. But its power upon her was great also and unforeseen, for it increased her latent desire for the sea and for return into the west, so that her joy in Middle-earth was diminished. That we find in Unfinished Tales, History of Galadriel and Celeborn, in one of the... I think it's concerning Galadriel and Celeborn, that is the text as it's called. There we find this line here. So these rings had an effect on them to some degree, and that you have definitely to consider. Even though the one ring does not exist yet, there was definitely an effect these rings had. Or his crown is gold, but his clothes are more like a mixture of gold and silver. Yeah, often he has also very golden stuff. He's also often wearing completely gold. But here in this particular scene, as mentioned, as we see here it's more silver this time. So maybe he slowly transitions to a more silver look. I'm not sure. Oh, it's the wrong image. But yeah, she talks to Gil-galad, and Gil-galad, of course, notices that Galadriel is not paying attention. And then they have an interesting dialogue about the ability to foresee things. The problem is now I have to find the thing here in the episode again, which is not that easy. So here they have this talk about these new abilities. We can maybe look into what they have to say, or I look this and can tell you to just give me a little reminder of that. And yeah, Galadriel perceives in this dialogue that she says some veiled evil closes in on Celebrimbor. That is something she notices, because I would assume what the idea behind this is, this vision she had of Celebrimbor. There was like a vine creeping to Celebrimbor and basically grab him. I assume that's what she's referencing here from this perspective. There's also another detail I want to mention here. Then Celebrimbor asks, Gil-galad asks, how does she know? And Galadriel now explains that when she got the ring, she says she has seen glimpses of the unseen world. That's a thing that is, in my opinion, very debatable, though. I mean, if she would say that she could now see something of the future, yeah, Gil-galad calls it the ability to see that what has not come yet to pass. That's potentially better, because if we look into the letters of Tolkien, well, I read the invisibility. Letter 131 it was, right, chat? I'm always bad with numbers. Yeah, to Walton... Milton Waldman. And there we can read, the elves of Eregion made 3 supremely beautiful and powerful rings, almost solely of their own imagination and directed to the preservation of beauty. They did not confer invisibility. Tolkien here explicitly writes regarding these rings in this letter. Why is this important? The other rings can make you invisible. So the 16 rings of power, dwarves might be exception here, and the One Ring. And why they can do this is they move the wearer from the seen, from the physical world, into the unseen aspect of the world, which Galadriel here references. So it's not making you invisible, it's actually moving your presence to the unseen. Some can, though, and Galadriel might be an elf because she has... I have this theory that elves who have seen the light of the two trees can see the unseen a bit as well. There is some argument for it, because, let me quote here the Lord of the Rings, where I have this idea from. That has to do with Glorfindel, who was in Aman and has seen the light of the two trees, but also got kind of empowered. In the chapter, I think it is Many Meetings in the Lord of the Rings, Gandalf talks about Glorfindel, for example, and other elf lords. The elves may fear the Dark Lord, and they may fly before him, but never again will they listen to him or serve him. And here in Rivendell there live still some of his chief foes, the elven wise, lords of the Eldar from beyond the furthest seas. They do not fear the ring race, for those who have dwelt in the blessed realm live at once in both worlds. And against both the seen and the unseen, they have great power. So this would also be true for Galadriel in this context. So in theory, Galadriel is one of the few elves in Middle-earth that can actually live in both worlds, in the seen and the unseen, because they have dwelt in the blessed realm. That's where Galadriel was born. Gil-galad, for example, was not born, most likely not born in the blessed realm. Elrond was also not born in the blessed realm. But Elrond is a special case because he has seen one of the Silmarillion as a child, because his mother had, or his parents had one of the Silmarillion, which contains the light of the blessed realm in the form of the light of the two trees. It's a bit complicated. So in theory, Elrond might also be able to see both. But for example, Thranduil is a Sindar elf. He would not be able to see both. So there's definitely a difference, in my opinion, here when we have that. So I'm not fully agreeing with this dialogue here, but I can see if they say that the ring maybe have Galadriel had the ability to see into the future a bit. Same as Elrond, same as Círdan. There's also some men who have this ability, like Malbung or... is his name Malbung? No. What is his name, Chad? Malbes, not Malbung. Malbes the Seer. The mother of Aragorn, for example. Gilrain also has this ability, I think, and their parents. So there are a few people who have this ability to see the future. Same with Galadriel, she later has also her mirror, but you could say, because we can read as well in the letter, which I have to search now, here it is. The chief power of all the rings alike was the preservation of and slowing of decay, that we discussed last time, but it also has this little sentence here. But also they enhanced the natural powers of a possessor. So what your natural powers are, they enhance, they made better. So in this regard, if her vision of the future, it's not like she can always see the future, but a bit of it. And maybe this is enhanced by the ring. So here you could make the argument, yeah, that makes sense. It's just not very well explained, in my opinion, from a metaphysical standpoint. Also, welcome Priscilla, nice to see you. Both words means seen and unseen. It is kind of a bit specified in the next sentence. At least that's how I read it. For those who have dwelt in the blessed realm live at once in both worlds, the seen and the unseen, and against both the seen and the unseen they have great power. Or if you read it differently, for those who have dwelt in the blessed realm live at once in both worlds, the seen and the unseen, and they have great power over that. Over the seen and the unseen. Or against it. Not over against, Tolkien uses here. A stranger has no elf ears. That's also true. Valinor was removed to the unseen, but that has not happened yet in the Second Age. That happens later in the Second Age. Yeah, the unseen world is also not evil. It's kind of neutral. But Sauron uses the unseen quite a bit as necromancer. So this dialogue is quite interesting in my opinion, but I, like I said, would not fully agree with it. So also for Gil-galad, he seems to have some foresight. He also sees like that Sauron might pose a threat in the west, in the east, not in the west, and writes a letter in the books to the king of Numenor. Mountains crumble, water running dry, and clouds black gathering over white towers. White towers could be quite a lot. Like, think of Minas Tirith later, so maybe it's far into the future. Then he says something interesting. It's said that once a deceiver obtains a being's trust, he gains the ability to sculpt their very thoughts. So that's kind of a thing. Wigs of power. Well, it's wiggling along, I guess. But I have to admit that this season actually is a bit better than improved over the last season, which, I mean, the last season did not set the bar very high. There's also another thing that Gil-galad says in this, not in this dialogue, but in one before. Also, as a detail I want also to mention here, by the way, a beautiful detail that we have not even mentioned yet. This is kind of interesting. We have a map of Middle-earth, which, as you probably are aware on this, if you follow my channel, we like maps here. Sorry, chat, I need to rename the stuff here. I hope it's a good screenshot, but here we can see it completely. Do you see this? We'll maybe brighten it up a little bit, chat, so it's easier for you to see. But look who we have here. That's a map on the wall, when in the room where Gil-galad talks to his commanders, including Galadriel. And this is no other than the father of Elrond, I would assume. This is Eärendil, holding his Silmaril, and he is on some sort of white ship that would be Vingilot, and that's pretty cool, in my opinion. The map names here are also written in Elvish. So what do we see on the map, chat? You potentially are also curious about this. Where on Middle-earth are we? Do I have an arrow here? I have, chat. Now it is time for the arrow. But here, in this place, later Minas Tirith will be. So this is Gondor. Here is Pelargir in this place. And this is actually interesting because we got some place names. This is an L, I think. N. This must be a D then. I think this means Lond-Dyer. This C was this Dach, as we say in German. What do we call this? Circumflex? Yeah. Above it is this. This is an R, I think. Yeah, it's Lond-Dyer. This must be the D then. You can double check because like my Tenghua is not that great. Yeah, this is a D. This is the L. Lond-Dyer. So they call this place here Lond-Dyer. It exists on the map. I read online the stranger is the Church of Scientology god because he came on asteroid. Maybe he's also I don't know, the Lord of Google or something because of... No, it's Android, not asteroid. Whatever, forget what I just said. I have to change the joke then to Noonien Sung or something, who came up with androids and is the god of Google, or I don't know, it doesn't matter. What did I even miss in chat? Since in the next sentence he says seen and unseen, it makes more sense because the ring race, they don't fear. Why do they don't fear them? Because they live at once in both worlds, the seen and the unseen, have power against it. The reason is that the point is that he doesn't fear the ring race because he can see them in the unseen. And otherwise they would be invisible. And that kind of would frighten a lot of people because they are essentially ghosts. But not for Glorfindel. He sees them and he has power against them. If you can see something and have power over it, you don't fear it necessarily. Yeah, you're not wrong though. You are completely right. After the bending of the oceans and so on, Valinor / the West Continent Aman was moved into a different realm. And where it then was, where the new continent was, that is America basically. But it's a complicated topic, let's not go into that. Go for it, girl. Yeah, you can explain Sindarin to me in a stream then. That would be awesome. With its 144 rules of how to fuse and morph consonants and vowels. Which sounds absolutely nightmarish to learn. Yeah, it's a bit difficult. Like, it is. You are, of course, not wrong, Christos. Valinor, as I see it, wasn't removed to the unseen, but was completely detached from Arda. Yeah, that's maybe a better way to phrase it, because it's a bit hard to explain, as always. So, Let me see. We take first age. Okay, we take second age Arda. It's potentially easier. Here in second age Arda, like if you would go to Valinor after that, the West Continent isn't just invisible here. The West Continent, like let's imagine here is Middle Earth. Then Aman is not here on this curve. Aman is actually here. It is basically where it was before the world was bent, if that makes sense. So it was kind of completely removed from Arda, but it's still connected through the so-called straight road. You can find when the elves sail west, at the end of Lord of the Rings or so, they find a road called the straight road, and this doesn't lead to this continent, it leads to where this continent was before, basically, and into the unseen. It's a complicated topic. It's quite a big topic. What I want to do instead, though, is read this map here. So yeah, that would mean here's Isengard later. Here's LotR. If we go to my other map, maybe you have a better sense of orientation, but yeah, this is how the other map would look. Here would be Isengard. Here is LotR. The proportions might be a bit different. Here we have the Angren, that is the river that we can read here. On the third age map, which in version of this here, we also have some city names here. We have Pelargir, Belfalas, Dol Amros, Iselond. I'm actually curious if on the other map is Iselond, because that is actually in theory an elven realm that existed, but it's not on the map, it seems. My question now is, let me just go back to the other mode. Yeah, this is a P. Next would be an E. That is also right. That's an E. P. La. It's a G, I think. It must be. Yes, it's definitely saying Pelagir. La. Okay, there's okay, the ending is a bit strange if I'm honest. Pelag. Oh, it's an R. It's not a G. Pelar. I'm not sure. Maybe that's not a letter. Yeah, that is part of the other letter. Now I see it. Now, okay, yeah, it's Pelagir. Yeah, that's Pelargir for you. Now I see it. It's not a. It looked like there was an A or something in between, but it's not a A. It's part of the G. Okay, here could be an interesting mistake. No, it's not. This here reads Belfalas, I think. Bel. It must be an F then. I'm really bad at reading this chat, sorry. Alas. Yeah, that is the F. This must be an S then. Yeah, that's an S. Okay, yeah, Belfalas. Okay, that's right, I think. Is there another thing we need to read? Yeah, this, in case people wondered, this is Belfalas, Pelargir. This here. First letter is an E, I would say. What should be on the normal map there, chat? Aether Anduin. It's Aether Anduin. I forgot about this name. I just wonder, what is Aether? Sometimes it helps when you know the word. It means, yeah, Aether is a Sindarin word for mouth. Interestingly, it can also mean spy. Whatever. I'm not sure if it's plural or singular, because I'm very bad with Sindarin grammatical rules, because they are complicated. Mouth of a river. Aetherias could be the plural. It would be strange. Is there a table here? I would just like a table. Just tell me which. Okay. Yeah. The plural remains an I. I'm not sure what the follow-up is though, because like I said, it's so Sindarin is such a complicated language. Now here's a table also. So I would remain I assume. It seems, but too complicated, chat. Let's keep it at that. It's Aether Anduin. Yeah, also we have it on the map. The arrow is wrong. Sorry. Yeah. So that we have. Is there anything else we might want to know? That's Morzil. We have. Yeah, that is Ras. That is the same. Chat. Rasmusir should be. Let me see how the correct name is there, chat. I'm just currently a bit confused. Morzil, not Morzir. Yeah. Another name for Andrast. Interesting. This should be this red. I forgot the name, chat. What is the name of the White Mountains of the Elvish name again? Lisui is the other thing. Nimrais, yeah. Yeah, this is I think. Nimrais, yeah. Eret Nimrais. So pretty cool. No surprises here in the other names. Here's Erech. We don't have it. Only the rivers are named. So no big surprises here, I think. Pretty cool that we have a little map here. Yeah, it's a delta. This is the combo between the commanders of the different areas and Gilgalad. So we have a lot of places in the UK that end in mouth, like Portsmouth and so on. Mündung in German, yeah, Flussmündung. It also has the word mouth still. Can you think of any place names in German? Does Dortmund have a river delta? It was the first name I also came to mind, Dortmund. But there are several places with Mund or Münde. Angermünde and so on. Yeah, Warnemünde, something like this. Travemünde, yeah, stuff like this. Not sure if besides Dortmund, I'm sure why Dortmund is called like that. What is the etymology of Dortmund, though? It seems it has a Latin origin. From Mönia, Mauer, so wall. Okay, it's a bit too long to read everything of that, but it seems it has nothing to do with the river delta. Whatever, doesn't matter too much. We have figured out the map. So I did not want to skip over it, which I did. Almost forgot it. Still, the reason how why I went back actually is Gil-galad says something because Galadriel fears that Galadriel says Sauron does not need armies because he tries to deceive. And that he wants to bend the minds of the people and so on. And he says that he needs rings for that. There's also the scene when she says rings that Gil-galad hides his ring. She says something though, he cannot craft them without Celebrimbor. That is not true in my opinion. He can for sure craft a ring of power without Celebrimbor. But the trick is that the elves don't know that he's Sauron, which is different in the show. So they have to come up with some stuff. It's, like I said, this is completely different in the book. Okay, Eregion is protected by 2 rivers. If we look at the map, now it's a bit of map time, of course, chat. You know that we love map time. So Eregion is not on the other map. At least I would have maybe to make a new screenshot for that. But yeah, if we go a bit up, you see Eregion is up here. This is River 1, the Bruinen, and then we have the Glanduin, also mentioned in the show already, and Ost-Inysil is here. So Eregion, as he says, mountains in the back, 1 river here, 1 river here. So it's relatively safe, to be fair. I assume, by the way, that he attacks from the south, because Mordor is here, they have to go here, otherwise it might be tough. And also Khazad-dûm here is the Dwarven realm, is also in between, so it's actually strategically a pretty good position, I guess, for Eregion. With miles of curtain wall of dwarven stone 10 foot thick. So yeah, he also says it has a wall. How thick is it? 10 foot. What is 10 foot? 3 meters or something? Okay, yeah, the English pronunciation. Let's not go into English pronunciation, especially with names. I can only lose if I'm not familiar with how the stuff is pronounced. No, it could maybe Dartmouth then. Maybe, I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't want to dive too deep into the origin of the city name of Dortmund. We're 3 hours in. We still have the Elven plot to cover, chat. It's a bit over 3 meters. 9 foot is 3 meters. 10 foot is 3.5. Yeah, for me in my head it's 30. Like I think 3 foot are round about a meter, so it's 33 centimeters, something like that. Where's my studio mode? Here it is. By the way, on the Amazon page, there is some information of stuff. Like there's a Here, learn more about this object that appears in the show, like discover more information, something like that, on the Amazon Prime page for the show. And what is interesting for me, it shows in German, and they translated the first age with I think the same as Margaret Carew. She also called it Altvorderen Zeit, which is also a translation for elder days in the German version, which I find very interesting. Nini is also here and says, I just started episode 2. Awesome. Yeah, well, we are not so far in. We covered the Dwarven plotline completely, and currently there's an interesting detail, by the way. Maybe we discuss this here as well. We're currently in the Elven plotline where Galadriel talks to Gil-galad. So there will be spoilers for the episode here, in case you're still watching or so. Oh, the Amazing Bad Boys here. Nice to see you. That's freedom units. Holy moly. I mean, I still, like, there's some strange things in the world that I don't understand, like, not everybody adopting the metric system, which is, in my opinion, easier to understand. I guess if you are used for centuries through the old system, changing it is maybe a bit difficult. But often I think it would help. Same with the date format that you in the United States write month, day, year instead of day, month, year. I mean, we Germans also have a weird way of how we call our numbers, because instead of 21, we say 120. Our system is based off sports. It's the imperial stuff of the British Empire. Is it based on sport? I'm used to both. Yeah, I think especially if you work like in science or so, I would assume that you often will use in publication the metric system instead. My friend told me the other day she has done something super American and wanted me to guess what. So my guess was, did you measure something in eagles? In freedom eagles. I think there are only a few countries that have the same date format. It's so confusing every time you see like a date in a trailer and think, is it the United States format? So comes it out next month, or I don't know. Let's say it says 8/5/2025 or something like this. So is it 8th of May, or is it the 5th of September? Who knows? The 5th of August. Who knows? My country is basically a Monty Python skin. Munro approves Freedom Eagles. That is true, though. Yeah, the English used. I mean, the reasoning is that they say August 5th or something when they pronounce it. I often try to say to avoid. That's, by the way, when I write a date somewhere in my announcement or something, I always use number and then I write out the month and then the year, so there's no confusion what I mean. It's always a bit more complicated, but I think because I have viewers from the US and from Europe and so on, this is the least confusing then, I guess. Except for my German videos, I write the German date format. Or the not United States one. I think there are only 3 countries in the world that officially use this old date format still. Here month's day. I think in some cases this here that also exists in some formal stuff here in Germany as well. Not very common, but I think it also there was some use of that format as well somewhere. I was in science, I have a degree in physics. Oh, that's impressive. Nice. Then went into medical research. I'm a professional writer, journalist again now. A weird jack of all trades, I see. England use stones for their weight, so our pounds is perfectly normal compared to it weight. I mean, there are all kinds of weird weight and distance things. But I wanted to name this here. Halbrand at night in Eregion, because when Galadriel plays with her ring, let's return to the stuff here. I know, chat, I get easily distracted here. We discussed the map here on the wall for a moment. We appreciated it. That is wrong. That is also wrong. That's the right image. By the way, I need to, first of all, change the size of the image. So Galadriel plays with her ring. Something like this. And then she sees Halbrand. That I found also interesting. I think they want, like the interview, which I always kind of dislike, is that they said something like that they have a connection or whatever. I don't. Reminds me of the connection between Kylo Ren and Rey in the Star Wars sequel trilogy, which I don't really want to talk about, but I hope they don't go that far with this. But she plays with a ring, and then there's a small moment she sees Halbrand in Eregion, and maybe he noticed her, and he knows that kind of where he is or so. And then what is interesting, I'm still not sure what they try to do with this particular shot, but Mirdanias, I think the name of Celebrimbor's I don't know, advisor or whatever you want to call her. Where is it, chat? So yeah, we cut to Eregion, and there Halbrand still waits with his horse, and then this woman comes, and she, like her clothes and her hair, look very familiar to that of Galadriel, I have to admit, which I find fascinating. Does somebody know what the deal is with her? Why does she look like Galadriel from behind? She looks like Gollum. No. We stop insulting her. Yeah, Gollum is an interesting character, but maybe not a beauty. But why does she look like Gollum? She looks like Galadriel here on the screenshot. Same wig. That's put. Yeah, she obviously has a different face, so if you see her face, you know it's not Galadriel. The question is, why do the creators of the show play with this? You know what I mean? What is their idea? I know there's no danger you'll be finished before I get back. Yeah, that is very likely. Christiana said she looks like Gollum. No, she does not. Maybe think more. I don't think that's this. Like, I think what an intention could be is that they kind of want to confuse the viewer in a way and say, oh, Galadriel went to Eregion and now confronts Halbrand or something. But then it turns out, no, it's not Galadriel. Something like that could be their intention. There could also be, that's a very far stretch though, we know that in some versions, Celebrimbor had a crush on Galadriel, so he hired an advisor that looks at least distantly similar to Galadriel's. Maybe something like that. I'm really curious what their idea is. I mean, there are tons of other looking elves in the show. It's not that they think all the elves. The advisor, like if we go back a few screenshots, the advisor of the South, I think, like she looks not like Galadriel, for example. So why make this character? We have already seen her earlier in the other trailer. Maybe I can find the screenshot there. Why is it always so tough to find stuff, chat? There's a screenshot where she stands Celebrimbor Mirdania, which is a reference to the Myrdain, to the Gwais Myrdain, the Brotherhood of Ringsmiths. Let me just get the screenshot here. Yeah, that was in episode 1. Here we see her already. So she was kind of introduced for a short moment. I think that's the first time we see her then in action, basically. So kind of strange. Ah, okay, you meant Galadriel playing with the ring like Gollum would play with the ring. Okay, now I get it. I thought since I talked about this character here, and then she looks like Gollum, but no. Can maybe tell you how the actress is called of her. Amalia Kenworthy is the actress. They kind of like, this is not the first scene where we see her though, which I find interesting. Like, we see her walking to the stables. There, it could be Galadriel, I guess. In this scene. Also, we have a nice shot of Eregion here in the scene before. Then in the background we see Halbrand standing already. And that's where she's going. And then in the next shot we see that it's not Galadriel. We see let me just switch the scenes. We see her approaching Halbrand, and yeah, then they talk. And she has to basically tell him that he can't stay. He is not allowed to enter Eregion here. I forgot to switch the scenes, right, chat? That's unfortunate, chat. But yeah, again, this place here, Medania approaches. Then it's revealed it's not Galadriel. Then she talks to Halbrand. And some shots we still see her from behind. So it's a very strange scene. I don't know. They do this multiple times. If you look at her clothes, it also is distantly similar from the color, at least, to what Galadriel is usually wearing. So very, very unusual, I find that. Yeah, exactly. Did he steal Galadriel's dress? No. Maybe the dress that Galadriel got is from her. That's also a possibility. I don't know. It is teal, the other is green. Yeah, I think if you would compare them side by side, you would see that Galadriel's dress would still look a bit different. But I don't know. I know if I have... Wait, we have a picture of Galadriel, but I'm not sure if we have a picture of Galadriel in this exact dress. This here, for example, looks definitely different than her dress. But if we go back to season 1, which now I have to search, thanks chat. No, it's season 1, episode 8. That's when Galadriel is in the place called Eregion. Now, Galadriel's dress definitely looks different. I mean, she arrives in Eregion with this armor. So they have to give Galadriel, I don't know, some new dress or so. I think the color is at least similar. Yeah, I'm still trying to find it. Try to find a similar camera angle. Oh, why is it so difficult to find a shot from a normal shot? I would even say the color is different. There's another dress Galadriel had. Okay, the best I can get is this one. First of all, let me do something really quick, chat. So yeah, this is Galadriel's dress. This is the dress of the other. Of course, it's not as decorated as the one of Galadriel. So there is a difference. Lighting situation is somewhat similar. I would say the color is not 100% the same, but it's very similar. Wouldn't you agree, chat? Maybe. I have no idea. It was just a suggestion. There's another dress Galadriel wears at some point that's green, but it has a different color, I think. Yeah, Galadriel's dress is more expensive. I mean, Galadriel is like, I don't know, she could be the queen of the Noldor elf if Gil-galad falls out of a window. I mean, in theory. And usually usually elves also take male as kings, so there's no precedent for that to my knowledge, but in theory it would be possible. I mean, Elrond also could claim kingship. So yeah, back to the show. Should not talk so long about these details simply because we will never get anywhere. That's always a problem. I just found this strange. There are multiple scenes where we think, oh wait, is this Galadriel? Oh no, it's not. It's Myrdania. The name, I think, is also said once in the show, so maybe she has like a bigger role. If that makes sense, chat? I'm not sure. I have to find the thing here again. Oh, I let out a detail there as well. No, we discussed this it was last episode where Gil-galad wrote the letter, right? Yes, it was last episode. So, yeah. Halbrand basically now says, well, I just wait here. And in a way, he does the same thing he did as a slimy worm blob, and the same he did when he was a prisoner with Ada. Until Celebrimbor comes to see him. And at some point, Celebrimbor will come to see him. I also find it kind of nice of Myrdania that she is a bit worried. He seems hurt. Maybe we should help him or something like that. That's actually very nice of her, I think. You have a close-up of her. I'm not sure if she looks like Dakota Fanning. I'm not sure. But yeah, however, Halbrand decides to wait in Eregion. The elves are not kicking him out. As long as he stays there, it seems to be okay. She thinks the scars are hot. Wow. Patience is a virtue, therefore Sauron is virtuous. Perfectly logical. She might die. I could also imagine that she might not survive the sack of Eregion that we know will appear later, but I don't want to take too much away. Let's stay here. What I mean is she could appear a little bit more often in Eregion. I think a lot of characters might die. There's also this one scene where Halbrand turns around and she sees that he is kind of wounded. And then kind of makes her worry a bit about him. I at least think that's the intention. Here we see some of his wounds when he turns around. I think he does this kind of deliberate. Because Sauron is a deceiver and he plays these people. And normal people sometimes have something like sympathy. And then, yeah, she talks to Celebrimbor, and Celebrimbor explains that he has promised to Galadriel that she will never talk to Halbrand again. He will never talk to Halbrand again. So, yeah, it will be fine. He will be gone at some point. He saw us only at elves. And then, yeah, in the meantime, we see, unfortunately, a wounded messenger, a dead messenger, not wounded. I want to talk about that as well. So, yeah, while they talk here, Celebrimbor, in theory, should get note from from Gil-galad, and he waits and he hopes that Gil-galad thanks him, I don't know, promotes him, I don't know, whatever Celebrimbor expects. He just wants to know, did the rings work? Is everything okay? It seems like everything is okay, but the messengers never reached Celebrimbor. And especially, we have learned from the other episode that we discussed 10 hours ago, 15 hours ago, or whatever time is always not so important. But Gil-galad wrote a letter here in this episode. Found the screenshot here, putting the seal on it, and gives it to a messenger, and he should bring it to Celebrimbor. And fortunately, we see the messenger plus his guards here. What is strange now is that this guy moves. Like you see this chain here. Somebody puts a chain around his corpse and moves him. Why? We only see that they are dead. We have not seen who killed them. Like we see Celebrimbor talk to Medania. Cut. We see the forest and this dead dude being moved and a dead horse. And also what we see, that's a bit tough to see. Dead messenger number 2 also moved. That's how I call the screenshot. So we see I have to look at some, dead people here. We see this other messenger. And I need my arrow a bit because I can't show you this in motion. But if you would look at it in motion, you see that this chain here now pulls this corpse away. And this corpse here, I've shown you earlier. They also see the unfortunate dead horse there. The other corpse I've shown you a moment ago, this one here, he is moved to the right by these chains. And he moves and moves and moves. And then this scene here appears. I'm too stupid to switch the scenes. And here's the piece of his cape that is moved. So he moves at the same time as this corpse moves. That means this can't be... There must be at least 2 persons. We could speculate Halbrand killed them. But I think that is not the case, chat. But if that is not the case, that would mean Halbrand has a collaborator. The question is, who is the collaborator, or 2 collaborators to be precise? I mean, it could also be Halbrand and somebody else. But why are these chains there? And who are those people? Who killed the messengers, exactly? So that is one of the mysteries that is still not uncovered yet. I think that we will learn later. Do they also move the dead horses? No. Like, we don't know, at least. The scene is too short. What we see, though, is this this vessel for the message. This, I'm not sure what you call it. This arrow here needs to go. It confuses me. Yeah, we see at the end, we see this, what do you call this? Capsule. Yeah, that's a better name for it. We see this capsule where the message that Gil-galad wrote in last episode on the ground. We know this was kind of a very distinctive one. We know, yeah, we know this message won't reach Gil-galad. Celebrimbor, I mean. And in the message, the content of the message is that Halbrand is Sauron, and it's a warning for him, but it never reaches him. Orcs are the obvious choice, exactly. But if we look at the map, I mean, it could be orcs. The show does whatever the show wants to do. But if we look at our good old friend, the map, we see that Lindon, Mithlond, here's where Gil-galad basically lives. And they go all the way down, potentially here, through parts of the Shire that will later become the Shire. All the way down here to, I don't know, this place. I'm not sure from where it is. The intention is, there's potentially a way here that goes directly to Ost-Inedil. And somewhere here on this way, they get waylaid, killed, and the message gets lost. The question is, who does this? Who could do this? Such thing. It's very hard to tell. Why are they chained? Why are chains put around them? I'm not sure if Barrow-wights can only be present at night. But trolls would be a thing, but trolls are too big for such small chains. I mean, we have the troll shores here. We have a huge region. This are the troll shores. Here's Rivendell then later. Would be a possibility, but this way doesn't lead them there. They would go here through the Shire, in my opinion. I mean, it could still be some trolls that are there, but we have to consider that at this time the elves are here. It should be peaceful times after the War of Wrath. There shouldn't be open armies that roam the field. I mean, it's possible, but it should be not that dangerous to get to Eregion at that time, if I'm honest. The reason why I think we know from the trailers, this is like a little spoiler, from the teaser trailers, we know there will be Barrow Wights. Disclaimer. At some point, and maybe it's them, because it looked in one scene like they also had something like veins or chains or something they could throw. We will maybe learn this. I could imagine the chain part is something that we later will identify again. Then we know, those guys killed the messengers. Baby trolls, possible. Slaves caught by one group, killed by another. Yeah, maybe it could also be some men that roam this area or so. I mean, the possibility also exists for sure. Yeah, it could also be a lucky incident for Sauron that he does not know about the letter. But I could also imagine maybe he knows about it. Or predicted it, or said, hey, you have to look for elven messages or something. Do something here. Maybe he has some collaborators. Maybe not. Really hard to tell. In the next scene, the episode cuts to the Withered we discussed yesterday already a little bit, and to the Stranger and Nori and Poppy. And then we have the dwarves. Disa is doing the singing. We discussed this already. Next is basically Gil-galad says to Galadriel at the end of this discussion there, that once, like, she was influenced by Sauron, and that is, she can't face him alone. That's not possible. So she needs to maybe get the help of Elrond, and that is basically where the show goes next. We see Elrond, who is deeply disappointed that his advice was ignored, and they use these rings, and as he says, they become collaborators of Sauron if they use the rings. And he is unfortunately not wrong. I like that. Like, I think his perspective makes a lot of sense for me. He's basically saying, yeah, the showrunners just came up with nonsense. We should never not use these rings, especially if we know it's Sauron. The reason why the Sauron stuff worked so well is like his disguise stuff worked so well is because the elves did not know it was Sauron. That's kind of the most important things. I want to see Barrow Wights. They're not in episode 3 either, so we have to wait a bit. Sauron transmitted disease. No. The fear is that Sauron can sculpt her thoughts and manipulate her. Yeah, exactly. Círdan might have want to say this to Elrond, for sure. Maybe he did off screen or so. It would be cooler if he explained this on screen. What happened with the rings? I find this a bit strange from the writing perspective that the incident what Círdan experienced, he did not express or explain to the others and say that is the reason why for my decision. I'm not sure how it's called in German, to be honest. Kapsel? Bulle? That's also a name for the police. But also, like, it's not a nice name for the police. I have no idea where the where this word actually comes from. Die Bulle. In the sense of a bottle. I have no idea, chat. It could also be like the name for, what do you call it? Cattle. A male cattle thing. Ah. Urkundensiegel aus Metall. From the Latin word bulla blase. Okay, I don't know. But it seems to be like more another thing. Also, okay, you also call the like the document also bulla, it seems. I don't know. What is going on in chat? Okay, so Galadriel comes here to convince Elrond, because Galadriel wants to go to Eregion or to find Sauron. That's basically her thing. See what Halbrand is doing. But she is not allowed to do so alone, so she have to find somebody who comes with her. And Elrond is the one, because he's wise. He's very suspicious of all the things are going on. And he's also not happy about the elves using the rings of power. Schriftrolle. Yeah, but that would, I mean, yeah, isn't that also part of the script itself? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Oh, other words for police. But isn't, okay. Let's not go too deep into this. Just looking at the clock, and it's already so late, chat. Where's all the time? Maybe it will be an 8-hour analysis, to be honest. We have to make some speed here. It's a very interesting thing here. And yeah. I like how Elrond is working on a ship. It's actually very cool, because his father also worked on a ship. I mentioned it today several times. Vingilot. That is the white ship of his father. So, that's pretty. I think that's kind of a distant lore reference here. that he works on a ship in the shipyard of Círdan. That's kind of cool, in my opinion. Why is he not? I mean, because his decision once, I mean, he's maybe not the advisor anymore. That's why he now started, like, it's a bit parallel to his friend Durin, Prince Durin the Fourth, who also has now to work in the mines. Maybe he also says, well, potentially I'm not an advisor of Gil-galad anymore, so I have to work as a shipwright with Círdan, something like this. Well, he's at some point. I don't know. You have to consider it like this. He's literally the son of Eärendil. He is also, like, even though the show doesn't treat him like this, on paper he is, of course, at a very high position, because he is the grandson of the last High King of the Noldor Elves, through his daughter, Idril. No, the great-grandson, excuse me. The grandson would be his father, right? Right, yeah. The great-grandson, what I'm talking here. So, I would say it's not that easy. Also, even Gil-galad should maybe admit that I think Gil-galad and all the others deep in their hearts know that Elrond is kind of right. That is true, but interestingly, Fëanor, or in Middle-earth, Fëanor has not claimed High Kingship, interestingly. Galadriel tries to convince him, you could say manipulate him, but I think she just wants to convince Elrond. I'm not sure if Galadriel understands this, but yeah. Yeah, in the previous scene, he was tried to be arrested, but yeah, whatever. Yeah, this perfection thing, I can understand that it might be a bit debatable. But I think he compares the rings of power to the creations of the Silmarillion maybe a bit, the 3 rings at least. We have one Silmaril in the air, one in the water, one in the fire and the earth. And we have one ring of fire, one ring of air, one ring of water. It's not a coincidence in this regard. And also, from the perspective of the show, it kind of works, pushing back the decay and so on, or stopping it. So I can see why he maybe tells this, that Celebrimbor has maybe brought a perfection that was only known from Valinor to this realm. And he is not wrong in this regard, because these rings actually allow these realms to stay in Middle-earth pretty much forever, but they have a downside, which is not explored yet in the show. Like, the downside of the 3 rings of power is that the 1 ring exists at some point. But in the show it was not crafted yet. So that's kind of a different story, if that makes sense. As a result, they currently look like perfection to him. They might be flawed perfection, because the reason why they are so dangerous is not yet really the reason is not there yet. They don't have a complete picture yet. From the letters, it was really a veiled attack on the gods in incitement to try and make a separate, independent paradise. Gil-galad repulsed all such overtures, as also did Elrond, weakness of elves. Like I said, the show does this differently. As said, like, this is fan fiction. We have to definitely think of this. Like, in context of the show, though, the full picture is not there yet. And because they didn't establish enough, like, let's say, like in Gondolin, different houses of Eregion with characters that are not in the books as well, they have to do something with the rings outside of Eregion, and that is exactly what they're doing here, unfortunately, even though it's not what Tolkien wrote. Yeah, it's also a thing. Galadriel is actually the mother-in-law of Elrond, but the daughter is not really there in the show. In the books, there are some hints of this relationship at times. We have the councils. We also have Elrond sending Galadriel to Lothlorien, not Galadriel, Arwen to Lothlorien at times. But yeah, Galadriel here tries to convince Elrond, and Elrond, though, stays strong. Because it doesn't. But you definitely notice in the scene, you definitely notice it's not easy for Elrond to refuse what Galadriel is. It kind of, he's struggling with himself. Let me see. Galadriel leaves, and then Elrond kind of thinks, yeah, he's also not sure. He knows, though, that he does not trust these rings, and he thinks it's potentially not a good thing to have them around. Yeah, I also really like this theme. Yeah, Galadriel also struggles within, but kind of respects it. Yeah, she's clearly more patient, and that's what I said with Galadriel. Definitely already in season 1 made it quite a bit of character development. And then we have the infamous Círdan shaves himself scene. Which I find very unfortunate. I don't see a reason for it. Maybe because now he has a ring, he wants to look a bit younger or something. I don't know what the reason is. But yeah, Círdan shaves himself. I like that he uses a shell or something to do that, even though I find it strange that he gets rid of his beard. But I mean, it's not forbidden to shave in Tolkien's world, so there's that. Also, you post, like, the thing says you posted a link. That you potentially forgot a, yeah, you put, there was a space you forgot, Christiane. Don't worry about it, just. It is maybe possible, but I don't think so. What's even perfect? And then, yeah, Círdan and Elrond have a dialogue. And there's some name dropping here. I had to actually look up. Wait a moment, chat. I got it. Okay, so they talk to each other. We have this scene with the ring. And it's like an interesting thing. Like, one fish jumps, like, I don't know, he puts his hand into the water. Looks, by the way, pretty cool, in my opinion. And yeah, one of these fishes jumps out of the water. I found this kind of interesting in this regard because this is, of course, obviously bad for the fish. And you could say it was caused by the ring. But I think what Círdan tries to tell is it depends a bit on what you do with the ring. You could use it for good still. And so and this kind of makes sense from the perspective that Círdan is able to put the fish back into the water. So he can use the ring, and he can also undo the harm, if that makes sense. What is interesting, though, in this context is that they are still missing one puzzle piece in this picture, and that is the One Ring. They don't know that how they are deceived by Sauron, that the big plan of the rings is that they will become servants to the One Ring. I'm very curious how the show solves this at all, because, like I said, the technique for making those rings of power was not fully taught by Sauron yet to Celebrimbor. So it seems like the show wants to kind of differentiate very strongly between these rings, even though all of them are subject to the One Ring. So that's kind of strange. Maybe the question is, when Sauron makes the One Ring, they have to take the rings of power off their finger anyway, or will they ignore this because they are different? I'm very curious if the show might change this aspect or this fact that we know from the books. Yeah, it's my old keyboard here. It sounds like an old typewriter. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's a good question, Thomas. How long would his beard take to regrow? I don't know. Maybe it grows at a normal rate at a certain point. Was Círdan always brother? No, always brother was Elwë and Elmo. Círdan is related though to those guys somehow, but it's not necessarily the brother. But he's also related with these guys. He's like a distant relative of Elwë. I'm not sure if it's a distant relative, but he is connected to those. We don't know exactly how. Yeah, maybe it's a reference to Gollum and explains how he was so good at catching fish when he had the One Ring. Yeah, maybe. Like Gollum would eat the fish. Círdan takes it and puts it back into the water because Círdan has still his free will and can do this. Because Sauron does not have the One Ring. If Sauron now would have the One Ring, he could be influenced in not being able to put the fish back into the water, like on a metaphorical level. You know what I mean? That is what I mean with one puzzle piece is missing in the picture. It's still that they have not figured out yet. As long as this is the case, it seems like they don't foresee the One Ring's creation. It's also a good point. Like in this dialogue, they mention Rúmil. And Rúmil is like is also a lore master to my knowledge, I would call him. And I wondered does Rúmil appear in the Lord of the Rings? And yes, Rúmil is named in the Lord of the Rings. Actually, there is a brother, like the brother of Haldir is Rúmil, by the way. Haldir, Rúmil, and Orofin, I think, were the people there that found it. The oldest Eldarian letters, the Tengwar of Rúmil, were not used in Middle-earth. The late letters of Tengwar of Fëanor were largely a new invention, though they owned something of the letters of Rúmil. They were brought to Middle-earth by the exiled Noldor, and so became known to the Edain and Númenóreans. In the Third Age, their use has spread over much the same area that in which the common speech was known. So the lore master Rúmil is also one who invented the oldest Eldarian letters, the Tengwar of Rúmil. So it's basically the proto-version of the Tengwar from Fëanor that we know these days. So Rúmil is actually mentioned, and also Daeron he mentions. Daeron is also from Beleriand, and he invented Cyrs. But in Beleriand, before the end of the First Age, the Cyrs, partially under the influence of the Tengwar of the Noldor that I just mentioned, Fëanor's Tengwar, were rearranged and further developed. The richest and most ordered form was known as the alphabet of Daeron, since in Elvish tradition it was said to have been devised by Daeron, the minstrel and lawmaster of King Thingol of Doriath. Among the Eldar, the alphabet of Daeron did not develop true cursive forms, since for writing the elves adopted the Fëanorian letters. The elves of the West, indeed, for the most part, gave up the use of runes altogether. In the country of Eregion, however, the alphabet of Daeron was maintained in use and passed thence to Moria, where it became the alphabet most favored by the dwarves. Which is kind of interesting. There's another version of this, and this basically says that when the dwarves had contact with the dwarves in Beleriand, the dwarves of Beleriand had contact with King Thingol in Beleriand, that they adopted this alphabet because it was good for carving. Maybe this here also is mentioned. I'm not sure. Time was maintained in past Moria, where it became the alphabet most favored by the dwarves. That's why the dwarven runes are actually an origin elven letters. It remained even after news among them and passed with them to the north. Hence, in later times, was often called Angerthas Moria, or the long rune rows of Moria, as with their speech the dwarves made use of such script as were current, and many wrote the Fëanorian letters skillfully. As with their speech the dwarves made use of such scripts as were current, and many wrote the Fëanorian letters skillfully. So here we have a confirmation. We wondered a bit about it. Could the dwarves read Fëanorian letters? It seems like yes, they could. But for their own tongue, they adhered to the Kirs and developed written pen forms for them. That's what Tolkien writes about Daeron and about Rúmil. Here, Círdan refers to Rúmil that he liked to drink, and that Daeron was insufferable, but also that they still had like some great, they had flaws, but still some great stuff came out of them, like the Tengwa of Rúmil, or the like Daeron was also like what you called a minstrel, like making songs for the king and stuff, but also inventing like an alphabet or developing it further, to be precise, stuff like this. Still used to this day in the world of Middle Earth of Tolkien. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's an old debate, I guess, especially when actors, for example, get insulted for being in the show, especially with racial slurs and stuff. I think a line is crossed where you definitely have to say sometimes you have to differentiate between, if you don't like the role or the direction of the show, that's one thing, but insulting people because they are on the show, it's just stupid. You can criticize the show, fair enough, but there are some lines one can easily cross. So I think that maybe the statement could also be directed into this direction. I don't know, but it's an old debate. Should you differentiate the artist from his art? Can you still appreciate art when you don't like the artist, when the artist is a terrible being? Maybe. Hard to tell. Yeah, like I said, it's Moria, but we don't know when this was written, from which perspective. When it was, this is maybe Westbook stuff from the right communication situation was written the Third Age, that was known as Moria, and so on. if we start this, we will say, yeah, Moria was this. It's hard to tell if the name Moria existed in this time period. Tolkien has a note on this, where he, in the Silmarillion, he writes, we had discussed this earlier in the stream, where he writes that Moria was a name that was later given to Khazad-dûm after its downfall in the Third Age. Then it became the Black Pit, and they called it Moria. However, on the writing on the door of Durin, there is in Elven letter written Moria on it. So, and also this being called Angerthas, Moria, and so on, it seems like it's not that unusual to call Moria Moria. But yeah, it was an interesting dialogue here by Círdan and Elrond. I have to admit, there were some dialogues where I don't necessarily agree with everything that was said there, but nonetheless, it was definitely interesting in my opinion. The funny thing is that because Círdan is so old, he might have known. I'm not sure, chat, was Rúmil in Middle-earth? That's actually the most interesting question. I'm not even sure if he was in Middle-earth. Based on Rúmil's work, The Annals of Ends, it was suggested that he was one of the Noldor who initially joined the exile but then returned to Valinor with Finarfin. Ah, okay. He was in Middle-earth for some time but returned with Galadriel's father to back to Aman. So he was in Middle-earth. Lost wrote in other writings. We could look into this, but yeah, it doesn't. Let's just believe it. Klaus Kinski is also a good example for. Sometimes it's difficult to separate art from the artist. Can you do this? Can you not? Yeah, it's a philosophical question. The Three Rings slow decay. The point is Sauron's deception started by finding weakness of elves with idea creation or perfection. Círdan coming in with heaven on earth indoctrination a kid would fall for. I don't fully understand what you mean, but the elves fell for it. They did, not all of them, but the problem is that in the show we don't have the elves available in Eregion that fell for it. So they have to find other characters that are established already in the show to fall for it. Yeah, the Doom had to be called Moria as an inside joke between Celebrimbor and Navi. That would be actually funny if they include a scene like this. Lessons learned. Let's not dive too deep into this stuff. But I think it is an interesting debate nonetheless. The show has definitely to find some ways to portray this, if that makes sense. Maybe in the meantime, I would like to listen a bit again to the dialogue. Okay, so here's this sentence that Círdan actually says before we go into something that wasn't really said. It was a line I found very interesting. Judge the work and leave the judgment concerning those who wrought it to the judge who sees all things. So basically to Eru, or maybe Manwe or whatever, but most likely he means Eru in this case, I think. I think that's an interesting line, to be honest, because like we know from the lore that Círdan actually has a pretty deep connection to the Valar and potentially to the works of Eru and so on. So that's, in my opinion, a very interesting line. And Elrond says basically, I can't do that. And Círdan says something like, that's called humility, and that's the truest form of sight. And I found this quote in a letter regarding men of the Fourth Numenor. Reward on earth is more dangerous for men than punishment. Yeah, in the case of Numenor, definitely true, I think. The island was the reward. And it was very dangerous to them over time. Just looking a bit further into the quotes here. We don't need to fully understand these rings, but look at the power they exert over every form of life. That's what I mean with also that they don't have the full picture. In Sauron's hands, they could work in evil beyond reckoning. That is actually true, because what they definitely want not is that Sauron gets these rings. And Kieran makes a good point here, that is why they must remain in the hands of elves. Why is to fear this power? That is true. So, and then he says something like, it's not Sauron wielding these rings, it's his friends, and he should guide them. That's, I think, a very important quote here. What would happen if Sauron got the rings? Well, he get more. The rings wield power. He gets more powerful as a result. It enhances your natural powers as well. And also, these rings are powerful in the hands of elves. Just not the elves having those rings is good for Sauron, because then the elves are not as powerful. So there are multiple ways to look upon those. Do not abandon. If you do believe they have strayed, do not abandon them, but guide them. I like that. I like that Elrond takes this advice, maybe a bit too worldly here, but it's funny. You have to be careful with missing a space in your message, then else the message gets deleted because the bot is too stupid to check top-level domains. I assume the reason why it is too stupid to do that is it would increase the amount of calculation power the bot needs, and since it's a free service, they don't want to do that, which I can completely understand. Yeah, it's no problem. I can still read your message. The problem is then your messages are gone, unfortunately, from the record of history here. I'm actually sure if YouTube still saves the message. The problem is I don't have not other good ways to deal with links, you know? I like to do this over the spot because I can permit people to post links if they ask and there's something important or interesting. But there would be, I'm not sure what your plot hole is. Was it just me, or did Gil-galad showed a lot of trepidation and visually covering his blue ring every time Galadriel mentions the rings, and it's followed each time with Galadriel looking at her own and covering. Yeah, I also noticed this, Vikram Singh. That's something I definitely noticed as well. Like when Galadriel mentions the ring, Gil-galad kind of wants to cover the ring. Because I think Gil-galad deeply inside knows, maybe it's not the best idea with these rings, but what shall I do? In the context of the elf, the creation of the rings is also an art. Like they are objects that did not exist before, and they in Celebrimbor created them almost solely out of his own imagination. You could use these are Tolkien's own words, by the way. The elves of Eregion made 3 supremely beautiful and powerful rings almost solely of their own imagination and directed to the preservation of beauty. They did not confer invisibility. So you could argue that this is also kind of art. The rings are not, of course, wield power as well. And if you think about it, there are artworks in the world, like think of, what do you call it, Triumphbögen, something like this. I'm not sure what's in English, but there are some monuments that were made. On a way, it's an art to make those monuments, but it also demonstrates the power of those who can say, make me a monument that will be remembered in thousands of years still. You know what I mean? So art can also be a symbol of power, if that makes sense. Not necessarily, because we don't have real magic in our world. We only have technology and stuff. We often differentiate between technology and art. But sometimes some technology that is very nifty or unusual sometimes can also be almost considered art. And sometimes we also call art. Sometimes art is very powerful in changing people's minds. Exactly. What's different? Art makes you think, propaganda makes you think less. Yes, that's also a good example. Early radios were sometimes how to pronounce the word, intrinsically carved wooden boxes. Did Tolkien describe a lot of deeds, reasons, convictions of elves as artists? And their power was different, in fact, that they did not want to dominate. Their power was often explained as art. Yeah, that's a good point. For example, you could make the argument that healing people, like Elrond is here also known as a healer, was also kind of an art and also the law of the body. So he learned the law of the body, and that is why he could heal, and it was kind of an art. It's a weed, Chris. I mean, I can't blame you that you're tired. It's already so late. It was an interesting dialogue, though. And this should bring us almost to the end of the Elven arc. Next section is the Harfoots again. We discuss this in a moment. And then we have a cool scene here with Celebrimbor using some of his spare mithril. I'm like, how much? This is a plot device 1000%, because early on we remember that mithril, we had this one little piece of mithril, and then Celebrimbor says, well, I have a little bit of spare mithril. From where? But I like that they mentioned this here. Is there something I forgot in this dialogue? I think it's a very interesting dialogue, and it makes you think. It's a bit deeper. You can disagree for sure with some statements here, with some concepts, I think. But overall, I think this dialogue between Celebrimbor and with Elrond and Círdan was pretty cool. I liked that a lot. Isildur. I was currently thinking how to pronounce this. Yeah, Isildur is the pronunciation. The second last syllable is stressed. So we jump to Eregion next, chat. And Celebrimbor invents the Isildur. Half-hoods are evil. But what if they invent the wheat? But yeah, the problem is I have I have to make this screenshot from the show and I have to name them all the time. So maybe in the future I need to find them again or so. It's always, by my experience, if you do media stuff, naming your files is just the most important lesson to learn. And interestingly, we see a scene that Galadriel already have seen at some point. Looks pretty cool because there's like it starts raining and thundering in Eregion. The moon letters, yes, exactly. Well, they only glow at moonlight. Halbrand sees the storm coming, or something like this. Okay, chat. So Halbrand, like Galadriel has this vision at some point of Halbrand this here. Looks pretty similar in my opinion. Here it looks like it starts raining there already. But here we see the rain starting. So maybe that was a vision of exactly this scene or something. I don't know. And Halbrand is still waiting for Celebrimbor to come out. That's the like interesting part here. And then at some point, Celebrimbor comes with like a very strange, like I find it very cool. The umbrella he had, his unfortunate guard has to carry for him. He still gets pretty he still gets hit by the rain. Celebrimbor, guard, umbrella, rain. That's all I need to name this. So yeah, here he comes to Halbrand, finally. After Halbrand was waiting there for a month or something. I don't know how long he waited. It's not explained in the show. What's the difference between art and propaganda? Art doesn't care if you don't like it. Propaganda needs you to bend it to propaganda. Yeah, exactly. That's what I meant with art makes you think, the other one not so much. Or makes you think less. It's the most selfish umbrella in existence. It's only protecting one, not the other. It could protect both. That would be awesome. No, it only protects one. I like it. It has a shape of a leaf. Kind of. That I like. But still, if we look carefully to the scene here, we see Celebrimbor looks kind of... it looked like it didn't work too well. Oh boy, chat, we will take forever for this. But yeah, Celebrimbor looks kind of... It looks like it rains a bit too strongly, and Celebrimbor is still... kind of got kind of wet. Like he looks like he went swimming. And he says that he can't stay. And now Halbrand is playing So Halbrand is playing, or Sauron is now playing all his cunning abilities that he has to convince him, Celebrimbor, that there are certain reasons for what is going on and why Galadriel said this. And he must hope that Galadriel did not tell him who he was. And luckily for Halbrand, maybe due to his own design or by sheer luck, for whatever, the messages never reached Eregion, and as a result, Celebrimbor does not know why Galadriel said this to him. And because this information is missing, Halbrand can now play with it. I found this part I kind of liked. Yeah, not a very functional umbrella for sure. Yeah, maybe also Halbrand or Sauron kind of summoned the rain or something. So he doesn't get too wet and shiver like a weak human. Yeah, exactly. Definitely a possibility. Definitely enjoyed all 3 episodes. Almost all the actors seemed comfortable in their character. I noticed more Velociraptor quotage in the season dialogue. All 3 episodes were good. Yeah, I would agree. Like episode 6 of season 1 also had quite of a very interesting talk, but yeah. I'm not even sure if I have an artwork of Celebrimbor. He's not a motif often drawn. Actually, I have Celebrimbor. So we have one of Kimberly. That's I think that is Celebrimbor's impression or idea how he looked in her imagination. And I also have one of Jenny Dolphin. Also with short hair, interestingly. That's Jenny Dolphin's vision of him. I also think I have a Shadow of War photo of him somewhere. I don't want to search right now. But yeah, back to the stuff here. Let me just... Now I lost... Where's my program for that? I don't see it. Somewhere here. And yeah, basically what Halbrand says to him, Galadriel said you would say this. And then he asks, oh, you meet her. And then, like I said, what he tries to do is open the mind of Celebrimbor and to talk with him. And he knows the more he can talk with Celebrimbor, because they've worked together and so on and so forth, the easier it gets for him to win his trust and so on. He has to make some wild guesses, though. And that has to work. I mean, in theory, what Sauron has to do here is he has just to say what Celebrimbor wants to hear. Because Celebrimbor has not heard message of Gil-galad yet, and Sauron also potentially... I'm not sure if he prevented it or it was luck. I could imagine he prevented it. So this is actually a very cool part of this episode, I have to say. Here was really hooked. Because now we learn, or we got to see how Celebrimbor, how Halbrand / Sauron works on Celebrimbor. He looks nothing nice as Smith. I mean, he's a jewel smith, if that makes sense. I'm not sure if that makes it better, but yeah. Half-Hoods, not hobbits. We discussed this earlier, that the hobbits consisted once, or that the proto-hobbits consisted of 3 hobbit breeds that were the Half-Hoods, the Fellowhides, and the Stoors. I think the Stoors we will later see in the season as well. There's an interesting scene I have recently seen in the supercut of what happens in this episode after episode 1. So technically they are hobbits, but the term hobbit does not exist yet. The term hobbit potentially comes much later. Yeah, Smeagol was part of it. They liked water and water rivers. The Half-Hoods were, by the way, those who were the most hobbit-like, and they also were very likely to settle down and dig holes and use these as houses. These were the Half-Hoods. And the showrunners made out of it well. They settled down and make holes and live there. Yeah, they walk around. They're nomadic folk and carry carts around or something. Makes complete sense. No. Yeah, he's mostly drawn with with arrows sticking in him. I like the actor of Celebrimbor a lot, though. I also got used to how he looks and so on. And yeah, now Halbrand does something interesting. Now Halbrand has gotten his trust. And now he starts at some point to reveal to Celebrimbor who he really potentially is. Let me see if I get this loaded. They will invent the term hobbit in the series. I also think so, yes. I'm also curious what the star constellation will reveal. I'm not sure here where exactly we are in the episode, I have to admit. Now, the first age bottle. I also like how Halbrand asks him if Celebrimbor is his friend, and he says, "Of course." Yeah, and here Celebrimbor says something interesting in this context again, which potentially plays a role. I just had to look at the dialogue. I always want to make sure I tell it correctly. So I have this scene where Celebrimbor stands in front of him. Like, Celebrimbor reads Halbrand that he is afraid of something. And then Celebrimbor says that he has an open heart. Forever what you have to tell me, I have an open heart. Let me see if I can get you the image here. That's very interesting, because here with the open heart, we can maybe read the Osanwe again. Let me see. So urgency, we read from the Osanwe, that is the art of transmitting thought. Urgency is imparted by great need of the sender, as in joy, grief, or fear. And if these things are in any degree shared by the receiver, the thought is clearer received. Authority may also lend force to the thought of one who has a duty towards another, or of any ruler who has a right to issue commands or to seek the truth for the good of the others. These causes may strengthen the thought to pass the veils and reach a recipient mind, but that mind must remain open and at the least passive. If being aware that it is addressed, it then closes, no urgency or affinity will enable the sender's thoughts to enter. It was terribly read by my side, I apologize, but basically that you bring, like Sauron brings him into a position of an open mind, or an open heart as he says here. It's very important that he can, like, you have to consider, Sauron is not just some man. That is like an angelic being of immense power, that he tries to hide his nature, but that is what Sauron is really good at. Yeah, the scene will come to in a moment. The star constellation change after the world? Maybe, I don't know. Good question though. Like in theory, no. It just, like if the world is round, we just change the angle of those on the world. But the star constellation, it doesn't. It moves, but it does not. It moves independent of our world. So no, technically it should not change. It may be some star constellations. Actually, if the world is round, you can see more star constellations than before. Whatever. 3 hobbits claimed to be the first hobbit settlement in the world. If they are right, then their ancestors must have been nomadic. They definitely moved around. That is true. But it doesn't, like, if you settle down, it doesn't mean you settle down somewhere and stay there until the end of time and all your family, like, if that would be the case, humanity would still live in Africa, for the most part. But we spread around the world and settled down somewhere. Like, the Europeans, it's also come from the direction roundabout, I don't know, India or something. Iran, Iraq, these directions there, roundabout. Not directly, but because we and the Indians, like the Indian language and the Germanic languages share many similarities. That's why they're called Indo-Germanic languages. And that also is indicated that we must be related. So even though we settled there maybe once, we moved at some point for reasons. And there are sometimes reasons why the Hobbit moved, but it does not necessarily mean that we were always nomads, or that this never changed. I think we can be very happy to live in these, we wouldn't call it peaceful times, but from my perspective, in my country at least, in the center of Europe, pretty peaceful. I don't have to fear that I tomorrow have to get my things and leave somewhere else because something is on the way to get me, or I don't know, terrible things happening. Let's hope it stays like this, because I would like to live in peace, you know? Yeah, exactly. This is kind of his sword magic. Yeah, they definitely, I would also say there was some intention stopping them. I mean, it could be that they were just waylaid, but I also, like, if they would be just randomly waylaid, if it would be an accident, they maybe would have showed the accident or something. There was some, I don't know, wild man in the woods attacking them or whatever. Why would they hide this? But in this thing here was so much, like in season 1, what Halbrand and Sauron did often felt like an accident, you know? The season 1 was very bad at convincing us that there was a plan behind it. Here in season 2, suddenly Sauron starts planning everything, and suddenly becomes much more dangerous. I would love to visit Germany someday, do a countrywide tour. My niece are part German and deserve a visit. Awesome. Diese Finanzamt-Desaster. I love it. So now he suggests in this scene and then Sauron says that he wants to make rings for men. So here we have like another discussion thing here. The show clearly does solve this ring, the 16 or the 9 plus 7 ring thing, different than it is solved in the books. The Philosopher's Games bringing the world together. Yeah, that's true. It's always nice to have so many people here in the chat from so many countries. Halbrand suggests rings for men to Celebrimbor. Okay, chat. That screenshot we have. I don't know why I make so many screenshots of these scenes, but in this scene he says this, that they should make rings for men. And with this, he kind of, like, it's kind of like Inception or something. Like he planted an idea in the head of Celebrimbor. Elves are not men. Covetous. Yeah, they are covetous, so they desire power and stuff. That's what he means. Just had to look up the word. The risk of corruption are far greater. So I think the power of the rings, I mean, it definitely is a potential problem with these rings in the books as well, because it basically says, let me just see, in the letter, The latter is always awesome. But also enhances, like these rings of power, but also they enhanced the natural power of the possessor, thus approaching magic, a motif easily corruptible into evil, or a lust for domination. This is kind of what they potentially refer here. Though in the books, it is, like I said so many times by now, different. There, these 16 rings plus the 3 are forged for the elves in Eregion. They were never intended to be given to men or to the dwarves, maybe except for this one ring that Durin got from Celebrimbor according to the law of the dwarves. So the show does this, as we learn, unfortunately very different than the show. I'm not even sure, like they also say there's corruption potential in those rings for sure, and that makes it dangerous for men because men are sometimes weak, especially when they get a lot of power. Still, Skeletor, Orglaf, yeah, Orcs looks pretty awesome again. Orcs look pretty awesome again in this show, I have to admit. And what is also interesting, Halbrand says to Celebrimbor, I think you will find the dwarves facing a dilemma all their own. So Celebrimbor says, even if I would want to forge more rings, the dwarves would never provide the mithril. But interestingly, Halbrand knows that there are some problems that the dwarves are also facing. So the question is, how does he know? And it really seems like there are multiple occasions where it seems Halbrand perceives like quite a bit of things here. Like even though he potentially was not visiting the dwarves, he kind of knows something happened to the dwarves. He kind of can sense that something might be there. Maybe due to him noticing that the Balrog awoke. Maybe that is what he's referring to. Or that he knows that Orodruin also kind of shook Mount Doom. Like Halbrand or Sauron is just a very powerful being. He tries to forge and change the fate of Middle-earth. As a result, you can definitely say that, right? That he connected this himself or set up himself. Then Celebrimbor asks him, what dilemma? And then he says, my name is not Halbrand. And then he tells her, when Galadriel discovered the truth, she cast him out. Which is a half-truth. Like, yes, when Galadriel uncovered that he's not Halbrand, he cast him out. Not sure if Sauron also generating the thunder. Not a king, not a Southlander. Not even a mortal. What are you? Beyond evil, Celebrimbor. That's a line that somebody also quoted in chat a moment. German, night, Sanskrit, nakt, Hindi, Rat. I know German and some Punjabi, Hindi and Sanskrit and Greek, which are also part of the Indo-Germanic family of languages. That's cool. My father's Persian. Very cool. So deeply rooted in the Indo-Germanic languages, in the Indo-European languages. What on earth is going on there? So there are forces in this world beyond evil. He means, of course, the Valar, I assume, because he's Nautup and the Maiar and in Aman and so on. They live in Aman. The forces of good in Aman, basically. Maybe there's also Eru that he could mean. There's a lot of potential. And sometimes they send aid. In form of an envoy, a messenger, sent to bring guidance to the ears of the wise. You have to skip a bit forward. Let me see, chat. So we need a new screenshot from time to time. So something moves. Also says that soon every realm will fall. That's something interesting. The darkness is growing strong. He knows best that the darkness is growing strong because he is the darkness, right? You cannot expect me to believe that you are a messenger of the from the Valar. The Valar is a term that also appears in Lord of the Rings, so they don't need additional rights to use this term, I think. Yeah. So, yeah. Then, yeah, the door opens, basically. And like I said, I'm like to this situation and the dialogue I like quite a bit. Kind of interesting. But yeah, this scene here happens, and when he closes the door, Celebrimbor is gone. Halbrand, well, as we know, Sauron is gone. And the lights go out. Let me see. There it is. We can't really see much, so maybe we have to turn on the lights a bit ourselves. But yeah. And then we come to slowly to the end of the episode, because then yeah, the forge starts burning, and our good old friend Halbrand, in his new form, comes out of the forge. And this definitely demonstrates, the abilities of our good old friend Sauron. He definitely put a show up there. And not only that, he also has this, what is this, 20th Century Fox? Which film studio had this figurine with the clouds in the background on the mountain? Glad you survived. Paramount, yeah, Paramount it was. Sponsored by Paramount. Yeah, potentially somebody bought it, right? So Anatar meets Celebrimbor. Looks like that. And now not only that, what I find interesting, Celebrimbor is actually kneeling. Kind of. He at least bows down when when Anatar appears. So also an interesting scene. And yeah, they have much to discuss, of course. And then we have an interesting cut to the hand of Gil-galad. And he calls himself a sharer of gifts. And he also announces his name Anatar. This name does not appear in Lord of the Rings, so they must have negotiated that they can use this, which I appreciate that they can do this, because that as book fan we know that this figure we see that this character will be Anatar. Lord of Gifts. It translates it for the viewer, that the viewers who don't speak fluent Quenya. Not Paramount, it's Columbia. Screw me then. I have to rename the screenshot. Columbia Pictures. Yeah, you're right, it's Columbia. What is Paramount? Paramount Pictures. They have the mountain. Paramount only have the mountain. Columbia is Pictures is this. Okay, understood. We correct our mistake. So Columbia Pictures. Only the torch is missing. Oh, wrong screenshot. Thank you, Sash, for the correction here. I got to go now. See you all next time. Yeah, thank you for joining, Joes. We know our Hollywood logos A+ class. Just kidding. The wig power. Here's the power of the wig. It's a lady, yes. Miss Liberty, kind of, I guess. Where was I? And then they cut to the to Vilya, the Ring of Gil-galad. So yeah, this is the introduction of Anatar. I think if they would have just kept to how Tolkien actually wrote the story, that would have been awesome, but I guess we can't have everything. And I think this showing here was kind of convincing, and it only works because Galadriel didn't say that he was Sauron. That, in my opinion, is on Galadriel here. And that the message doesn't reach here, so it's really hard to sell. Especially, I don't know, for me personally, I'm still a bit skeptical with this portrayal. Like, is Celebrimbor that easily convinced? Like, Celebrimbor is also not a stupid man, and he knows there is an enemy. And even though he knows he should not, who Halbrand is, he knows that he should not trust Halbrand and should never treat with him again. Who killed the messenger? We speculated a bit. I could imagine maybe the Barrow-wights or something. Something that uses chains. So it could be some wild men, some orcs. He maybe has some collaborators though. Or it's really an accident. I don't know. Or a coincidence. It's really strange. I hope we kind of learn more about this. They made Celebrimbor an old dummy. It's unfortunate. You know what I mean? It's just... I was for that part. Don't worry. There must be at least 2 persons carrying the bodies away. It can't just be one. So at the beginning, last stream, we speculated maybe it is just Sauron there doing this stuff. But it turns out it can't be just Sauron. Also Halbrand. Because there must be 2 people to move the bodies away. How did Celebrimbor get sucked by Anatar in the books? I mean, in a way, now thinking about it, it's not too different, I guess. But yeah, in the Silmarillion, we have a small line here. I can read it for a moment. So basically, Anatar gets there, and seeing the desolation of the world, Sauron said in his heart that the Valar, having overthrown Morgoth, had again forgotten Middle-earth, and his pride grew apace. He looked with hatred on the Eldar, and he feared the men of Numenor, who came back at whiles in their ships to the shores of Middle-earth. But for long he dissembled his mind and concealed the dark designs that he shaped in his heart. Men he found the easiest to sway of all the peoples of the earth, but long he sought to persuade the elves to his service, for he knew that the firstborn had the greater power. And he went far and wide among them, and his view was still that of one both fair and wise. Only to Lindon he did not come, for Gil-galad and Elrond doubted him and his fair seeming. And though they knew not who in truth he was, they would not admit him to that land. So Elrond and Gil-galad did not trust Anatar in this form. Like, Sauron took this fair form and tried to convince people, finding new allies and so on. In secret, he also created Barad-dûr and took Mordor as his realm and got his orc armies in the background. That's how it kind of works in the books. But still, he also had this disguise on, and walked among the elves and tried to persuade them. But was not easy. And he tried to pose as a messenger of the West in the books as well as Anatar, kind of spoiling the coming of the Istari, actually, or I'm not sure how Tolkien phrased this, but yeah, taking away that at some point the West would send some messengers to help Middle-earth. He used this, maybe he predicted this, and tried to pose as one of those to get the trust of the elves. So men's are easier corrupted than orcs? Yes. But here the orcs were already on his side, basically. So yeah, that is what we can read about this part here. Many found easiest. Elves service for the new, they were more powerful. He was found white, only to Lindon. Yeah, in Lindon he was not welcome because Gil-galad and Elrond felt something's fishy about this guy. We should not trust him. But elsewhere the elves received him gladly, and few among them hearkened to the messengers from Lindon, bidding them beware. So Gil-galad sent messengers to Eregion to say, there's a guy, be careful there with this. We don't know who he is, but we don't trust him. You also should not trust him. For Sauron took himself the name of Anatar, the Lord of Gifts, and they had at first much profit from his friendship. And he said to them, alas, for the weakness of the great, for a mighty king is Gil-galad, and wise in all law is Master Elrond, and yet they will not aid me in my labors. Can it be that they do not desire to see other lands become as blissful as their own? So this is kind of how he worked. He praises, of course, Gil-galad and Elrond, says, yeah, I acknowledge they're wise and Gil-galad's a great king and a mighty king, but maybe they just don't want that Eregion becomes as blissful as Lindon. Or as important as Lindon. Maybe it's just some jealousy, because I'm clearly sent from the Valar, and I just want to do my work here. What is wrong with these guys, basically? And it's very similar to what we see here, kind of what Halbrand is doing here. But keep in mind that at this time, Lindon and Eregion, nobody on Middle-earth, knew that Anatar was Sauron. This is different now. And also Galadriel lived in Lindon at this time, but this will be most likely not mentioned here. But wherefore should Middle-earth remain forever desolate and dark, whereas the elves could make it as fair as Eresea? That is, like, in case people wonder, what is Eresea? There is this small... this small island in front of Aman that is Tol Eressëa. Stress in this word is always strange for me. But that is here. Nay, even as Valinor. So should Middle-earth remain forever desolate and dark, whereas the elves could make it as fair as Eressëa, nay, even as Valinor. And since you have not returned thither as you might, I perceive that you love this Middle-earth, as do I. Is it not then our task to labor together for its enrichment, and for the raising of all the elven kindreds that wander here untoward to the height of that power and knowledge which those have who are beyond the sea? It was in Eregion that the counsels of Sauron were most gladly received, for in that land the Noldor desired ever to increase the skill and subtlety of their work. I'm not sure how this is pronounced, so I check it up, chat. Sometimes Tolkien's vocabulary is beyond my knowledge. Subtle. Oh, it's just subtlety. I'm just an idiot to read it wrong. Subtlety. Yeah. Just, what is this word? I never knew. No, it's subtlety. I don't know why I didn't think it's very. No, it's not an unknown word. Whatever, I'm an idiot. And subtlety of their works. Moreover, they were not at peace in their hearts, since they had refused to return into the West, and they desired both to stay in Middle-earth, which indeed they loved, and yet to enjoy the bliss of those that had departed. Therefore they hearkened Sauron, and they learned of him many things, for his knowledge was great. In those days the smiths of Ost-Inethil surpassed all that they had contrived before, and they took thought, and they made rings of power. But Sauron guided their labors, and he was aware of all they did, for his desire was to set a bond upon the elves, and to bring them under his vigilance. Now the elves made many rings, but secretly Sauron made one ring to rule all the others, and their power was bound up with it, to the subject wholly to it, and to last only so long as it too should last. And much of the strength and will of Sauron passed into that one ring, for the power of the elven rings was very great, and that which should govern them must be a thing of surpassing potency. And Sauron forged in the mountains, in the mountain of fire, in the land of shadow. And while he wore the one ring, he could perceive all the things that were done by means of the lesser rings, and he could see and govern the very thoughts of those that wore them. So that's kind of what the one ring does, and the plan of Sauron. You see, that's very different in this show, because here the setup is completely, that leads to this situation here that we just discussed. It's just very, very different. Yeah, Farazon stuff. I mean, he makes his moves now in this season, I guess. And then I think next season will be Númenórean focus, season 3. Maybe season 4 as well. And maybe season 5 is then Gondor and the Last Alliance stuff. I'm not sure how far they will venture into the second age here. Yeah, it could also be a horse, maybe. Yeah, true. That brings the bodies away. I don't know. But yeah, this is how it works in the books. Yeah, I read this whole passage, Emil Sinclair. Probably weren't aware when I did, but this letter 131, I often read here. Yeah, Farazon, though, is a topic for later. And then we have like a kind of a big reveal at the end. And yeah, remember when Círdan said to him, "You have to guide your friends"? Well, Elrond took it maybe a bit too much by the word, And now this mission Galadriel wants to be sent on to find Sauron is now led by Elrond, which I find actually not a bad idea. So Elrond also needs to gather some experience, I guess, in this regard. The question is if Galadriel is actually happy about this. I don't think so, to be honest. But maybe she also thinks, well played, Elrond. Let's say she's not fully happy, I think. The reason why they changed so much, Vikram, is I think because the showrunners did not do a good job in the setup of the first season. For this to work, the rings have to stay in Eregion, for example, and here you would then need more characters in Eregion that are already established outside of Celebrimbor. Like you would need actually a group of 19 people that get these rings of power that are forged there. But they are not established. They don't exist in the show. You can't just create characters out of thin air and give them rings and then don't care about them. You at least need to establish some of those 16 elven characters, and then this would maybe work. But since the show hasn't done this, they have to give these rings away to other characters, like to Gil-galad already, which she later gets it anyway, to Galadriel, who gets it, to Círdan, and so on. And then these 16 and 7 rings they have to give to the dwarves 7, and then they have to give 16 to the other people. 9 to men, 7 to dwarves. They will do this in the show here directly. In the books, it's like they create these 16 plus 3 rings for the elves, then Sauron attacks, then these 3 rings, before Sauron attacks, the 3 rings are hidden, 1 to Galadriel, 2 to Gil-galad and Círdan, and then Sauron attacks Eregion, sacks the 16 rings, and much later after that, he gives 6 or 7 rings to the dwarves and 9 to men. In the show here, they will do it differently. They will compress this story a lot and basically leave out this in-between step. So Gil-galad, Galadriel, and Círdan get their rings right from the start, but are now also part of the problems of Eregion and of the One Ring. And then they will also give these 7 rings to the dwarves already, and make 9 rings for men, and give also 9 rings to men. You know what I mean? I agree, but that is not how the show set up this character. The difference is Círdan is not a main character of the show. So Círdan is already a wise mentor character in the show and not the protagonist. Galadriel is one of the protagonist characters, so she needs character development. For Elrond it makes sense because Elrond is still quite young in the Second Age, relatively spoken. I feel like they didn't know what to do with Galadriel really in the first season, so kind of land here. I mean, in the books, Galadriel does not go one-to-one with Sauron. In the book, Galadriel and the others of the White Council confront Sauron, and then Sauron leaves. He flees from Dol Guldur, and then he's gone, but nothing really happens there. When does Círdan give the Ring of Fire to Gandalf? Pretty late, right? Yeah. When Gandalf appears in Middle-earth in the books, then he gets a ring from Círdan. And Gandalf appears in Middle-earth 1,000 years into the Third Age. So from this point of history, 2,800, almost 3,000 years later. We also need a one ring forging season, yeah. I'm not sure if they make it a season, if they make it next season, I'm not sure. I think the second season will be the rise of Sauron to power, for the most part. And then to peak his power, he has to forge the One Ring. That is important for the next season, because he will use the One Ring on Numenor to convince the people there and bring those on his side when he comes there as Anatar or whatever. So in the timeline of the show, a few months, yeah, I mean, it is 1,000 years after Gondor, after the Battle of the Last Alliance. So I don't know, in a few seasons, I would say. I mean, Gil-galad is a bit boring because he sits in Lindon all the time for the most part. So I think you need a character that's a bit more mobile, or possible to send him away. Elrond definitely works better in this regard. I mean, even Galadriel walks a lot through Middle-earth in this time, so she also works. The problem is Galadriel can't be this perfect, wise, and super noble and intelligent character she later is. She has to go through some character development as well. This is a bit annoying for a lot of book fans, for sure. Then Durin, Prince Durin the Fourth, gets a letter. That's the last scene. Okay, chat. That was the last scene of the elves, but fear not, because we still have the stranger. So we discussed the dwarves, chat. We discussed the elves. We still have the Southlands. I'm not sure if the Southlands appear in the second episode, though. I don't think so. So that means we only have the stranger left, chat. The dwarves are great as well, I would agree, yes. I like the main character being Sauron and Galadriel personally, and find the others quite endearing, especially Adar's story. As well as Gandalf's, fingers crossed. Yeah, I'm not sure if they really go for Gandalf or not. We can discuss this in a moment. After we have discussed the plotline, though. The stranger that finds the Gund, yeah, again. Yeah, well off to a better season and story. That is good, if not lore friendly. Yeah, for sure. We have to we have to simply live with the fact that it won't be that lore-friendly in many ways. So chat. Well, before we do it like last time, when we discussed the last arc, I take a short break. Not as long as last time, though. But I eat a short snack, get something new to drink, because I'm really thirsty from all the talking. And then, I don't know, short bathroom break, and then I should be back in a couple of minutes. Any complaints? He waited 15 years for this. Yes, can imagine some people might be. I forgot, unfortunately, where I let you off the last time. Like, I would show you this be right back screen or so for 5 minutes. Let's maybe say 6 minutes or something. Show you maybe some ads in the meantime. Stuff like that. I'm off to bed. Yeah, sleep well. Thank you for staying so long. Much appreciated. Well, just take a random place in the video. Yeah, there's some of the Celebrimbor stuff already. Okay, maybe we do it like this. So, see you in a moment.
After we explored Elrond's origin and development in Tolkien's
I don't know why it starts
from
the beginning.
1920s, his ancestors and early days in the lore, and visited his brother, who was the first king of
Something
Numenor.
like that.
It's not impossible, though. A reason could be that sailing to Numenor is almost halfway sailing to the west, and maybe elves from Middle-earth feared they would not return because they could not resist sailing to the west continent afterwards. Just my theory. We also learned last part that Gil-galad, the High King of the Noldor elves in Middle-earth, sent a letter to Numenor, 2nd Age 882, by giving it to the mentioned Aldarion, who visited Gil-galad in Lindon. In it, the Noldor king warns the king of Numenor, the father of Aldarion, of a rising shadow in the far east, which is Sauron, and suggested an alliance. Keep this detail in mind. Around 2nd Age 1000, Sauron takes Mordor as his realm and starts to build his fortress Barad-dûr, which will be completed 600 years later, setting his plans into motion. Also, after Tar Aldarion's rule, the Numenoreans neglect the alliance with Gil-galad again, which might have worried the Elven King and his advisors Elrond and Círdan. And this brings us to where we left off in part 1. Some centuries later, 2nd Age 1200, according to Appendix B, an ambassador from the west came to Lindon, so he claimed. As we can read in the Silmarillion, he introduced himself as Anatar, Lord of Gifts, sent by Aman. It's not 100% clear if he introduced himself as Anatar in Lindon in the Silmarillion, but in the Unfinished Tales this is indicated. But Gil-galad, Elrond and maybe Círdan, he is not mentioned in the passage, had a bad feeling and did not trust him, sending him away, not even allowing him to enter Lindon. but not knowing who he truly was. And they were spot on. It was Sauron in disguise, taking the fairest form he could, trying to manipulate the elves and bring them under his will. In the unfinished tales, it is in addition hinted that Sauron sent messengers to Lindon and Eregion even before he came there himself, so he prepared this for a long time. What is fascinating here, that neither Gil-galad nor Elrond nor Círdan has seen the two trees of Valinor. All of them were never in Aman. Being in Aman and maybe having seen the two trees usually makes an elf, in my opinion, see the unseen. I made a detailed video about this too, and what sources for this theory exist. Check my video Seeing the Unseen for more info on this. In the case of Elrond, he has seen the Silmaril of his mother Elwing as a small child. Maybe Círdan saw it too when he visited the havens of Sirion or when he was in service of Thingol of Doriath. See part 1 or the Círdan video. Gil-galad probably hasn't seen the Silmaril, but it's not impossible. The Silmarilli have the light of the two trees in them and emit it. But I think this was not what made the difference here. As said, they did not know who that ambassador truly was, just that something is wrong. I think their foresight and wisdom led them to this wise decision. But Sauron did not give up and tried it with the realm next door, Eregion. Maybe this all happened in parallel, hard to say if we look at the sources. Interestingly, Celebrimbor was born in Aman and has seen the light of the two trees, same as Galadriel, but he did not send him away. However, Galadriel did not trust Anatar, though she did not know who he was, which also speaks for the power of Sauron forming this disguise, that even the most powerful elves could not see through it completely. There is an interesting quote in the Unfinished Tales. He, Sauron, perceived at once that Galadriel would be his chief adversary and obstacle, and he endeavored therefore to placate her, bearing her scorn with outward patience and courtesy. So Sauron had to work for getting the trust of the elves. Lindon also sent message to Eregion not to trust Anatar. The argument of Sauron made against this advice was quite interesting. Quote from the Silmarillion. And they had at first much profit from his friendship, and he said to them, Alas, for the weakness of the great, for a mighty king is Gil-galad, and wise in all law is Master Elrond, and yet they will not aid me in my labors. Can it be that they do not desire to see other lands become as blissful as their own? This is maybe also the earliest mention of Elrond being a wise lawmaster. Of course, at that point he was already far over 1000 years old, but for an elf, I guess, still quite young, probably studying the law of the world and his ancestors. According to notes published in The Nature of Middle-earth, this would be the mortal years equivalent of around age 38, but multiple versions exist and it's a difficult topic. In a way, the law of Elrond's ancestors covers a big part of the history of the world already. As a result, he probably knew about Sauron. Elrond's great-grandmother Luthien defeated the evil Maya once with the help of the hound Huan, and his great-grandfather Beren was almost killed by the Maya too. In addition, Gorlim, a companion of Beren's father Barahir, was tricked and forced by Sauron into betraying Barahir, so Elrond could have known that the second Dark Lord was a trickster and deceiver, who now, as seen in the quote, tried to sow distrust among the elves. Interestingly, Elrond is not mentioned to be a healer yet. It's impossible to say when Elrond became widely known as a great healer. I assume maybe in the Third Age, because he could use the Ring of Power after Sauron's defeat. In Morgoth's ring, we find an interesting note in the section called Laws and Customs of the Eldar, which explains a belief of the elves, also called Eldar. It should be said that there are two text versions called A and B, and Tolkien abandoned text B, which was a revision of A. Why he abandoned the revision is not clear, and as always with work in progress material, canon can be debated. Here the quote about healing. And the Eldar deemed that the dealing of death, even when lawful or under necessity, diminished the power of healing. So the elves believed that your ability to heal is reduced if you deal death to others in, for example, a war, which was listed as a main reason with hunting. It maybe explains why elf women who did not or rarely go to war were often good healers. However, maybe because there were some war times in the Second Age in which Elrond had to command armies, as we will learn in a moment, and maybe fight himself, he was maybe less active as a healer, though it states that it's just deemed by the elves and that the ability was diminished, not removed. It is also not 100% clear how the elves heal people. Is it magic, or as the text also states, skilled in the law of living bodies? On one side, I think there is some sense behind it. On the other, when would an elf need physical healing? Probably most likely when an elf put himself or herself into a dangerous situation and something goes wrong. This includes wars, hunting, or going on long travels through dangerous territory. Else, I don't see much need for physical healing among the elves, to be honest. So wouldn't it make sense that healers were present during wars? In this way they would be in the war and maybe not participating in the active killing. This could be true for Elrond too, though as a commander of an army he probably had enough other things to do, though he maybe also refined his knowledge of the living body in the war times. There might be an explanation that could make sense too. Maybe this does not only mean the physical healing of the body, but also the healing of the mind. A soldier just coming from war is probably the one who needs healing and not good at helping other elves mentally through tough times. However, this is just an idea of mine, and the texts hint much more at the physical healing aspect. We might briefly talk about this during the Third Age section again, so in the next part, but let us return to Sauron contacting the elves. As explained, Sauron had some success. While Lindon did not even let Sauron inside their realm, the elves of Eregion, especially Celebrimbor, welcomed him, thinking of him as an ambassador of the powers from the far west. This maybe reveals the eagerness of Celebrimbor to reach or surpass his grandfather Feanor, though in some versions he was only distantly related or not related to Feanor at all, but Appendix B of The Lord of the Rings states he was a descendant from Feanor, making this, in my opinion, canon. This was between Second Age 1200 and 1500. As a side note, Galadriel as a character and her husband Celeborn changed a bit over time, which is a topic for its own video. Tolkien increased the power and influence of Galadriel a lot in his later writings. We find some interesting information of this and what she and Celeborn were up to in the Unfinished Tales, but as mentioned, some of it contradicts other writings. Forgive me when I try to piece the information from different, sometimes contradicting sources together, but we have not many other information about this time otherwise. Keep in mind that canon can be debated when I mention the Unfinished Tales in this video, in general, and I try to hint at it as much as I can. As an example for some contradictions, in some versions Celeborn is a Nando or even a prince of the Teleri from Aman, not a Cinder elf. In some versions Galadriel receives a ban by the Valar, and others she decided to stay in Middle-earth herself. In one version Amros is Galadriel's son, and Celebrian is not mentioned or only mentioned after the war, etc. It is quite complicated. Also, Eregion is a topic for its own video, but here a brief overview under the mentioned context of problems in canon. Depending on the version, it is not clear who exactly founded Eregion Second Age 750, or who had the biggest part in it. In one version it's Galadriel and Celeborn, while Celebrimbor was only accompanying them. There is a version where they all seem more equal, and in another one only Celebrimbor is mentioned as Eregion's lord, but Galadriel and Celeborn are not mentioned at all. for example in The Lord of the Rings Appendix B and the Silmarillion, which would make this version the most canon. However, it would make a lot of sense that Galadriel and Celeborn lived in Eregion too, and considering their status, plus Tolkien increasing the role and power of Galadriel in later writings, that they participated in the foundation of Eregion. Appendix B also says, Second Age 750, Eregion founded by the Noldor, so it's not credited solely to Celebrimbor either. Why I think Galadriel and her husband being in Eregion makes most sense has to do with the king of Lothlorien called Amros. Amros is mentioned in The Lord of the Rings, but in the version where Galadriel and Celeborn are the founders of Eregion from the Unfinished Tales, Amros is their son. This though is not mentioned in The Lord of the Rings at all, which is strange considering Galadriel's importance and that Amros himself is also mentioned in The Lord of the Rings. In addition, in a later text, we find that Tolkien created Amdir to be Amros' father. As a result, Galadriel and Celeborn could not have ruled over Lothlorien from the beginning, and them founding Eregion makes, in my opinion, the most sense here, because one of the main motives for Galadriel coming to Middle-earth and not returning to Aman after the War of Wrath, in some versions there's the mentioned Ben, is her wanting her own realm without, as Tolkien calls it, the tutelage of Aman. Quote from the Unfinished Tales. She, Galadriel, had dreams of far lands and dominions that might be her own to order as she would, without tutelage. So why would she come to Lothlorien under the rule of yet another king of the Sindar? Founding Eregion with her husband and Celebrimbor and ruling over this realm together seems most plausible for me. We find a note that Galadriel foresaw that an evil is at the horizon, same as Gil-galad in Lindon, and concluded that only all three peoples united can stand against that. While, as mentioned, Gil-galad tried to ally with Numenor, Eregion was founded close to Khazad-dûm, also known as Moria, and established a good friendship with the dwarves, which helped both Noldor and dwarves developing their arts further. We can read in the Unfinished Tales, so that Eregion became far stronger and Khazad-dûm far more beautiful than either would have done alone. Interestingly, Noldor and dwarves have their love for crafting things in common, and we can read that Celebrimbor was a friend of the legendary dwarven smith Narvi. The Doors of Durin are a well-known cooperation between the two of them. In some versions, the alliance with Moria also helped to expand the influence of Eregion over to the other side of the Misty Mountains, reaching Lothlorien under, I assume, Amdir. The capital of Eregion, Ostinethil, which translates to Fortress of the Eldar, was created Second Age 750. As mentioned, due to the texts contradicting each other a bit, it is not clear who played what role when, but Celebrimbor was, according to Appendix B of The Lord of the Rings, Lord of Eregion and the greatest of their craftsmen, and established a group or guild of jewelsmiths called the Gwaith Imirdain, which means people of the jewelsmiths. Their influence was great in Eregion, and they had a good relationship with the dwarves of Khazad-dûm, which might be a bit surprising, but the Noldor and dwarves shared their love for the arts of crafting. Galadriel and Celeborn are not listed as Lords of Eregion in Appendix B, and all the information about them are from the Unfinished Tales, which I mix in a bit in the following sections. Now, as mentioned, Sauron disguised as Anatar comes into play. Not only did Eregion let him create distrust between Lindon and Eregion, he potentially managed to also bring Celebrimbor and the Gwaith Imirdain against Galadriel and Celeborn. As a result, Galadriel left Eregion at some point, and it seems Celeborn stayed as an unwelcome guest in Eregion, or maybe a bit outside of it. This likely included a household and a small elven army. Again, canon is a problem here, but it seems plausible to me. Originally, I assumed that Celebrian, the daughter of Galadriel and Celeborn, was born in Eregion or maybe later in Lothlorien. Other possibilities were earlier at Lake Nennuial, where, according to the Unfinished Tales, the couple resided for some time, or maybe even when they had their fief in Lindon. However, we have new information in the Nature of Middle-earth book that mentions her birth date to be probably Second Age 300, which excludes her being born in Eregion, because it was not founded yet, and also Lothlorien. Though canon is a concern here, it's the only information we have, and Tolkien seems to have envisioned her to be at least not born in Eregion. If we look into the Unfinished Tales text, the date also implies her being born at Lake Nennuial or maybe in Lindon. Quote, "During their sojourn near Nennuial was born at some time between the years 350 and 400 their son Amros." As we see here in this version, they have a son, but the birth date of Celebrian would also fit this time, and Celebrian will marry Elrond around 3,100 years later at the beginning of the Third Age. If we move back to Eregion and Galadriel leaving it after Anatar's rise in influence, she interestingly, in some versions together with her daughter Celebrian, might have moved through Moria to reach the other side of the Misty Mountains, while Celeborn, as potentially a Sindar from Doriath, was not the biggest fan of the dwarves, considering the events of the First Age, and would not enter Moria at all. I can also see some conflict potential in this, which Sauron could have used by creating a conflict between the Smiths, who liked the dwarves, and Celeborn, who did not. Sauron knew Galadriel, and her distrust would be his biggest problem to achieve his goals in Eregion, so he had to find a way to push them out. Maybe with Galadriel out of the way, he was able to increase his influence and trust in his arts further inside Eregion. His goal was to teach them to make rings of power. There are lesser rings of power in an unknown number, and the 19 great rings of power, plus of course the one ring, we know from the Lord of the Rings. Under the guidance of Sauron, 16 of those great rings of power were created, and they were sullied or touched by Sauron himself as Anatar. As a side note, the dwarves believe, as mentioned in Appendix A of The Lord of the Rings, that Celebrimbor and his guild might have given one of those rings to his friend Durin the Third himself, so one of the 7 dwarven rings of power might not have been in Eregion. Quote, "Of this ring something may be said here. It was believed by the dwarves of Durin's folk to be the first of the 7 that was forged, and they say it was given to the king of Khazad Dûm, Durin III, by the elven smiths themselves, not by Sauron." Then, after the 16 great rings of power were forged and the Gwaisi Myrdain reached the height of their skill around Second Age 1500, Sauron returned to Mordor, and it seems somewhere around 90 years later, Second Age 1590, Celebrimbor completed his own masterpieces in secret, his own 3 great rings of power, known as the 3 elven rings of power, which had a slightly different purpose than the other rings, but were still based on Sauron's teachings and design nonetheless. Elrond explains in The Lord of the Rings during the Council of Elrond, "Those who made them, the 3 elven rings of power, did not desire strength or domination or hoarded wealth, but understanding, making, and healing to preserve all things unstained. Those 3 rings were called Vilya, the ring of air, Narya, the ring of fire, and Nenya, the ring of water." In the meantime, Sauron created the One Ring in a place called Samos Naur, or the Crags of Doom, inside Mount Doom in Mordor around Second Age 1600. The volcanic mountain itself was once created by Sauron's master Morgoth during the First Age or before. I assume his power was strong there, and Sauron could create an artifact that would change or heavily influence the fate of Middle-earth itself for almost the next 5,000 years. He forged the Doom of Middle-earth. This One Ring was the Master Ring of the Rings of Power, and Sauron of course did not tell the elves about it. He put into it a large part of his own power and will, as we learn in the chapter The Shadow of the Past. So this ring was a part of Sauron himself. His idea was to bring all those who used a ring of power under his will, making them his servants who would help him to bring his idea of order over Middle-earth. Here is an interesting side note from a late writing of Tolkien we find in The Peoples of Middle-earth. Of course, canon can be debated. The event of forging the One Ring was so huge that it seems the powers became active to start countering this, you could say. According to this source, around 2nd Age 1600, also the two blue wizards arrived in Middle-earth as the first Istari. Those now were the true ambassadors of Aman, who came to Middle-earth to help the free peoples against Sauron as advisors to strengthen the resistance against the Second Dark Lord. I like the idea of them arriving in exactly this time, but of course Saruman, Gandalf and Radagast would arrive much later, around 3rd Age 1000. The two blue wizards though travelled into the Far East to weaken Sauron's influence on the men of these distant regions, I assume the Easterlings. However, one other person was sent to Middle-earth together with them, and that was no other than Glorfindel, who once sacrificed himself killing a Balrog to save the refugees of Gondolin, including two.
Hello everyone, I'm back. Sorry for the break. I hope you survived the time here without me. I need to sleep. Thank you for everything. Yes, see you as well. It's nice that you were here so long. Sleep well, have a good night. The Lord of Gifts is here. Welcome, Sauron. I would also agree Galadriel did not always do wise things. Just looking a bit at chat. For example, Thingol, she did not tell what happened in Aman in the first kinslaying, even though that was her mother's kin that was killed there, and she is also related to the king, to King Thingol. So it's kind of strange that she did not want to tell. And when asked why she wouldn't tell, she said, "Shouldn't the king know about what happened there?" And then her answer was, "Yes, but not from me." Sassy Galadriel, I always call this. But it wasn't the first age. As somebody states, yeah, she should be wise and do things in the second age for sure. But it's not like that Galadriel was always like that. And also, this is not the Galadriel from the books. It's a different Galadriel for sure. A very strange interpretation of Galadriel, but not the book Galadriel. Like, things are just different. If you want her as a main character, you need to change her quite a bit. And I don't mind that they change her quite a bit. It would have been cool if they... Also, welcome to Nice. Nice to see you. It would have been nice if they just made her more reasonable or better to understand for the viewers. I think there they failed for the most part. Okay, so here we have already the right screenshot almost. We'll come to this guy in a moment. But yeah, we now jump to the, I think, last plot line we haven't discussed. Like, we talked about the elves. We talked about the dwarves. I think only the half-foots are left. And we see this rider here. And he goes to some weird place. There's even a name I never noticed. Karas Geyer. That's interesting. So he rides somewhere through the desert. We have known that one of these two riders who is spying on the stranger Nori and Poppy at the night rode away in the last season, I always said, last episode. Maybe I can find the other screenshot very quick. Well, I can't. Maybe I have to make it a bit brighter. But where this scene here, these riders kind of follow, and one of the riders turns around and rides away.
And they were close to where the stranger at Nori was. That was in the last episode of the last things we discussed there. And then it seems this person rides through the desert with his flag. And on this flag you see this eye. Reminds a bit of the Eye of Sauron. Kind of. And they're also searching for Sauron, as we learned from the cultists from Feminem and the Nazgûls. Or the Nazgûls. And in season 1. And he goes to a place called Karas Gaer. This is some kind of old temple ruin. Not ruin, but yeah, I don't know if it's a temple or whatever. There's also somebody standing outside. No, I missed it. Oh, screw me. So Karas in Quenya, in Sindarin means something like city or dwelling. And Gaia, I think, means sea, right? Shout out to a user with his name on the Discord. It seems there are some cases where it could also mean like red or copper colored, something like this. Which I assume is what they are going here for. I don't think it means that it means something like a city sea or something, but I think it means copper or red city. The name. And it's in Western Rune. This again I find quite strange, to be honest. Like if we look at our favorite tool, the map. It takes a Third Age map because there are some names there, even though I know places can change. But yeah. West does where Rune starts exactly. It's not known, chat. There's not really a boundary. Here's Esgaros, that is Lake Town. Here's Dale, Lonely Mountain. Here's the long river. Here's Dorwinion, where the wine for Thranduil is coming from. Here's the Sea of Rune. And I would assume when we reach the Sea of Rune, we have reached Rune. So this here kind of is Rune. What does Western Rune mean? I mean, it could be everywhere, because the map goes a bit further. So if this is Eastern Rune or something, we have the Orokarni, the Red Mountains. I don't know, chat. What I know, though, is that even though we have this massive area here, that the western part should be here. And I don't see why the western part, especially if we have like a forest here and there, and we have Dorwinion on a lot of maps. I mean, the Third Age areas and climate can change over thousands of years. I know that, but I find it still strange that this here is considered such a dry region. Like, that was never my imagination of how rune actually looked. I also hope the sound is back and everything works, chat. But yeah, it's a bit strange if we look at this particular image here. Yeah, Dune vibes. Often get Tatooine vibes here with this. Like, especially this shot here that we had previously. Like, there's a sun missing. Like, put a second sun there, and then it's Tatooine. Like, a lot of things the show does goes completely against Tolkien. The showrunners made a different Galadriel. This Galadriel is not Book Galadriel. This is Rings of Power Galadriel, and she's different. That's something we have to put a check mark on, else we discuss in circles for 5 seasons. This is a different character. She will maybe become, at the end of season 5 or something, she will be maybe much closer to the Galadriel we later know, or we know from the books, or expect from the books, but that is simply not what we are currently getting. In this image here, we see a person standing there. I'm not sure if it's a guard or so. Can't really see this. Hard to tell. Yeah, she's also a bit too short. That's true. It's kind of... I think they don't really try to hide that in the show. It's not that important as a detail. I'm not sure. I think Cate Blanchett is also not that tall, I think. Okay, he's at least 174. That's, I wouldn't consider very tall. But she's definitely taller than Mordvis Clark. Yeah, that is true. Like, there is some map stuff going on later. When is the Wandering song, chat? Which episode is that? Oh, it's not episode 2. It must be 4 or 5 or something. Yeah, it's episode 5. Currently trying to find it. They go through these... No, it's very hard to tell from just the looks of the map. The braids. Don't distract me so much from covering this. The braids are not shown here. But yeah, I could imagine they are somewhere here. So they were already very far into the east, to be honest, chat. I don't know exactly where. It's very hard to tell. Yeah, that's true. The buildings look a bit like they were carved out of stone hills. Trout Bend. Let me try to... Oh, that confuses me. Wait a moment, chat. Where is it, chat? Sorry for taking so long, but it's sometimes so hard to find something. So this is one part of the Hobbit route that they take. If we look at the map, I think they come from East Rovanion, so down the river. Let me just double check the river. We just switch completely here. I have to admit the form here doesn't make much sense either. But yeah, I would say this is this here. We take the third age map here. It's, I think, better for us to understand. So this is Emun Moor. The dead marshes don't exist yet. They are the grey marshes. And then from here, they kind of... And they kind of make Emun Moor... They go over Dargolat, north of Mordor, and go into this direction. And then later in their song... Man, why is it always so complicated to search stuff? Wait, I have to rename something really quick. Where is it, chat? Image. Here's this screenshot. You see at the bottom, you see the mountaintops of Mordor. It seems like they go, you know, kind of east from there. Like they went down south and then went east to the Trout Bend. And then they go even further into this direction. Question is where exactly that is supposed to be. The next screenshot is this one in their journey. So I could imagine these mountains that we see here. If we, where's my OBS? Here it is. So I assume this is this region here. And these mountains here in the back, that might be this here. So this is the Eastwald, as the people of Rohan later call it. Here, the Brownlands. And they're approaching this sea here or something. I think that is when we look where the Half-Foots are going. And from here, I don't know where Nori goes exactly. That's a bit hard to tell, to be honest. But I would imagine she just goes further east. So maybe, I don't know. We haven't seen her passing a gigantic sea, the Sea of Runes, and we haven't seen this. So maybe it goes more into this direction here. Really hard to tell. Windows, sometimes I hate you so much. Can you just give me the correct order? Here it is. Pros. We go back to this place here, because this has nothing to do with what I need to talk about. Okay, chat. Of course, I press the wrong button and then make it gone again. The interesting part now comes actually now, chat. It's just hard to tell where this actually is. It's a fictional location. We'd have no idea what their purpose is. I kind of find it look cool. I like the style of it. I just think it doesn't fit too well into the east, into Rune, but whatever. That's, I think, something I have to live with. Also looks really dry there, chat. And this is the west of it. So I would assume it's closer to the more, the not so dry lands. Like, look how dry this looks. This is like this place there in the distance. This is it up close. Yeah, you have another shot of this strange rider cultist dude. He gets up off his horse. Here he is. We see it's a horse. And then we see inside. There it is. I'm not sure if I should. It might be a bit brighter than it usually it would be, but I don't know. We maybe keep the extra brightness here. I'm learning more and more about this. Thanks for the documentation. No problem. Oh, the map transition is in this season. Do you know which episode it is in The Amazing Bad Boy? Is it in the first episode? I mean, Poppy has some maps with her, you mean that? Because I'm not 100% sure we see another of these maps in the show for Poppy and... You see a map of Rune and the characters, but not exactly where they are. It's not a map not the map or the documents Poppy is having in her hands, right? Ah, I see it now. I know what you mean. Yeah, I completely forgot about this scene. Not bad. Well observed. Try to find it. Wait a moment, chat. It's potentially not that easy to see. But here it is. Here we see the Inland Sea of Rune. There's also Rune written on it. He looks down into a thing, and there Rune is written on it, kind of, in the next scene. So yeah, it's very vague. I know what you mean now, though. I forgot completely about that this even existed. That won't mean they are far past the Inland Sea, though. Maybe. I can show you the transition. I made another screenshot here. Here's the transition. You still see the rune text here written in the ground. I think it was done kind of deliberately because, yeah, they are in rune. That's, I guess, what you mean. Yeah, okay, not bad. However, coming back to the Dark Wizard, which is also part of our fantastic thumbnail. What on earth is happening here? Like every time... So yeah, we have this occultist woman, and she has this snake thing, decoration thing around her clothes, and also she unleashes these moths. We know that the other cultist entities also kind of consisted of those, and so on. Very strange, chat. But my interpretation is a bit that he unleashes the moths, and then the sorcerer can maybe, like, they're like spies, you know what I mean? And he basically gets news from them or something like that. Could imagine that's what's going on here. Oh, Rosie Gumtree is here. Nice to see you. Just stopping in to say hi. Welcome. It's pretty impressionistic. Could mean anything. Yeah, that for sure. And then we see our friend, Mr. Sorcerer. He's called the Dark Wizard in the subtitles. They also slit the hands of this woman there for whatever reason. He stands up, and I don't know. I assume the moths the woman was bringing to him are the remains of the other, and of, as we called her, feminine. We got to make Come on, Chris. Hit. Female cultist. Okay. Just had to make some screenshots here, chat. I know it always is a bit slow. Yeah, this guy, who is he? But yeah, remember this character here, chat? Let me make it a bit the brightness out of it. She was in season 1. She got defeated. Here from the side, maybe see her decorations a bit better. Definitely reminiscent of the cultists, I would say. And yeah, they consist out of these moths. They were like kind of weird spirit entities, as you can see here. Like rays or something. And then they basically, when our stranger Gandalf uses his staff against them, he's kind of able to destroy or push them back or something. And yeah, he seems to be kind of a source of their powers. And he seems to be the leader of this. Maybe Gandalf will free the moss from these bad people, and that's why he's friendly with the moss in the movies. Yeah, maybe. Some wizard gonna be bad. And a blood sacrifice too. Is that 2 red eyes on the head of the staff? A figure of a person with arms raised. Yeah, it looks a bit like it. But only one, I think, big. I think, yeah. The staff had a red gem. Yeah, maybe I can find a better screenshot of the staff. Always a bit difficult. Not gonna lie, chat. But the biggest question is, who is this dude? Maybe not the best screenshot I ever made, but you see it a bit better. So you see one big gem on the staff. At least from this side. It definitely looks like somebody who waves with his arm into the air. Maybe, who knows? I'm not 100% sure. He definitely talks about this other dude, that he's mortal, that I found very strange. Here's a screenshot. I try to not catch the wound so much for reasons of it not being annoying to watch on for some time. But yeah, so the other cultist has to shed her blood. I don't know what this means exactly. We have seen it in the trailer though. Yeah, you can see it a bit. And then the wizard stands up from his chair. That's definitely noticeable. And then the cultist, that it just goes. I'm not sure what happens to her next or so. And then out of these moss, after some flying around for some time, here we have a shot like these moss come together and we get the cultist. And
we know, yeah, this character here, and we knew her from the first season. As said, that is definitely this woman here. Yeah, fallen Valar would be a bit too powerful. Like there's one fallen Valar, that's Morgoth. Maiar, maybe. I have to work on my Maiar pronunciation. Maiar. Yeah, the Maiar would also be too powerful in my opinion. I think they're just some spirit, like they're whites, like race, something like that. Though we have here's a screenshot with the wizard in full. I don't have much to say. Like I can just speculate. Cults. There are some mentions of cults here and there in ideas of Tolkien, but Tolkien never really described them in much detail or anything. The idea is that in one letter, the blue wizards fail and form maybe secret cults. That's a suggestion of Tolkien himself. So Tolkien writes about the blue wizards. I have not named the colors because I do not know them. I doubt if they had distinctive colors. Distinctive was only required in the case of the three who remained in a relatively small area of the northwest. I really do not know anything clearly about the other two, the two blue wizards, since they do not concern the history of the Northwest. I think they went as emissaries to distant regions east and south, far out of Numenorean range, missionaries to the enemy-occupied lands, as it were. What success they had, I do not know, but I fear they failed as Saruman did, though doubtless in different ways, and I suspect they were founders or beginners of secret cults and magic traditions that outlasted the fall of Sauron. That is from letter 211 from 1958 to Rona Bear. Interestingly, Tolkien at this time has already written an essay about the Blue Wizards that, of course, was published many years later in the 80s after his death. But even though he potentially says here, it sounds a bit like he was not sure what's going on with the Blue Wizards yet. He wrote text about it, but since like the other text is kind of also says that they fail, they go south, and not south, they go east actually. And in the last text Tolkien wrote about the Blue Wizards, they succeed, but fail to find Sauron when after he dies at the end of the Second Age, after Isildur cuts the ring with the finger with the ring from his hand. And it seems like then these two blue wizards try to find him with the name Romestamo and Morinechtar, Darkness, East Helper and Darkness Slayer. And there they help basically to convince people in the East so that the forces of Sauron in the East would not outnumber the forces in the West. That line, secret cults and magic traditions that outlasted the fall of Sauron. Yeah, there was definitely an idea that Tolkien had at some point, but like I said, he changed his mind quite a bit on this. Like a lot. So, I don't know. Reading this and you see, here's a wizard forming this might pick up on this idea. If he now is a fallen blue wizard or whatever, I don't fully know. It's very hard to tell. I'm definitely curious where they go with this idea.
And here's something very interesting for us, Chat. So he has a little talk to his servant who got defeated by the Istar. And then he gets a visitor, this mentioned rider we have seen earlier on. And there's some interesting lines that are said there. I would like to go a bit through those said lines here. There's not much said there in the scene, but to this point. He only complains about wasting blood or something. There were some whispering voices here, but still nothing was said to this point. We see some shapes in the moth. What tidings from the white wings? Not sure what this means. What does white wings mean? I also wondered. I mean, the cult, yeah, that's true. Southern Shadow is deepening. White wings. What could this mean? Is the unit Feminem was sent off? Is that one of the white wings? Or does White Wings is basically the land in Hrovannion or something like that? That I find very strange. Moss has white wings. Yeah, that is true. What tidings from the white wings? From the moss? I don't know. Sauron Shadow's deepening. It said he has taken a new form to deceive his enemies. And the Eastard. I hear whispers from salt scavengers and Mumakil thieves. Mumakil is the name, is the plural, like Mumak is an elephant. Mumakil are the plural, elephants. Mumak singular, Mumakil plural. Yeah, maybe the order, maybe this specific group. He also calls her one of her his most powerful servant or something like that. Of an old man in rags traveling east with two halflings. But he will not be for long. He's lost vulnerable. Yeah, they know that we must reach him before he learns to harness his powers. The blood I wasted to bring you before me.
spent on more useful servants. The question is, why did he waste blood? Also, Valkyrie, nice to see you. I just watched episode 1 and I'm digging the show so far. I'm curious about a few things. Should I stop watching? I don't want to get spoiled. We are currently discussing episode 2. So if you haven't seen episode 2, this is definitely spoiler territory here. But if you have a specific question for one, maybe feel free to ask. But like I said, we are deep in the discussions of season 2 here. Not season 2, episode 2. Also, which episode 1 did you watch? Episode 1 of season 1 or episode 1 of season 2? But nice to have you here in chat, in the Twitch chat. Season 2, episode 1. Yeah, we are, I don't know, 19 minutes into episode 1. On the last arc, basically. We discussed the other arcs already. But there's a 9-hour. I can link you the stream from for episode 1, by the way, in case it helps you. It's not live anymore, of course, but it's still available. But it's 8 hours. It's 9 hours long. It was a long talk. Earlier. Was a creator in the sea one of the unseen, like the Watcher in the water? The creature in the sea. Hard to tell. Like, I think the creature in the sea was a reference. Tolkien wrote a poem once that was, I think, in its origin not even related to his world. That it was called Fastitokalon. I think that monster is a reference to that, even though they are not identical for sure, because the other is a turtle whale. But it also had a horn, like the monster we see in the sea. But yeah, it does not really appear in the books, and it's mostly, I think, an invention of the creators with maybe... It's definitely an invention of the creators of the show. It could be something like the Watcher in the Sea. Even the Watcher in the Sea is like a huge mystery. And further also, there is not only that, but no, it's maybe comparable to some degree, like because the Watcher in the Sea, we also don't know the lore where it comes from, to be precise. But with the sea monster in the show, it seems to have some parallels because it also has some tentacles, but it also has this horn, so it looks a bit like this Fastitokalon creature that is from this poem. So it's maybe a reference to that, but yeah, I can't tell you much about this, unfortunately. And in case you mean the you mean of course, there's also the term of the when Gandalf falls down, right? The what are they called, chat? It's late. My brain doesn't work anymore. What is the name of them, man? Chat, come on, help me out. The creature that Gandalf sees and has never seen before when he fights with the Balrog. Just completely can't think of the name. Nameless things, thank you. I just think, hey, unseen things, that's not the name of them. Yeah, I was just not following. You mean maybe the nameless things, but it's hard to tell if the Watcher is one of the nameless things. I don't think so. I'm familiar with the box. Is the show totally original, or have they been retconning existing story elements? Nameless things. You meant those? No problem. I'm not. I also forgot the name for a moment. The show takes, like, some parts of the show, like, there's small steps in the story where the show also goes to, but most what the show is showing us is definitely, let's say, they took huge liberties here and there. Like in the books, the whole creation process of the rings is completely different in the show, in the books than in the show. And the intentions are different and so on. And to be fair, though, these stories, how the rings are created, are also only told in few paragraphs. It's not like a whole novel written about them. But Tolkien describes it definitely quite a bit different. Like I said, where is my other thing here? Yeah, this was the analysis of episode 1, the stream earlier today, kind of, yesterday. So if you're interested, maybe check that out. There we go through everything in episode 1. It was quite a bit of work, not gonna lie there. So there are definitely, yeah, quite a few liberties. Some of them are still my favorite. That's pretty awesome. I can, like, if you want to have the complete story of the Second Age, how it's in the books, they also once made like a quite long video about that. That's this one here. Where everything regarding the Second Age is basically included. But yeah, back to the actual topic here, chat, because we need to get finished before I forget more things. It's a bit unfortunate, I feel. We continue here with the show. With episode 2 here. So yeah, spoiler warning for those who don't want to be spoiled. Yeah, this cultist guy just then comes in. I'm not sure what this dark wizard dude means with should have been spent on more useful blood. I take my leave then. Thanks for having me. No problem. I'm a bit unfortunate that you have to leave. Maybe you can just watch the episode now. We might be still there in an hour. I'm not sure. I hope not, but we will see. Maybe on more useful servants, he says. The blood I wasted to bring you before me. What could he have done with the blood otherwise? I mean, of course, the woman he used does not have infinite amount of blood. That makes sense. But I still don't fully get it, why
you feel like it wasted. Maybe it's just something to provoke her or to say, you have to prove your worth now. It seems the cult has to spill blood to work their magic, maybe? Yeah, that for sure. Question is, what is so special about the blood of that woman? And then there's a sound appears. First I thought this is kind of a creature, but it's actually the door. The tracker you sent out has returned. His name is Brank. Heal the curse upon our flesh. I'm really wondering what this means as well. So there seems to be some curse upon these dudes here. And he wants to be healed from it. This exact scene you currently see on the screen. And I will bring you the Easter in chains. What makes you think a mortal like yourself? And then he says, when my most powerful acolytes could not. So he considers, Feminem, as we call her, to be one of his most powerful servants. And yeah, this guy here does it over the hobbits. And yeah, our wizard friend kind of likes the answer that this tracker dude is giving. Also a slight smirk here. There he is. But yeah, they really seem to... I'm also sure that the blood is maybe needed to cast their magic. And then we cut to Nori and Poppy and the stranger. Exactly. He will threaten to kill the hobbits in order to capture the stranger. That's what he says. And then, yeah, cut to the other two. They walk through the desert and see this desert part here. And it looks very dangerous to them because it's a huge desert section. They potentially don't want to cross. And Poppy kind of sees something in their notes. They also, what is interesting, Nori is thinking about names for the stranger. That was also kind of cool. And there's an interesting section here where some names are kind of dropped. Dorderic is one of the names. Antwise, Fredegard. There's a scene where she says Dorderic again, and then they said, you said this already. No, I didn't. And both say, yes, you did. I kind of like this scene.
Okay, so yeah, of course I did not prepare this the subtitles, unfortunately. Always a bit annoying. But he's afraid he would lose control again without a gun. So a wand, a walking thing. That I found a very interesting line. And I don't know. I guess, of course, they play a bit with who could this be. If he's one of the Istari, which we have already learned from the wizard, who calls them, or who calls Gandalf, not Gandalf, he calls the stranger one of the Istari. We only know there are 5 known Istari. There's Gandalf, Saruman, Radagast, and the 2 blue wizards. So he must be one of them. He doesn't look like Saruman, to be honest, so I think you can exclude Saruman for the stranger. 4 are left. So it could be either Gandalf, which is what the show kind of implies to for the most part. It could be one of the blue wizards, that would work. The blue wizards basically count as 1 because we don't have a really big distinction between the two, if you know what I mean. So it could either be Radagast, Gandalf, or a blue wizard. That are the 3 options. So we have a 33% chance, or somebody completely different. I don't know. Like a fictional wizard. But I would say currently it looks like it definitely looks most like Gandalf. Now I confused myself. That was actually impressive. Let me try something. Maybe I can make a screenshot of that so I can bring this on screen or so. That would be awesome. Okay, I hope it... I think I kind of... God, I'm too slow. Okay, I think I got it. It's not that easy to make these screenshots here on the fly, chat. I just want to point that out. Sorry for the inconvenience here. So I managed to make a screenshot with actually I managed to make 2 screenshots that are kind of correct with the correct stuff, chat. One moment, just need to find the right folder for it. Subtitles. I don't get it, but whatever. I just created the needed screenshot. So Norrit says he's afraid he would lose control again without again. That's a subtitle for that. And then we have
Well, I just made the same... Chat, sometimes I hate myself so much. Always complicated, chat. Face expression is not that great. I can remove the source so I can lead it. So we find again plenty of sticks all over the place, she says. And yeah, so they talk about this basically. Yeah, always follow your notes is also a Peter Jackson line. I think it's... I'm not sure, chat. Is there a book reference? Is this a book reference? Does this Gandalf say in the book at some point? I have not found that. I know that he says it in the Peter Jackson films, though. I used the word Gent somewhere, but I didn't know. Yeah, like Gandalf means wand elf. So Gent is a wand. It's walking like a staff. So that I found a very interesting. This is our first big reference. Hey, it could be Gandalf because he needs a Gent, you know? Twink, something like that. And then they hear hoofs. And have to go into hiding. Pretty cool shot. And yeah, they are searching. We have this scene with a snake. Here we have the snake. And then the snake is killed. We remember that scene. They don't need a screenshot for that, I think. And then these trackers leave again. And then they come out of hiding. I kind of like how they, I don't know, Stranger says, yeah, we have to hide, and Poppy and Nori are already hidden, and he said, wait, where are they? I found kind of funny. And then they decide to, yeah. And then they decide to go through the desert. That's the next shot. And then we switch to the dwarves. The dwarves we already covered, so I don't have to do this anymore. Then we switch to Elrond, and then when he says blinded by darkness, we have a shot where we see the sun. I thought this was a very nice transition in my opinion. They often do this in the show, like Kieran says to him, you have to guide them so that the darkness won't blind us. No, something like that. I forgot the exact quote. But yeah, we had like this line. And yeah, they are stranger. They go through the desert and they are very exhausted and thirsty. At some point, the stranger even has to pull Poppy and Nori. Let us see. This is kind of a funny scene. Funny is the wrong word, but I don't know. The half-foot, always, like you said, they are endearing, kind of adorable. I like that. The stranger collapses, they give him a bit of water, and Poppy notices that there is actually... They made it. Like, the reason why they go through the desert is that it's kind of a shortcut, and it is kind of tough to go through the desert, but in their wandering song, it's a shortcut that helps them, and the reason why it's helpful is because of this well there. And they see it in the distance. So like I said, I did not imagine the land of Rhûn be so dry. And then what is interesting, like the stranger collapses due to the heat. And then Nori and Poppy pull the stranger to the well. It's actually a scene I think I kind of missed for a moment because I got distracted by something. I remember that. I thought, how did they carry the stranger to the well? I never looked it up again, but yeah, that's how. And then we have this whole well scene here, which I found kind of funny. Like Poppy tries to get the water up. And she managed to do this. And then they are saved. In the books, he talks about the air being sweeter in one direction. Always follow your nose line. Not the always follow your nose line exactly, but the same idea. Yeah, that is true. And yeah, I kind of like this filming detail here, because we see Poppy kind of, there are knots in the rope or something, and they the rope can be basically put in this thing here. I don't know how to call it. The rope holder of the well, or whatever you want to call it. And they show it for a very short moment. And of course, the rope kind of loses attraction. They still don't understand how the rope goes down, because there's only this bucket on it, and she pulled the bucket of the rope, so there's no weight there. Why should the rope go down then? I don't fully understand that. But yeah, it seems like the rope goes down, and then this thing starts spinning and hits this bell kind of thing, and it makes a sound. So now everybody knows in the desert that they are there, which is of course bad, but they are kind of busy with drinking. It's a trap, to quote Admiral Akbar, maybe. I'm not sure it's a trap, it's I think just bad luck. Still, they have water and can feed each and can drink something. And what is the weirdest part in this story? The stranger gets up and sees like a staff on the ground. I don't know why there's a staff on the ground. That I found strange, but if we now go back one episode, we remember that the stranger had this weird vision. Here is the vision of the staff, and that looks pretty similar to the staff we see here. Not perfectly similar, but pretty similar. And then we also saw the second staff, which also looked completely different, but looked like a staff of Gandalf. We also did the comparison, so yeah, I don't know. I find this strange. That was the locking mechanism, and Poppy removed it when she first draws the water. I thought this here is the locking mechanism, though. But maybe you are right. Maybe the other rope goes into this and not these knots. But it felt like this made complete sense, or somewhat sense at least. Because there's like a stone there. I don't fully get it. Tracker riders cultists. The question is now what these dudes have to do. Also did not expect that we would discuss how this weird well works in so much detail. Also, the pulling scene, just for completeness sake. Here we see it how they get. So here you see it at the sides. Okay, now I understand. The staff is the pulling mechanism from the well. Now I get you. Now I understand. Here you see the staff. I didn't understand that scene. Because, like I said, I was shortly distracted when this scene here appears. Here you see it now. Here's the staff. It's not a staff. It's, like you say, a pulling mechanism. Like it's a mechanism to... Like a mechanism to stop the well or whatever. Understood. Very interesting. Ah, yeah. Here you see it. Good that I understand this now. Wait a moment, chat. Here we can see it now. Here's the stuff. She throws it away when she goes to the thing. I mean, I don't fully understand why it's there. I think it's not a mechanism, though. If you look at it, it's just basically put over this thing. Basically leans over it. It doesn't really connect to anything if you look at it. It's a bit unsharp because the camera moves. It's a bit strange. Wait, I have another picture here, chat. Look at this. It's a bit unsharp, but here you see this thing over the... Is it just me, or is there a profile of a face at the end of the flat cliff in the background to the left of the wall? And you mean the other screenshot then? Which screenshot did you mean? I mean here, this one. One back, okay. Yeah, I think I see what you mean. You mean this here? Yeah, I kind of know what you mean. A yawning troll to me. I could be. I could also see like an old man, like Atlas or so, holding up the upper part of the cliff. You know what I mean? Could also be that. But it could also be yawning troll. Okay, chat. So yeah, this is kind of strange. Maybe somebody left it there for reasons. Maybe it's some Bombadil's walking stick or something. I don't know. However, yeah, like I said, these dudes approach and Nori and Poppy hide. And yeah, they start riding towards the stranger, as we can see here. And the stranger just defends himself with his unimaginable power and casts a tornado sandstorm thing. And that helps against to defend against these guys. The funny thing is that the staff of the stranger crumbles. And yeah, Nori and Poppy, this was also in the teaser, this tornado. And yeah, Nori and Poppy have to hold on the rope of the well, which is kind of problematic for them. The stranger tries to reach them, but they can't hold on for longer and just fly away. That is kind of the story here of them. It was not much to discuss, I think. And then we cut back to the thing. And the stranger is alone again. And interestingly, this is not spoiler, further revealed in the episode. And this was in 8 hours, chat. We discussed the second episode. That was not bad, wasn't it? Even with a smaller break in between. That was not too bad, in my opinion. Exactly, that's what they were saying. So my prediction for next time, maybe I assume in episode 4 we will see them again. And maybe they are now, they flew away. Same with the with these trackers that were tracking them. And I could imagine that the trackers then maybe take them prisoner and the stranger has to come. Maybe I'm wrong though. They definitely get separated for some time, I would assume. And that is episode 2, chat. I was about to say that we are done, or that they might get that the stranger has to search for them. They get separated. Maybe they get even captured by the trackers or something. I don't know.
Yeah, eyes in prison or separated. Yeah, I would not be too surprised. Sometimes the show does a little bit too much of teleporting. Yeah, they will meet Tom here as well. We know this from the trailers. Small spoiler. Ted, I can't believe we made it to episode 2. We still have one episode to discuss, Chat, unfortunately. Yeah, Nori might talk to him for sure. So, yeah, I have to say, like, if you don't care about the hobbits and so on, I kind of find them adorable in a way. And the story is so isolated from the rest so far of the story that I don't mind that, you know? It's like a little side story. I can see that some people might not be interesting, but I like the chemistry between the two actresses here and the stranger also. And I'm curious who he might be. I think this is the huge mystery box still in the show where we have to find out who could this be? Gandalf or a blue wizard or Radagast or whatever. I don't know. You know, it's like how this one guy just kicks down the snake. There was some cool scenes here for sure. Do I have one of these scenes with both of them hiding? This scene here, I found. I don't know. Cinematography is really good. Doing this again tomorrow. I'm not 100% sure if I have the time tomorrow, to be honest. The problem is the following. I have an appointment today. A short one, though. And then I'm at 7, like in how many hours? In 12 hours from now. Is it 12? Yeah, it's 12 hours from now. A bit less. In 11 hours from now, I'm invited by the German Tolkien Society, and I have to discuss the first 2 episodes there as well in German this time. So that also will take a few hours away. And then I have to see when I have the energy, power, and time to get back to episode 3. So maybe later or so. I also would like to do a short version of these summaries here. Like, it's a bit unfortunate that we have like so many episodes on the first first release. A bit unfortunate, chat. Yeah, that is true. That's a good point also. Like, they were reminiscent of the hiding scenes from Sam and Frodo using their
elven cloaks, basically. Yeah, it felt a bit similar. They used like some kind of cloak to hide themselves. That's a good point. Yeah, I also thought about that when these scenes here popped up. I also like the shot where both of them look up. It also looks kind of kind of cute. I also like this well here. I don't know why. It kind of has something. Harfoot seem to be the perfect companions for Gandalf. I like them, yeah. I mean, yes, they have strange habits in their culture, but whatever. Yeah, I don't know what the bell is or so. So maybe somebody knows somebody's at the well or so? I don't know. Maybe to protect it, it's not a bell, but it's just there to protect it from the sun. Maybe that's the intention of this thing. It definitely is a bit strange. Also, the poor snake is kicked by the rider. By the tracker dude. Oh, here's an interesting symbol. I never noticed this. Now, good that I made the screenshot. I always wonder if these dudes are also associated with the wizard, but he also has this eye here as a symbol on his boot. That I never noticed. I'm still not 100% sure what the thing is. They also had this flag, and it seems like their flesh is cursed, whatever that means. I think the bell is a trap alarm to alert against trespassers, maybe. So yeah, there was still a little secret we found. After that, the Halbrand Celebrimbor section comes. And then, yeah, the stranger at the end shouts, "Dory, where are you?" It's the same symbol on the flag. Like there is this, let's call it the Tatooine scene. Here on this
we also have seen the symbol, and on the back of the rider we have seen it. I'm not sure if it's a symbol of these dudes or if it also has some base on these cultist people. Like here at least I think, like in this cultist temple or whatever that is the home place, I think we don't see the eye. I could swear we have seen it somewhere before. Acolyte, he called them. Wait a moment, chat. Trying to make some screenshots here. It's not an eye on this soup bowl they're carrying around. I was just curious if these cultists had also some eye symbol. I could swear I've seen it somewhere, but I can't fully remember. No, I don't really see it. It's bedtime for Jojo. Enjoyed watching. Yeah, sleep well. Nice that you were here. Currently just going through this here. And it's not the eye symbol that we have seen, chat. Like, the only thing I have is... Wait a moment. This scene here, if we maybe brighten it up a little bit. I mean, it's not an eye. It distantly is reminiscent of that. They definitely searched for Sauron, though. But yeah, maybe you'll find something. Thanks for the show. Yeah, don't worry. I'm glad that you people are still here watching my rambling for so many hours now. That surprises me almost the most. Yeah, it's just some generic, just some staff shape they have. And it seems in the... I mean, we know by the 5 rods of the 5 wizards. Still going good morning? Yeah, of course. But yeah, I don't know if there is like a symbol for that or not. Really hard to tell. Somewhere in the show. I could swear there was an eye somewhere in the context of these cultists, but I can't remember where. Morning and night for me, yeah, that is true. By the power of time zones. The Nas girls, exactly. There was an eye in season 1. Yeah, also tried to find that, but I only saw the back side of the shield. Maybe it was on the front side, which we don't see in episode 8, it seems. I just watched or skipped through all of episode 8. Couldn't find it, of course. Would have been too easy. They appear first time in episode 5. 3, 4, 5. Maybe there we see the cultist with a shield. It must be here at the beginning. No, on the front side, on the back side, there's this star constellation thing of this Super, but it's not necessarily the eye on it. And we can bring it here. Not sure if on the staff there's like an eye or something. No, it doesn't look like it. And the other thing, yeah, also looks different. So I don't know, chat. Here, I can show you the back side of the plate. Here, that's how the other side look. It's not an eye. You have like this round thing with the star constellation on it. It's a P or whatever. I mean, there's another episode with them kind of haunting the hobbits. It's not in episode 6, but it's episode 7. Don't see this symbol in this episode. I don't know. I could swear I've seen it somewhere, but don't ask me where. There was, yeah, that was also, this crater was definitely a burnt eye. But yeah, too difficult to find it now, chat. I have to admit. Very strange.
Burnt eye thing. I have no clue, chat. I mean, it could also be from some of the trailer analysis nonsense I did so much. So memories start to kind of melt again. That happens at times. But yeah, chat, I would say we call it a day, and then I have to think when I do the next stream, chat. Because we still need to discuss episode 3, which we haven't done yet. But the only thing I know, now it's too late. Or I already streaming too long for episode 3. It's alright, we'll figure this later, yeah, for sure. We'll find it out later, and then, I don't know. I have to do some research, chat. But yeah, that was episode 2. We discussed, I don't know, chat, if enough people are awake to tell me what they believe. Do you think it's Gandalf, chat? Maybe we make a poll. I mean, we don't have many options. I only need 4. Who is the stranger? Question mark. Gandalf, Saruman, Radagast, Blue Wizard? Question mark. If he's one of the known Easterly. I mean, I would like to add the option somebody else, but I don't think so. Gandalf, yeah. My call would also be on Gandalf, to be honest. Yeah, something like that. Like, I mean, it could be they pretend it's Gandalf and then it's Blue with it. Something to surprise us. The problem is this a good surprise? Because most people don't know the Blue with it. Anyway, there's not much we know about the Blue with it. Okay, 1 vote for Blue with it. So it is like we pretend it's Gandalf, but no, it's not. We tricked you at the end. It could be, I think. But there's not that much that indicates into this direction, if that makes sense. But currently the show does not really give me any reason to not believe it's a Blue with it. You know what I mean? We potentially have to leave it with the prediction, or for the prediction stream. Or video. Like, I can't personally really decide. Would it be smart? Would it be a smart thing to pretend it's Gandalf and then it's Blue with it? Yeah, exactly. I'm also thinking the same. There's so many hints it's Gandalf. The general audience would be disappointed if it's some rando they never heard of. The question is, what is if they would pretend it's a blue wizard all the time, and then it's Gandalf? Would people be happy that way, either way as well, or would people be disappointed? I think, can it just be disappointing then? If they say, yeah, it's a blue wizard, and then no, it's not a blue wizard, it's Gandalf. People would also be disappointed, I think, and say, yeah, we would love to hear about the blue wizards. But I think if you do it the other way around, people also will be disappointed, saying, yeah, it's Gandalf. No, it's some random dude. Oh. Too many things. Hobbits always follow the nose. You need a Gent, a staff, which is even named a Gent. But blue wizards also gaining traction here in the vote, I have to admit. 60% Gandalf, 40% blue wizards. Sorry for the Twitch users. I don't want to make so many polls. You can write in chat what you think. Yeah, mystery box is a stupid method of selling storytelling. I definitely agree. Like, if you give us the hints that it's Gandalf, then yeah, let it be Gandalf, right? If you give us a hint, it's a blue wizard, give us a blue wizard. And if you don't want us to disappointed, then don't give us any hints. You know? They also called him Old Man. Yeah, Radagast, there is very little reason to think this. For Saruman, I don't know. I don't see... This is a man of skill. And he struggles a bit with controlling his powers and so on. I mean... I don't know. Yeah, poor Radagast always getting left off the guest list, that is true. And when you want to invite him, he's not there anymore. So that's ending the poll here. Not many people voted, unfortunately, but at least some. And yeah, Blue Wizards 40%, Gandalf 60%, Saruman Radagast 0. I would have also assumed a similar outcome. It's kind of a 50-50 Blue Wizard Gandalf thing, with a tendency towards Gandalf, because that's what we got the most hints for. Saruman, we got basically no hints. Okay, who do you think the Dark Wizard is? Who is the Dark Wizard? So, okay, we can exclude Radagast, I think. And Gandalf. So, it could be Saruman. It could be... I mean, Saruman would make no sense, but who knows what the show is going for. It could be... like, Saruman, I think it's the most unlikely thing. The other Blue Wizard. Add option, like if Radagast, if the stranger is a Blue Wizard, maybe that Dark Wizard is the other Blue Wizard. Let's say the third option, some human taught by Sauron, or he's also like a race, like the others, like his acolytes. Should just wrote blue with it, I guess. So he's the other blue with it, or he's just the blue with it. Let's put it that way. It's just one option, I guess. Give them conflict, previous history. Yeah, it would be maybe interesting. But who knows what they are going for. 2 votes already for blue with it. I don't know what I would vote, to be honest. I would be maybe more somebody taught by Sauron or so. Not sure if it's a human then. Could also be some race or whatever, but yeah. Not sure what to answer. Yeah, same for me. Especially like Gandalf was never in the East. That's also like a contradiction to the book. But you could say the same about Tom Bombadil, and they still put him there. So I guess that limitation is kind of off the boundaries. Like it could be anything. Like, if it's a blue wizard, then the stranger's a blue wizard too. If he's Gandalf, then it's just an invented character. Yeah. You might be right there. In the meantime, I eat some stuff. But yeah, that I think is really hard to predict who the dark wizard is. Like, no idea, chat. He definitely is a dark wizard. That is true. That's why I added the option race, because like the dude says to the tracker dude that the tracker dude is just some mortal. It sounds a bit like yeah, I'm also not immortal. Like, why would I? You know what I mean? If he's an immortal, he doesn't look like an elf, because elves usually don't have beards. So I don't see him being a beard. I don't see him being an elf. Like, from the looks, he looks a bit like Saruman, for sure. Yeah, maybe some old Morgoth cult. And since Morgoth is gone, they now search for Sauron or so. Like, a lot of possibilities. We just end the poll here. I think it won't be very decisive.
Maybe I can come up with a cool idea in the future or something, but I would assume we would need to watch a few more episodes. Yeah, he handles moth and things, butterflies, so maybe it is nature related, but he doesn't look like a Radagast. Like, Saruman called Radagast the simple, Radagast the fool. Like, same with the stranger. He doesn't seem Radagast enough, though maybe it is. Who knows? I mean, Radagast as a stranger would also be an interesting option now thinking about it. Because about Radagast, we don't know anything. So to be fair, he doesn't behave like Radagast. Radagast is more interested in the nature, and that is not something that the stranger seems to care too much about. He eats the bugs and so on. I don't know. But it would be an interesting idea, I have to admit. I think would have more freedom with Radagast in comparison to Gandalf. But Gandalf is a fan favorite, and they already hinted towards him, so I'm still also leaning to Gandalf. Would fit the manner of his entry into Ada. So, chat, I can't tell you more about the show. That was, the in-depth analysis and research stuff for episode 2. Also an interesting episode, I have to say. I kind of liked that. I thought it had a good pacing. We saw a bit of the dwarves. I like the dwarves. And I also curious where the story goes, where the stranger goes, and so on. Also, against Gandalf, wasn't his first relationship with the hobbits pretty definitively mentioned? Like the long winter. Yeah, it was a long winter where he got fond of the hobbits, but this doesn't mean that he met the hobbits there. But you are technically right. Gandalf grew fond of the hobbits during the long winter. That was in the Third Age, at the time of Helm Hammerhand. Wonder what the stranger is in the old languages. Okay, chat. Shall we wrap it up? Because I have nothing to say anymore. I still have this old credit thingy, which is not up to date. I'm not sure some of you people are in there or not in there. But yeah, shoutouts to all the supporters and so on.
Hope you had a good one. And I don't know. I still have... the problem is I'm not sure if I'm able to do this today. Maybe Sunday we could try to do the third episode live stream analysis. Maybe in the meantime I work on the videos for episode 1 and 2. I'm not 100% sure if I do that, but maybe. Like, I still have to think how to cover this. It's not easy because I have too much to say, and then it always gets problematic. Good night, everyone. Yeah. Also, good night. Thank you for staying so long. Leanna Stark. Very nice that you are here. Always nice to have all you people here in chat. And yeah, I don't know. I would say thank you for watching. Or maybe show you at the end. I hit the I show ads button for a moment. And yeah, if you are German speaking, like I said, the Tolkien Society, the German Tolkien Society analysis stream, breakdown stream, whatever you want to call it, will be at 17 o'clock today, covering episode 1 and 2. Will maybe take some time, so there will be more. There will be more Chris content available, I think, with also some other amazing people, of course. But we still have, like I said, the analysis of episode 3, and we also still have the watch party. Like, if we look at the poll currently on my on the channel, you will notice that, of course, also a lot of people said we don't want a watch party. However, it's 48%. That means that 52% want a watch party, just at different days. So it's a bit difficult to tell what we will do. But I would suggest we do the watch party for the first 3 episodes a bit later. Maybe-ish Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, something like that. And then Thursday already the next episode comes out. Keep that in mind as well. Thank you, the amazing bad boy. And yeah, chat. That is the next stuff. Maybe after having done some of the video stuff next week and so on. And we might play some Elden Ring on the German channel again. Because I need to practice Mesmer currently for level 1. For level 1 run. That's on the list as well to do. But yeah, currently the priority is a bit focused here on this stuff. And yeah, we will see. So far, I like the Season 2 more than I liked Season 1. Which is not a huge accomplishment, if I'm honest. But they definitely improved in a lot of fields. And I think Season 2 could become quite interesting for a lot of people. I hope it will. I also know that some people hate it with a passion, and that's totally fine. But then don't watch it. It's as simple, I think. So in this regard, thank you people for watching, and see you people next time. Goodbye.